Chapter 1 Good things happen to good people, the system awakens. I'm sorry, you're a good person. The warm sunshine in the early autumn afternoon cast mottled shadows on the girl's black and beautiful hair, and fallen leaves fluttered behind her, making her beautiful face flicker. It was like a dream, and for a moment Chu Chen couldn't tell whether it was a dream or reality. Xintong, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Chu Chen asked in disbelief. Let's break up. After saying that, Lin Xintong turned and walked towards the Porsche coupe parked on the side of the road. Chu Chen was unwilling to give up, so he grabbed her and asked, why? Didn't we agree that we can overcome any difficulties together? If there is no money, we can earn it. If there is no. Enough! Lin Xintong roared, Chu Chen, I admit that you are great and capable, and you will definitely achieve something in the future, but I will be old in the future, and I just want to enjoy the most beautiful world in my most beautiful years. And you can't give me the best world at this moment. After he finished speaking, Chu Chen seemed to have lost all his strength. Lin Xintong broke free and trotted towards the Porsche waiting for her on the side of the road. She gently lifted the hair by her ears with her slender fingers, bent down, and said with hazy eyes, I'm sorry, Juanhao, I kept you waiting. The young man in the driver's seat was wearing an expensive suit. He looked at his phone and said without turning his head, hurry up and get in the car. I have something to do tonight. Okay. Lin Xintong jumped into the car like a well-behaved pet dog, leaving Chu Chen standing alone at the school gate. TSK, I said that school beauty Lin couldn't be with this guy for a long time, at best it was just for fun, the poor guy actually took it seriously. That's right, how can young people nowadays still believe in love? They are such fools. Typical of someone who has never been beaten by society. The nosy classmates around were talking in groups of 3 or 4. Chu Chen's mind was blank, as if he was on a lonely boat, drifting on the sea, and the sea reflected every bit of his time with Lin Xintong. Midsummer has just passed and the cool autumn is coming. The two met in the most beautiful start of the school year. He helped her carry the gifts and she wiped his sweat with care. Although they did not express their love verbally, the two had already put each other in their hearts, and in the end, it was Chu Chen who spoke first. He will never forget that spring when the girl stood under the cherry tree. The dazed look she showed when she heard his confession and the excitement and joy she felt when she woke up, her every frown and smile were like pink cherry blossoms, floating from the tree into Chu Chen's heart, leaving a pink mark that belonged to her forever. After they fell in love, they dated, ate, and watched movies like ordinary couples. They learn how to get along with each other like other couples, but in fact, both of them know in their hearts that no matter what they do, they will be happy as long as they are with each other. Chu Chen knew that his girlfriend was very pretty. She was a leader among thousands of students in this university and was hailed as a school beauty that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. But when faced with countless temptations, she still chose herself. Chu Chen felt guilty and gave all his financial resources to Lin Xintong for safekeeping. He even secretly worked part-time to earn money for her to spend, thus compressing their time to the extreme. It can be said that Chu Chen's world during his 2 years in college was divided into 2 halves. One half was the world with Lin Xintong, and the other half was the world in which he worked hard to be with Lin Xintong. He also swore to Lin Xintong that he would never touch her before they got married, and he actually did it. So far, he has only pulled Lin Xintong's hand and done nothing else. The two had agreed to keep the best things for each other and let time witness this agreement. But unexpectedly, less than a month after entering her junior year, Lin Xintong betrayed the agreement between them. The reason is still the money that the two of them disdain the most. How ridiculous. His roommate once mocked Chu Chen, saying that he was like a dog licker. Who still believed in love? Isn't love between men and women all about sex? She figured it out, you figured it out, and then you got together. Chu Chen didn't believe it and even accused his roommate of being too power-hungry and being corrupted by this money-oriented world. Then he had no friends anymore. For Lin Xintong, Chu Chen even lost everything. But still betrayed. How beautiful the past was, how hateful the present is. He was so angry that he smashed the wine glass in his hand. With a snap, the wine glass did not break. Chu Chen roared loudly. One day, I, Chu Chen, will hold all the wealth in this world in my hands, Lin Xintong. I want you to regret it forever. Inside the bar, amid the blasting music, his angry roar sounded like a krill tumbling in the ocean. Except for 2 or 3 people around him who noticed him, no one else even looked at him. Suddenly, a fragrant shadow threw itself into Chu Chen's arms, and he looked down. The woman in his arms had skin as white as cream, a beauty as graceful as a fairy from heaven, a pair of eyes that shone with alluring light, and a charm that was unparalleled. Before Chu Chen could ask any questions, the woman's red lips moved closer. I was kissed. Chu Chen was shocked, but the woman's hands began to explore Chu Chen's body dishonestly. The pent-up anger and desire were ignited in an instant, and Chu Chen opened his arms and hugged the woman. This night, Chu Chen grew up. When he was awakened by the dazzling sunlight, he was still a little dazed and unbelievable as he looked at the stunning woman lying on his chest. The woman was sleeping soundly at the moment, her small and cute nostrils moved slightly with her breathing, and the hot breath hit Chu Chen's chest, making him feel excited. But her face, which seems to be from the heyday of her life, gives people a sense of beauty that time has passed infinitely, making people reluctant to break this beauty. After a night of passion, the woman's lipstick faded a lot, and her lipstick was white with a rosy glow, somewhere between youth and maturity. But it is this contradiction that makes these red lips full of infinite temptation, as tempting as the apple in the Garden of Eden to the enlightenment of human wisdom. Chu Chen couldn't help but lower his head, wanting to bite the apple that led to beauty and wisdom, but just as he approached, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. After staring at each other for a long time, the woman spoke, uttering 4 words like the arrival of winter. "Have you seen enough?" The lust in Chu Chen's body was extinguished by the severe cold. He could only raise his head and look out the window. He didn't know how to face this situation at this moment. Not to mention a one-night stand, he had never even kissed before, so naturally he had zero experience in dealing with such a situation. The sound of a woman dressing came from behind. After a while, the woman put on her clothes and walked out of the small room rented by Chu Chen without saying a word. After waiting for a few minutes, Chu Chen put on his clothes, stood up and walked to the window. The room was simple, with a bed, a wardrobe, and a table under the window. College students have dormitories, but Chu Chen had previously had an unpleasant argument with his roommate because of Lin Qingtong. In addition, he often worked late at night and could not return to the dormitory, so he simply rented a small room outside. Suddenly, he saw the woman squatting downstairs crying. A string of question marks appeared in Chu Chen's mind. He was in a bad mood after breaking up yesterday, so he found a bar to drink. He often worked in bars and knew that there were many women in the bars who were looking for one-night stands, but most of them were just looking for excitement, so why would they cry? Could it be? Chu Chen turned around and lifted the quilt, and a touch of bright red on the bedsheet came into view. This. Chu Chen was shocked and instinctively wanted to chase after the girl and apologize, but he stopped after taking 2 steps and said self-deprecatingly, "I'm really a dog that can't change its bad habits. Is it any use to apologize at this time?" In an instant, all the past events with Lin Qingtong came to his mind again, and anger took over his heart. Chu Chen punched the table hard, and the glass on the table shattered and pierced his palm. Blood flowed along the edge of the table into the drawer. Chu Chen opened the drawer and took out a blue-bound book with a strong ancient flavor. But in fact, this is a book without words, so you can also call it a notebook. This is the relic that his grandfather left to Chu Chen, a blank notebook from an unknown era. Chu Chen didn't know where his parents had gone. He was raised by his grandfather since he was a child. My grandfather is a good old man, the kind of old man who would rather go hungry than not help others. Chu Chen's character was largely influenced by his grandfather. It was not until he broke up with Lin Qingtong that he realized what reality was. What a bullshit love, what a bullshit kindness, they are worthless in front of money. Ding. It has been detected that the host is filled with resentment. The good person system is about to awaken. Progress loading. 10%. 30%. 70%. Loading complete, good guy system activated. I have found that the biggest problem facing good people in the current world is lack of money. I am giving the host a special reward of 560 trillion yuan. Then a transparent panel message appeared in front of Chu Chen. Host, Chu Chen. Balance, 565942890000000000.00. Constitution, 23 lower than average. Mental, 65 above normal. Strength, not enabled. Power, none. Mall, mastering medicine 10 billion, mastering art 1 billion, mastering racing. Hashtag Safas 5452615 at 26430 hashtag percent. Fuck. Is this an unfinished beta version of your system? Why is there still garbled text? Chu Chen blurted out, then regretted it a little. Because he is a pragmatic person, he doesn't believe in the concept of system at all. He even seldom reads novels. He just knows that system literature is very popular now. But he simply didn't believe that there was such a thing as a system in the real world. It must be that he was too depressed at the moment, which led to the auditory hallucinations. However, the next moment the system responded. The host is not strong enough, and the current system version has defects. Please improve your strength as soon as possible and activate the full version of the system. Shu Chen was stunned on the spot. This clear sound echoing was definitely not an illusion. Does that mean everything that just happened was true? Or cash? The combined wealth of all the rich people on the Forbes list isn't even a fraction of yours, right? Chapter 2, Be a good person and sell yourself to save your mother. By the way, can this money be used unconditionally? Shu Chen is not an idiot and he immediately figured out the key point. It is impossible for such a large amount of money to suddenly appear in the market. Such an explosive amount of funds will directly lead to global inflation. Besides, even if a system appears, you still have to be careful. Who knows whether it is a real system or a fake one? If artificial intelligence systems become too advanced, the end result may very well be the extinction of humanity. This is how it is played out in science fiction movies, and logically speaking, it is indeed the case. The system is so powerful, why would it support a useless person to dominate the world? Wouldn't it be more interesting to control humans to create a body and then enslave them? You can use it at will without any restrictions. The host currently lives in a world where malice outweighs kindness, causing kindness to be nearly extinct. You humans have an old saying that evil is rewarded with evil and good is rewarded with good. This principle cannot be distorted. You are a good person and deserve the best of everything in this world. Even though he was praising me, I always felt like something was weird. Shu Chen muttered to himself, but he didn't ask any more questions. He still had some doubts about whether the system really existed. I took out my phone, logged into the bank app and checked my balance, and found that there were indeed countless zeros in my account. This is true no matter how many times I wipe my eyes. It's really strange, where does all this money come from? If Shu Chen really had so much money, the bank would have gone crazy long ago and would have worshipped him as an ancestor. No, he should be arrested by state authorities immediately, right? Oh no! Shu Chen suddenly realized that it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had an interview with a big company today. Shu Chen has not tested the authenticity of the system yet. If it turns out to be fake, he will lose money. He still has to go for the interview. Entering the company to work early can also help you accumulate work experience, which will be beneficial to your future. After packing up simply, Shu Chen quickly went out, indulged himself, took a taxi to the company, and hurried upstairs for the interview. After the interview, Shu Chen left the company building and looked at the city with tall buildings. He couldn't help but sigh that he had never taken a good look at this city in the past 2 years. It's such a pity that all he could think about was how to be nice to Lin Qingtong. It's still early now, so why not take this opportunity to go shopping? Suddenly, he saw a lot of people gathered not far from the company building, pointing and talking loudly. TSK TSK TSK, this woman is so pretty, and her butt is so big, I really want to pat it a few times. Dream on. Didn't you see what's written? Selling my body for 3 million. If you have 3 million, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you press me down and slap me hard. If I had 3 million, would I still need to buy it? Don't women just come to me on their own accord? Ha, that's right. Selling yourself? 3 million? Shu Chen was not a person who liked to join in the fun, but it was the first time he heard of someone selling their body in this era. Putting aside the question of whether it is allowed by law, even if you want to buy them, you would rather spend 3 million to buy different women rather than spending 3 million on the same woman, right? Driven by curiosity, Shu Chen squeezed into the crowd to take a look. A woman wearing a white floral dress and light apricot high heels was kneeling in the center of the square. Her beautiful face was pale and haggard, her hair was dark yellow and dry, and it was unknown how long she hadn't taken care of it. Hearing the onlookers' gazes, her cheeks turned red, but she dared not say anything in reply. She could only lower her head, bite her lips tightly and endure all the gossip. Shu Chen's eyes lit up. Although the woman looked very haggard at the moment, he could tell at a glance that she had an extraordinary appearance and a great figure. For a rich man, 3 million was not expensive for such a woman. Next to her was a wooden sign with 4 big red characters on it, selling myself to save my mother. Shu Chen looked at it carefully and instantly understood the cause and effect. The girl's name is Xiao Yu Yan. Her mother suffers from uremia and needs a kidney transplant. However, the expensive dialysis fees had already drained her family's wealth and left her with a lot of debt. She had no choice but to come here and sell herself to save her mother. What he actually meant by selling himself to save his mother was not selling his body, but selling his working time for the rest of his life. In other words, Xiao Yu Yan would work for whoever gave her 3 million for the rest of her life. This is where many major companies gather. Ding, the world is so beautiful, but people are so violent. Host, please pass on love to the world. Now issuing a task, rescue Xiao Yu Yan and her daughter, and the reward is a Bugatti Veyron supercar. The system suddenly issued a task, and Shu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. It's really like someone sends you a pillow when you feel sleepy. He was just trying to see if the money in this system could be used. The crowd watching the fun simply formed a circle and pointed at Xiao Yu Yan. She knelt on the ground, feeling extremely ashamed, but when she thought about how her mother got sick because of her overwork, she decided to save her mother no matter what. At this time, a young man in a suit walked out of the crowd. Looking at his slightly immature face, he looked like a student who had just stepped out of the campus. You talked about selling yourself to save your mother and wrote a lot of information, but why didn't you write your bank card number? Shu Chen asked curiously. Ah? Xiao Yu Yan was stunned and didn't react. Shu Chen held his forehead inside. Is this girl a little silly? How can I transfer money to you if you don't write your bank card number? Or you can just show me the QR code for payment. Oh, yes, right away. Xiao Yu Yan reacted, reached into her bag, took out a bank card and handed it to Shu Chen. At this moment, a disdainful sneer suddenly came from the crowd. Shu Chen, have you lost your mind after Qing Tong dumped you? Forget about 3 million. If you can come up with 10,000, I'll stand on my head and eat shit today. Shu Chen turned around and found Zhou Yu in the crowd. His eyes suddenly became angry, but then calmed down. This woman was Lin Qingtong's roommate. When he and Lin Qingtong were in love, Zhou Yu often whispered in Lin Qingtong's ear to stir up trouble. She said that Shu Chen was not good in this and that, and threatened to find a boyfriend for Lin Qingtong who was 100 times better than Shu Chen. This time, Lin Qingtong broke up with him, and this woman must have contributed a lot. Zhou Yu was also wearing a plain white embroidered dress, and her bob haircut covered part of her face. The reason is that she has big cheeks and is often laughed at for having a big face at school, so she uses her hair to cover part of her cheeks to make her face shape look better. Zhou Yu crossed his arms, walked out of the crowd, and said to everyone, "This guy is a well-known poor guy in our school. He has to work until 1 or 2 in the morning every day, and uses the little money he earns to pursue the school beauty. He was dumped yesterday." Zhou Yu turned around, looked at Shu Chen and said, "Shu Chen, people should know themselves. Why don't you understand this? Xintong dumped you because you didn't know what was going on. Why are you standing up now? Are you trying to be a hero? That's 3 million. You're not going to use the same method you used to deceive Qingtong to trick this poor girl, telling her that you can make so much money in the future, are you? Please, other people are using this money to save their lives, okay? If you don't have money, don't come out and talk nonsense. You say you have good intentions, but isn't that harming others?" When everyone heard this, they immediately directed their fire at Xu Xiao. "I didn't expect it. This kid looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be such a jerk. He still wants to be a good guy? I think he's out of his mind, right? That's right, that's right. A girl has lost her dignity and kneels on the ground to sell her body, which means she needs the money urgently to save her life. This person has no money but still comes out to complain. How despicable. I'm throwing up. This is so disgusting. What a hypocrite." Xiao Yu Yan was a little angry. She knew that what she had done was shameful and dishonorable. She also knew that the Chu Chin in front of her might not have as much as 3 million. But no matter how much money he has, it is a kind act and kindness should not be responded to with bad words. Just as she was about to stand up to stop Zhou Yu, the cell phone in her bag suddenly made a deafening ring. This is her mother's cell phone, an old-fashioned feature phone with a very loud sound. My mother said that she can't hear anything at all when working in a factory if the volume of her cell phone is too low. She likes this kind of cell phone with loud volume, simple functions, and smart voice broadcast. Xiao Yu Yan took out her cell phone and opened it. It was a text message. Before she could read it clearly, the feature phone started playing through the loudspeaker. Your agricultural bank with the last number 5978 received a transfer of 3 million yuan, and the balance is 300. In an instant, the square, which had been noisy just now, became quiet. All those who had mocked Chu Chen before turned their heads away in shame, not daring to look him in the face. Get up! Chu Chen didn't care about the crowd's reaction at all. He took 2 steps forward and pulled up Xiao Yu Yan, who was kneeling on the ground. The latter was a little confused at the moment and let Chu Chen pull his hand to stand up. There was a short circuit in her mind. In fact, she could see that Chu Chen's dress and aura did not seem like that of a man with $3 million, especially since he was so young. Which of those young rich second generations is not so ostentatious and arrogant that they wish they could carve the word rich on their faces? But Chu Chen's eyes were gentle and his aura was approachable, just like an ordinary friend. What shocked Xiao Yu Yan even more was that he actually transferred 3 million directly to her without bargaining or putting forward any conditions. Xiao Yu Yan knew that the conditions she proposed seemed reasonable, but in the eyes of the rich, she was just a commodity. Now she was in urgent need of money, so there was room for negotiation. It is even more impossible for any company to sign a lifetime contract with a person and advance the other party's salary. This is simply unrealistic. Xiao Yu Yan's real plan was to sell her body, literally sell her flesh, because she knew that only her body could make those wealthy bosses take out 3 million at a time. But Chu Chen said nothing and directly transferred 3 million to her. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is a Bugatti Veyron. It has now materialized in the world. Please receive it. A robotic female voice sounded in Chu Chen's mind. At the same time, he felt something in his trouser pocket. He took it out and saw that it was the car keys. I looked up at the roadside again and saw a red and black supercar with tough and dynamic lines parked there. Let's go, your mother is still waiting for you in the hospital. Chu Chen said this, then pulled Xiao Yu Yan toward the roadside. Chapter 3 Your daughter sold to me. The moment Chu Chen pressed the key and opened the car door, there was another burst of exclamations from the crowd. Fuck, a modified Bugatti Veyron. The starting price of this car is 25 million. The modified car is definitely not the lowest configuration. This car is probably going to cost 40 million. What a rich guy. That's right. That's right. People who can afford this car don't care about being poor. I think some people are just ugly and weird. That's right. It's okay if you're ugly, but if your soul is so ugly, even Buddha can't save you. The scene of Chu Chen driving away in a Bugatti Veyron shocked everyone again. He was too disdainful to explain to these onlookers. But everyone believed in his strength and began to mock Xiao Yu's stupidity and ignorance. Ugly is the word that Xiao Yu hates the most, but facing the angry crowd, she dared not say anything and could only leave in shame. In the car, Chu Chen asked while driving, "What is your major?" What? Xiao Yu Yan was a little unresponsive for a moment. The scene just now was deeply imprinted in her mind and could not be shaken off. Chu Chen's domineering move and calm look clearly showed nothing special. But Xiao Yu Yan felt that her heart was beating wildly as if it was electrocuted, as if some emotion buried deep in her heart was about to break free from its reins and rush out of her inner world. What is your professional education? Chu Chen asked again. Business Administration, postdoctoral fellow, researching the topic of currency over issuance and market economic stability. Xiao Yu Yan reacted and quickly answered. Postdoctoral fellow? How old are you? Chu Chen was stunned. You know, a PhD is a degree, but a postdoctoral fellow is a position. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yu Yan. Her fair and flawless skin was so smooth that it seemed as if she were blown away. She didn't look like anyone older than him at all. That? Xiao Yu Yan's words were unclear, and no one knew what she was thinking. After hesitating for a while, she replied, 24 years old, height 175 centimeters, measurements? There's no need for the 3 measurements. Chu Chen quickly interrupted the speech that was not suitable for children. I am 21 and Xiao Yu Yan is 24, exactly 3 years older than me. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than a man is more likely to bring wealth. For such a young postdoc, it seems that the 3 million yuan I spent was well spent. But why does this girl seem a little silly? Is she a nerd? Chu Chen chatted with her about professional knowledge for a while, and soon Xiao Yu Yan calmed down and told Chu Chen about her research like a little girl who had just seen the world for the first time. After a while, Chu Chen drove to the hospital where Xiao Yu Yan's mother was staying. Mom, I'm here. Xiao's mother has dark skin, some brown spots on her face, and looks rather haggard. Her hair is a mixture of white and black. She doesn't look like her mother, but rather like her grandmother. According to Xiao Yu Yan, her mother's condition was caused by overwork. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were busy with research? Xiao's mother had a stern face, but the faint smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her longing for her daughter. Mom! Xiao Yu Yan shouted, tears couldn't help but fall from the corners of her eyes. Hey, kid, why are you crying? Isn't Mom still alive? Looking at her daughter who suddenly started crying, Xiao's mother showed a hint of panic. Xiao Yu Yan hugged her mother tightly, nuzzled her chest like a child, and whispered, Mom, we have money now, and we can get you a kidney soon. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao's mother said angrily, as a mother, you don't understand. You are just a postdoctoral fellow, how can you have any money? How many years will it take for the results of your research to come out? Really, Mom? Xiao Yu Yan took out her cell phone and handed it to her mother. However, after reading the bank's text message, her mother did not smile happily. Instead, she flew into a rage, picked up the phone and threw it to the ground, questioning. Xiao Yu Yan, where did this money come from? What did you do? Return the money to me immediately. Why did your mother work herself to death to send you to school? It is so that you can live honestly and walk on the right path without regrets. Even if I lose my life today, I will never let you go astray. As soon as Xiao Yu Yan opened her mouth, she instantly thought of the reason why her mother was angry. My mother is not stupid, otherwise she would not have been able to raise me alone. How should I explain to my mother that I suddenly took out 3 million? Even she herself didn't understand why Chu Chun gave her 3 million directly and hadn't made any requests until now. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at Chu Chen who was standing at the end of the bed. At this moment, he was looking at her and her mother with a smile, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yu Yan, go discuss the surgery with the doctor. I will explain it to your mother. Chu Chen said calmly. But. Obedient. This time Chu Chen put away his smile and spoke in a tone that could not be refused. For some reason, Xiao Yu Yan lowered her head, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she stood up and left the ward. Mother Qiao looked at Chu Chen and felt a little bit unbelievable. Her daughter, who had been with her for more than 20 years, had never listened to others like this, let alone in front of her. When she looked at Chu Chen's young face again, she seemed to have thought of something, and her heart instantly sank to the bottom. Chu Chen first took a look at the medical record on the bedside table. The patient's full name was Xiao Yani, 45 years old. It does look a bit old. Aunt Xiao. Don't call me aunt, we are not that close. Xiao Yani looked at Chu Chen as if he were an enemy. Chu Chen paused, spread his hands and smiled helplessly. You guessed right, the 3 million was given to your daughter by me, and I never asked for anything from her. Of course, this is not because I am kind, but because your daughter is kind. I'll be frank, I just want to play with your daughter's body. She can't afford the 3 million. Even if she has the ability, I will find a way to prevent her from paying it back. As an older generation, you should have seen the darkness of human nature and there is no need to doubt my reasons for doing so. And your stupid daughter has a good heart and will feel guilty once she can't pay her debts. At this time, if I put a little pressure on her, I can get her to be willing. Xiao Yani held the quilt tightly with both hands, and she looked like she wanted to eat Chu Chen alive. She asked. Why did you do that? Huh? Why? Chu Chen suddenly laughed. Do you need a reason? I just want to play with your daughter, okay? I'm tired of so many women who take the initiative to go to bed with me. Is it not okay to have something innocent? You can understand it as eating too much meat and fish and suddenly missing the light taste of vegetable porridge. Xiao Yani gnashed her teeth and said, as long as I live, I will never let a scum like you touch my daughter. Yeah? Chu Chen shrugged with a look of disdain. He walked to the bed and sat down, smiling and said, Aunt, don't you forget your current situation? How long can you live? Xiao Yani wanted to speak, but Chu Chen said again. Oh, Aunt, let me remind you that it's useless even if you jump off the building now. It's not so easy to get back the money we lent. So whether you are dead or alive, it actually has no impact on my plan. Maybe you think that if you jump off the building and die now, Yu Yan will not use the money I gave her and will not owe me anything. Actually, I think this is a good thing. If you die, she won't owe me money anymore, but she will owe me a favor. If you died, Yu Yan would be devastated and emotionally empty. Wouldn't that be my chance? Of course, I will give you a grand funeral worth $1 million, invite the whole village to the feast, and tell them that your daughter has found a rich son-in-law. I believe Yu Yan will not refuse me to spend money on her, a mother who has worked hard all her life. When the time comes, I will contribute my effort, money, and manpower. Even if Yu Yan has a heart of stone, she will be moved by me, right? Then she will be with me naturally, and when I have enjoyed her pure love enough, I will kick her away. Maybe it won't cost me $3 million this way. Xiao Yanni's eyes widened with anger. The numbers on the ECG monitor and her blood pressure rose sharply, approaching the warning line in an instant. How can there be a devil like you in this world? Thank you for the compliment. Shu Chen bowed and nodded to Xiao Yanni in a gentlemanly manner, with a relaxed and contented expression. Shameless. Shameless. You shameless bastard, beast, devil, you will not die well. Xiao Yanni couldn't help it and cursed. At this time, Xiao Yu Yan just led the doctor into the ward. Seeing her angry mother, she couldn't help but ask, Mom, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yanni turned her head and saw the doctor as if she had seen a life-saving straw. She shouted, Dr. Liang, I want a kidney transplant. The money has been raised. I want to have a kidney transplant surgery immediately. Shu Chen smiled evilly but said nothing. Xiao Yu Yan was very surprised, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and her curiosity about Shu Chen grew. What did this man say to his mother? It actually caused such a big change in my mother's attitude. Dr. Liang was also stunned. Xiao Yanni had been very opposed to the kidney transplant operation before because she knew her family could not afford it. If Xiao Yu Yan had not insisted, she might have secretly left the hospital and ran home to wait for death. But his duty is to save lives, and he doesn't care about the patient's attitude before and after. Miss Chow, please rest assured. The reason we notified you to raise funds is because we have found a suitable kidney source. We still need to discuss the surgical method. We can perform a kidney transplant for you in 4 days at the latest. The next thing was to discuss some surgical plans and postoperative risks. Shu Chen was not interested in these. He patted Xiao Yu Yan on the shoulder, whispered in her ear, I'll contact you again, and then left the hospital. Chapter 4 The First Subordinate. TSK, your way of persuading people is quite unique. As soon as he walked out of the hospital, Shu Chen remembered the voice of the system in his mind. Unlike before, the system's voice this time is much more humanized, and even from the tone alone one can't tell any difference from that of a human. Shu Chen's expression was somewhat solemn, which didn't seem like a system at all. I didn't mean to persuade her, I was telling the truth. I really have my eyes on Xiao Yu Yan and want her to work hard for me. If you want someone to work hard for you, you can't just give her money. Otherwise, one day when she earns enough money or faces greater benefits, she will definitely choose to betray you. I want to use my kindness to bind Xiao Yu Yan to work for me. The fact is just as I said. Whether she accepts treatment or not, Xiao Yu Yan will definitely owe me a huge favor. It is a sure win. Serious warning to the host. This system is a good person system. It is committed to making the host a saint with all-round moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor qualities. Please do not do anything that violates the logic of the system. A serious warning from the system sounded in his mind. Shu Chen ignored it and asked, does the system have anything that can enhance human strength? After all, being too rich is not a good thing. He once heard a private bodyguard say that what you think of as business war is all about sophisticated planning, layout years in advance, and manipulation of the stock market to defeat the opponent. But that's all imagination, played out on TV. The real business war is actually just about finding a big truck to hit and kill people. This is the quickest and most economical approach, and is in line with the idea of capital pursuing profits and cost control. Shu Chen browsed around the system mall and found that although there were fighting techniques, they were just moves and skills, and could not be considered an improvement in one's own strength. Not yet. So there will be one in the future? Shu Chen asked, but the system did not answer. After dinner, Shu Chen went straight home to sleep. Early the next morning, Shu Chen was awakened by a violent knock on the door. A heavyweight middle-aged woman was standing outside the door. She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. This person was Shu Chen's landlord, Aunt Zhao. Shu Chen, pay the rent quickly. Shu Chen was startled and retorted, my rent is due in 3 months, right? Aunt Zhao waved the shovel in her hand and said, you poor bastard, stop talking nonsense to me. I want to collect the rent in advance now. Chu Chen's face darkened, knowing that the other party was here to cause trouble. Chu Chen had long known about the snobbish character of Aunt Zhao's family. But she was a distant relative of Lin Qingtong, and her son often asked Chu Chen for money in the name of Lin Qingtong. At that time, Chu Chen gave him a lot for the sake of Lin Qingtong's face. Later, when she heard that Chu Chen was going to rent a house outside, she even came to him and asked him to rent her house. The place I rent now is a small room of about 7 or 8 square meters. There is only a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. There is no water, and there is a public toilet. It is an old building from the 1990s, but the rent is 1,000 yuan a month. At that time, Chu Chen agreed for Lin Qingtong's sake, but now that he had just broken up with Lin Qingtong, Aunt Zhao immediately came to ask for the rent. It's better to ask for it in advance. Looking at her face is disgusting. Aunt Zhao, isn't this a bit against the rules? Chu Chen said in a deep voice. This is my house, and my words are the rules. If you don't have money, get out of here. You don't even know how poor you are, and you dare to pursue our Qingtong. It's disgusting. The landlady, Aunt Zhao, was holding a spatula, looking arrogant and speaking in a loud voice. Chu Chen would not even feel angry towards such a person. He would only feel pity for him, as he would live his whole life like a dog that bullies others by taking advantage of its power. Okay, I'll move out today. After saying that, Chu Chen slammed the door shut. Hey, you poor bastard, you dared to give me a hard time. Aunt Zhao was very angry, but she didn't make trouble. Chu Chen just said he was moving out, but he didn't ask for a refund. She was afraid that if she bothered Chu Chen again, he would ask for a refund. The reason why she came to cause trouble early in the morning was because she knew that her niece Lin Qingtong and Chu Chen had broken up. She went there deliberately to anger Chu Chen so that he would leave and she could earn 3 months' rent for nothing. The plan succeeded, and Aunt Zhao hummed a little tune all the way back to her home. Not long after she entered the house, her son Xiao Mingcheng came back drunk. Seeing this, Aunt Zhao was furious. She stood up and pointed at Xiao Mingcheng and cursed, "Look at what you are like every day. You just hang out with other people. Can I support you forever?" Ah! Xiao Mingcheng was not angry either. He smiled and took out a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket and opened it. A gold necklace appeared in front of Aunt Zhao. What is this?" Aunt Zhao exclaimed, "Are you robbing someone?" "Mom, what are you talking about? How could your son be that kind of person?" Zhao Mingcheng walked around behind his mother and put the necklace on her. "Some time ago, I helped young Master Zhao solve a group of workers who were causing trouble. Young Master Zhao treated me to a meal and drinks yesterday, and also gave me 200,000 yuan. When I got the money, the first person I thought of was you, Mom." Aunt Zhao finally let go of her guard and said happily, "My son is still the best." On the other side, Chu Chen had already left home. After all, he had nothing to pack, and he didn't want the worn-out clothes that had accompanied him and Lin Qingtong. Chu Chen only took away the relics left by his grandfather, including the ancient book without any words, the ID card and household registration book, etc. It was still a little early and the shops were not open yet, so Chu Chen simply bought 3 breakfasts and went to the hospital to visit Xiao Yu Yan and her daughter. If you want the other party to work for you wholeheartedly, you naturally have to be nice to them. As soon as he walked out the door, Chu Chen heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside the house. Let me go. Let me go. Stop." It was Xiao Yu Yan's voice, and Chu Chen rushed into the room. Only then did he realize that there were 7 or 8 sturdy men standing in the small ward. The leader was a bald, shirtless man with tattoos all over his arms. He looked a bit like Brother Long who drove a BMW. It was this person who grabbed Xiao Yu Yan's hand and tried to drag her away. "Who are you, kid? How dare you interfere in our eldest brother's affairs? Get out of here if you don't want to die." Before the bald man could say anything, his little brothers immediately jumped out. "Brother Chu!" Xiao Yu Yan shouted in surprise, and took advantage of the bald man's daze to break free and hide behind Chu Chen. "This group of people came to me before and they insisted that I borrow money from a loan shark, but I didn't want to. At that time, they gave me some time to think about it. But after you gave me 3 million yesterday, they came to my house and said I broke the rules of the underworld, and they forced me to let you come. I refused, so they wanted to arrest me." Chu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that this matter was related to him. Thinking of the girl's aggrieved look and her unwillingness to betray herself, Chu Chen's eyes softened when he looked at Xiao Yu Yan. The bald man reacted at this time, looked at Chu Chen and said, "Boy, it turned out that you were the one who lent her the money. Where did it come from? Don't you know that this road belongs to my 4C's Black Dragon?" 4C's Black Dragon? What the hell is that? Chu Chen was speechless for a while. I have never heard of any other way of lending money to others. Okay. Then Brother Long will tell you today that in Sihai City, lending money to critically ill patients is my business. Anyone who interferes will be crossing the line. According to the rules, if you cross the line, your hand will be chopped off. Boy, leave your hand alone today. Pujuan, do it. Let me see your strength. After saying that, bald Brother Long looked at the man who was the most burly in the group and had a scar on his face. This man was wearing a loose white t-shirt, but his huge muscles were well defined and terrifying. Just standing there, he gave people a huge sense of awe. Chu Chen felt a surge of blood from him, so this man should have life in his hands. The man named Pujuan frowned slightly as he looked at Chu Chen and Xiao Yu Yan, but did not take any action. Fuck it, young Pujuan, don't be so shameless. Brother Long was dissatisfied, threw his cigarette butt on the ground and cursed. I didn't give you 500,000 a month to sit here and do nothing, but to ask you to help me catch someone. You said you wouldn't bully weak women. Now I ask you to deal with a young boy and you refuse to do so. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Even if I had a dog, it would know to bark at the enemy. I tell you, if you don't take action today, you won't get a penny. When he heard the word money, Yang Pujuan's face darkened and he took a step towards Chu Chen. In an instant, Chu Chen felt that he was locked in a murderous aura, and cold sweat broke out on his back. This was the life's instinctive alertness to danger. Even if he purchased all the fighting skills in the system, he would still be no match for this man. Ding! It was detected that Yang Pujuan, the captain of the Black Kuei squad of the Dragon Country Special Forces, had a huge grudge against the motherland. A special task is now issued to recruit Yang Pujuan and resolve his resentment. Completing the task will earn you a mysterious reward. There is no time limit for this task. Chu Chen was stunned. It turned out that this guy named Yang Pujuan was the captain of the Dragon Country Special Forces. Then his strength must be extremely strong. As for why he appeared here? Why did he help a gangster? Considering what the system said about his deep resentment towards his motherland, Chu Chen made a rough guess and then smiled with relief. I'll give you 1 million a month to work with me. Yang Pujuan's old face, which was full of murderous aura, suddenly collapsed, revealing a confused expression. What, you don't believe it? Chu Chen asked. Yang Pujuan recovered from his shock, looked at Chu Chen and said coldly. I do need money, but I am also a principled person. I cannot accept betrayal at the last minute. Please do not insult my character. Oh, personality? Chu Chen took a step forward, looked directly into Yang Pujuan's eyes and said. Do you still have a personality? Is being a thug your personality? Or is bullying the weak for the underworld your personality? Don't you know what your personality that you stick to has brought you? It's betrayal. Chu Chen suddenly yelled. Yang Pujuan's expression collapsed, he took 2 steps back, looked at Chu Chen in disbelief and asked, Who are you? As expected, Yang Pujuan must have been betrayed during a mission, which led to his resentment towards Long Kingdom. Chu Chen smiled slightly, You don't need to care who I am. Do you still want to stick to your stupid personality now? The Black Dragon was very angry. Chu Chen actually poached him right in front of him. Did he really think that the Black Dragon of the 4 Seas was just a decoration? It was the first time he met such an arrogant young man. Although Yang Pujuan refused, if this matter got out, how could he still survive in the underworld? Ha, you little bastard, I'm going to make sure you don't leave this hospital today. Beat him up so hard that he can't take care of himself. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 or 7 younger brothers rushed towards Chu Chen in an instant. Chu Chen was calm and composed, with his hands behind his back, not showing any worry at all. Just as the fist was about to land on Chu Chen's face, a big hand grabbed Black Dragon's hand. Yang Pujuan looked back at Chu Chen and asked, 1 million a month, are you sure? There will be no problem if you can knock them down within a minute. Chu Chen replied. After getting the answer, Yang Pujuan turned around with relief and grinned at Black Dragon, 20 seconds. Yang Pujuan. You dare! Before he could finish his words, a fist landed on Heilung's nose. He flew out with blood from his nose like a kite with a broken string. Yang Pujuan's figure was so fast that only his afterimage could be seen. He shuttled among the crowd, punching them one by one, and taking care of them all cleanly and neatly. No one could be a match for him in just one move. Xu Chen's eyes lit up. This speed and strength completely exceeded the limits of ordinary people. Even some special forces did not have such powerful strength. This million was well spent. However, young Pujuan's strength was too strong, and the noise he made was too loud, which alarmed the nurse and caused her to call the police. Seeing the police coming, bald brother Long spit out blood and whispered in Xu Chen's ear, "Boy, you are good. After all these years, you are the first one in Sihai City who dares to hit me. I want you to spend the rest of your life in jail." Chapter 5: Crisis and Engagement. In the car on the way to the police station, Xu Chen kept thinking about how to escape. Although he felt that the other party should not be so arrogant as to directly frame him with a crime and put him in jail. But we must always be on guard against others. When getting off the car at the police station, Xu Chen discovered something strange. He, Young Pujuan and Xiao Yu Yan were all handcuffed, but Hei Long was not. Not only that, there was a policeman next to him who lit a cigarette for him. When two policemen escorted Xu Chen and the other two into the police station, Hei Long was actually standing aside and chatting with the policeman. Xu Chen secretly cried out inwardly, "Oh no! The thing I was most worried about has happened. You can't go in. If you go in, you'll be dead." "Did you just get back from a police call? What did these people do?" A man walked out of the police station. Wei Bing, who was standing and chatting with Hei Long, immediately left Hei Long and ran forward with a respectful look on his face when he saw him. "Director Liang, these guys are very bad." "Director Liang! I want to donate!" Xu Chen suddenly yelled. His shout interrupted Wei Bing. On the way here, Hei Long had told Wei Bing that this troublemaker seemed to be quite rich. Let him accuse him of several serious crimes, and they will extort Xu Chen's property together. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Xu Chen. Wei Bing looked at Xu Chen and sneered, "Donation? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. Our police station doesn't want your dirty money. I'll donate 100 million. Ah? Everyone present was stunned and their jaw dropped. Director Liang looked at Xu Chen in disbelief and said, "Young man, how much do you want to donate?" 100 million. The police officers in Sihai City patrol and work every day. They are really hard working. As a citizen, I want to donate a little of my love. Director Liang, please give me a bank account number and I will donate the money immediately. Xu Chen knew that no one would believe him now. They would only believe it when the money arrived. Director Liang gave Xu Chen a police account, and Xu Chen immediately transferred 100 million yuan to it. The moment he received the bank's text message, Director Liang smiled and said, "Oh, it's my blessing to have a citizen like you in Sihai City. By the way, what's your name?" "Xu Chen." Director Liang turned around and looked at Wei Bing. What mistake did Xu Chen make? This. The Wei soldiers were in trouble. Judging from Director Liang's intention, he was obviously trying to make a big deal out of a small matter, but he had just accepted Hei Long's money. What? You dared to arrest Mr. Chu without even knowing what crime he committed? Director Liang was no fool. His original plan was to let Xu Chen go since the crime he committed was not serious. You have to know that behind every billionaire there is an intricate network of relationships. If you get him involved, you might be made difficult by your boss tomorrow. But Wei Bing's expression clearly showed that there was something fishy going on. These guys are getting bolder and bolder. Now they even dare to deal with billionaires. In a while, they just send me, the director, away? Thinking of this, Director Liang became even angrier. He yelled at Wei Bing, "I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" At this time, Xu Chen said coldly, "Director Liang, I have committed the crime of being a good person. I was arrested for lending money to someone for medical treatment." That's right. Chief Liang. Xu Chen is a good man. He just lent me 3 million. That bald gangster Guang came to our door and said that we had to borrow money from him, otherwise it would be against the rules. We resisted and fought, and then the police came and handcuffed us, but the bald guy was not hurt at all. Yes, Director Liang. That bald guy is a gangster who specializes in forcing the families of seriously ill patients to take out loans. I worked under him for a while, and I can testify to that. The testimonies of Xiao Yu Yan and Yang Pujuan caused Hei Long and Wei Bing's expressions to change drastically. You are talking nonsense. You are the loan sharks. Yes, Chief. These guys are loan sharks. They donated to the police station to frame us. Otherwise, who would donate to the police station for no reason? Chu Chen secretly thought that this was not good. He currently had no reasonable explanation for the source of his funds, so it was possible that Wei Bing's nonsense might actually work. The key lies in what Director Liang thinks. Just then, an elegant, latest model Bentley Flying Spur stopped at the door of the police station. A man in a suit got out of the back seat, walked up to Director Liang, and whispered something in his ear. Chu Chen saw Director Liang's expression suddenly change, and he jumped up and kicked the Wei soldier away. "You bastard, does Mr. Chu look like a bad guy for donating 100 million people? Idiot, you don't use your brain at all. Take him away, and that bald guy, don't run away." More than a dozen policemen came forward, handcuffed Wei Bing and He Long and took them away. Wei Bing wanted to explain, but a piece of cloth was stuffed into his mouth. After doing all this, Director Liang stepped forward and took Chu Chen's hand, extremely enthusiastically. "Oh, the flood washed away the Dragon King temple. It was a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Chu. It's okay, just explain the misunderstanding." Chu Chen was not blind and knew that Director Liang's sudden change in attitude was because of the man with a briefcase behind him. Mr. Chu is really generous. I won't say more. Our police station rarely accepts donations. I will return the 100 million to you later. No need, Director Liang, use the 100 million to buy water for the brothers in the police station. It's not easy in this hot summer. Chu Chen's eyes were serious. He really wanted to donate money. He hoped that the other party would be more cautious when encountering such a thing in the future. Even if you can't get rid of the crime directly, it's good to buy some time. This 100 million will not be a loss. Director Liang nodded. Okay, I will thank Mr. Chu on behalf of all the brothers in the police station. The misunderstanding has been explained. You can leave at any time, but your two friends will need to stay and take statements. Of course. Chu Chen replied. He transferred 1 million to Yang Pejuan and told him to protect Xiao Yu Yan's daughter. Then he looked at the man with the briefcase. Before Chu Chen could speak, the man raised his hand and pointed at the white Bentley car on the side of the road and said, "The answer you want is there." Chu Chen walked forward, lowered the passenger window, and the scene inside the car came into view. The customized apricot leather seat wrapped around the woman's petite body. Her hair was tied up high, and her fair neck exuded an alluring fragrance. The aqua blue cardigan highlights her beautiful figure, and the amber sunglasses form a sharp contrast with her skin as white as jade. Her meticulous expression revealed an elegant and aloof emanation from her bones, like a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains. If she took a step forward, she would be so chilling that people would be afraid to approach her. This woman was the one Chu Chen spent a night with in the bar after they broke up the day before yesterday. After Chu Chen got in the car, the woman's slender green little finger moved the gear lever, and the elegant Bentley sedan drove out. She drove Chu Chen to a high-end cafe and found a seat by the window. The cafe had just opened and there were not many people there. After the coffee came, neither of them drank it or spoke. After a moment of silence, the woman took out a document from her bag and handed it to Chu Chen. She opened her red lips and said calmly, "If there is no problem, just sign it." Chu Chen lowered his head and took a look. It was a marriage agreement. It was also at this moment that he realized that the beautiful and unusual girl in front of him was called Yuan Shui. Where have I heard this name? The content of the agreement is that Chu Chen needs to cooperate with Yuan Shui to play the role of husband and wife for a period of 3 years. After the expiration, Chu Chen will receive 300 million yuan. A large number of relevant treaties were also listed, such as not interfering in each other's private lives and not fulfilling marital responsibilities. But there is no prohibition on Chu Chen to disclose the relationship between them. Isn't this a bit unconventional? Why me? Chu Chen put down the document and asked, "It can't be because I took your virginity, right? What first time?" Yuan Shui suddenly glared at Chu Chen, and her cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. But she soon calmed down and said coldly, "Why can't it be you?" Okay. Chu Chen was speechless, and then said, "But this seems a bit unfair. You have investigated me and know everything about me, but I still don't know who you are." Yuan Shui took off her sunglasses, raised her eyebrows slightly, and stared at Chu Chen with a pair of eyes as pure as stars for a long time. She was almost embarrassed to see Chu Chen. "Ahem, Miss Yuan, I know I'm handsome and our relationship is indeed extraordinary, but I'm still single. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to see it this way?" This woman was so cold that Chu Chen couldn't help but want to make a joke to tease her. Unexpectedly, Yuan Shui showed no expression and just calmly replied, Yuan Shui, chairman of Sihai Minyaguakong. Puff. Chu Chen almost couldn't help but spit out the coffee in his mouth. He looked at Yuan Shui in shock and asked, Are you the only daughter of the Yuan family? Yuan Shui frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with the title, but she still nodded to show her acknowledgement. At this time, Chu Chen finally remembered where he had heard the name Yuan Shui. Yuan Shui is ranked first on the list of campus beauties at Sihai University, although she has already left the school. But she amazed everyone, so much so that later students believed that no one except Yuan Shui was qualified to sit at the top of the school beauty list. Before, Chu Chen was fascinated by Lin Xingtong and never cared about Yuan Shui's affairs. He just heard other classmates talk about it occasionally. Yuan Shui's identity and background are even more terrifying. It is said that they were from a big family in Dragon Kingdom, and were demoted because of some mistakes. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. It is said that the Yuan family has a very good relationship with the government, the military and some mysterious departments. Even the 3 local families in Sihai City dare not provoke them. No one knows when the Yuan family will soar again. Yuan Shui is the only direct descendant of the Yuan family. When she entered Sihai University, a foreign relative of the Li family, who did not know her background, harassed her. When the Li family found out about this later, they simply sank the relative into the sea to apologize to the Yuan family. This shows how prestigious the Yuan family is in Sihai City. Chu Chen was a little confused. He actually slept with Yuan's only child, but the other party was not angry and instead wanted to marry him? He is not a fool and knows his own weight. Pie may fall from the sky, but the pie must be filled with bricks, the kind that can kill people. There is big trouble behind this contract marriage. Ding! It is detected that Yuan Shui will be in danger of a bloody disaster in the near future. For the sake of love and peace in the world, the mission to save Yuan Shui is forcibly started. There is no reward for success. The reward for failure is imprisonment without a wife. Ha! You can still play like this? Chu Chen was confused. The system awakened yesterday. In the evening, he specially found a few system novels on the internet to study them and had a general understanding of the nature of the system. I've never heard of a mission being forced to start. Not only is there no reward, but failure also results in a prison sentence without a wife? Isn't it too miserable? However, this just happens to meet Chu Chen's needs at the moment. He urgently needs a suitable force to serve as his background, and the mysterious Yuan family is just the right fit. Although there are risks, it's worth the gamble. However, there are still some things that need to be confirmed. Chu Chen put down the contract, crossed his hands on the table, looked at the beauty opposite him and asked, Ms. Yuan, apart from the first time, the biggest reason why you chose me is because I am an honest person, right? Oh. Don't deny it yet. Let me finish. You have investigated me and you should know that my personality is easy to be controlled by others. That's why you chose me. You want to use me to help you solve some problems at home or to block the wind or something. Am I right? Yuan Shui frowned slightly, her green fingers stroked the rim of the cup, and finally nodded, That's right. I'm a businessman, and I won't do anything that has no benefit to me. Alas, Chu Chen shook his head and sighed, a sad look on his face. I thought Miss Yuan was a conservative person, and she thought that since she had given her body to me, she should be mine too. But I didn't expect that the reason for choosing me in the end was still because of vested interests. It turns out that good people deserve to be pointed at with guns. Yuan Shui stopped rubbing the coffee cup with her slender fingers and looked at Chu Chen, unable to help but feeling a little puzzled. Is there something wrong with my research? Why do I always feel that this guy is different from the honest man described in the information? At this time, Chu Chen spread his hands and said helplessly, Okay, I agree. There is no other way. Honest people are cheap and always like to be kind, so even if they are pointed at with a gun, they deserve it. Yuan Shui finally couldn't help but complain, This is a deal, I also have to pay, okay? Ha? Chu Chen looked up and asked with a wry smile, That night? That's not fair, Ms. Yuan. It's your first time, and it's my first time too. We are equal. Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? Doesn't the contract say 300 million? Yuan Shui spat and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. It would have been fine if Chu Chen didn't mention it. Once he mentioned it, her mind couldn't help but emerge with her crazy demands that night. She felt like a completely different person. It's crazy and so shameful. Xu Chen sat up straight and leaned back on the sofa, and asked. If it's a problem that can be solved with 300 million, why doesn't Miss Yuan just spend 300 million or 3 billion to solve it directly? Yuan Shui was silent. Xu Chen knew that he had guessed correctly. There was a great risk in signing this contract. At least it was not a risk that could be paid for with money. After a long silence, Yuan Shui said directly, after saying so much, do you want to back down? It doesn't matter if you refuse. I am a businessman and I will not blame anyone for the transaction. Who said I would refuse? Xu Chen picked up the pen and quickly signed his name. I just said it, good people deserve to be pointed at with guns, because good people are cheapskates. I am a cheapskate, so I am willing. Yuan Shui's mouth turned into an O shape, and she looked at Xu Chen with some disbelief. He asked so many questions just now. Based on her businessman's intuition, she knew that the other party just wanted to raise the price. If you don't want to sign, just refuse directly. Asking so many risks is just to raise the price. She simply provoked Xu Chen, but she didn't expect Xu Chen to sign it directly. Yuan Shui was a little confused by this abnormal situation and didn't understand what was going on. Seeing this, Xu Chen put his hands on the table, stared at Yuan Shui and said teasingly, why, my wife regrets it so soon. This shout reminded Yuan Shui of the madness of that night. Her face turned red and she glared at Xu Chen with her beautiful eyes. Shut up, who is your wife? I thought you were an honest man, so I chose you, but I didn't expect you to be as talkative as other men. What's wrong with being a liar? Xu Chen didn't care. He picked up the contract and pointed at the terms on it. This is your decision. You can't interfere with each other's private life. You have to fully cooperate with you to play the role of husband and wife outside. Since you are husband and wife, what's wrong with the husband calling you wife and flirting with her? Or do you want to regret it? Regret? Yuan Shui frowned and quickly calmed down, facing Xu Chen and said coldly. I never regret what I decide to do. Since you agree, go and register tomorrow. No need for tomorrow, let's do it today. Xu Chen raised his hand and waved to the waiter in the distance. It just so happens that my household registration booklet is with me. Yuan Shui was silent for a while, took out her cell phone and made a call, asking the other party to send her household registration book to the Civil Affairs Bureau, and then drove Xu Chen to the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as they got off the car, an old man in a tuxedo and white gloves appeared in front of them. The old man looked quite old, with a beard as white as his hair, but his posture was more upright than the young men seen everywhere on the street, and it seemed that the ruthless years had only affected his beard and hair. Miss, this is what you want. The old man handed over a file bag and glanced at Xu Chen beside him. Xu Chen could feel the cold indifference in the other person's eyes. Uncle Xia, please wait for us here. Yuan Shui took the file bag, hesitated for a moment, and then took Xu Chen's arm and walked into the Civil Affairs Bureau with him to register for marriage. As soon as they walked into the hall, their good looks instantly attracted everyone's attention. Since the breakup, Xu Chen has changed drastically. He is now handsome but also a little bit evil, with sharp eyes like a knife. Girls who look into his eyes will feel their heartbeat speed up uncontrollably. Yuan Shui's beauty is the kind that does not arouse jealousy. All words of praise and jealousy will be purified the moment one sees her, leaving only a pure appreciation and yearning for beauty. After the staff verified the information of the two people, they quickly completed all the formalities, handed them 2 marriage certificates with stamps, and gave their sincere blessings. Congratulations, both of you. I promise that you two are the most suitable couple I have ever seen. I believe that you two will be together forever. Yuan Shui kept holding Xu Chen's arm, and his arm would rub against her chest from time to time, making her pretty face feel a little hot. Hearing what the staff said, Yuan Shui blushed immediately. After saying thank you, she pulled Xu Chen and quickly left the Civil Affairs Bureau. As soon as she went out, the hot air of late summer brought Yuan Shui back to reality, but her mind was still a little dazed. This all seemed like a dream. How could I get married so easily? It's incredible that the process of marrying someone you don't even know is so simple. But the slight weight of the marriage certificate in my hand is reality. I'm really married. Thinking of this, Yuan Shui naturally turned her head to look at Xu Chen, and found that he was also staring at the marriage certificate in his hand in a daze. Is he also sighing? I wonder what he thinks of me, his wife who came out of nowhere. Although she knew that her marriage was fake and a contract, Yuan Shui couldn't help but think so. Noticing Yuan Shui's gaze, Chu Chen turned his head to look at her and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Yuan Shui shook her head, let go of Chu Chen, and put the marriage certificate into her bag. "Since we're married, it's a bit unreasonable not to live together. But I have a meeting waiting for me in my company, and Uncle Xiao will take you back later." After saying that, Yuan Shui nodded to the old man in a suit not far away and said, "Uncle Xia, thank you for your help." The old man bent down and said sincerely, "Miss, you are too polite." "Hey, wife. You haven't told me what I'm going to do yet." Chu Chen stopped Yuan Shui, who was about to leave. "Oh, really, how could I forget?" Yuan Shui kept tapping her forehead with her fair palms. Her face showed regret. She felt very ashamed of her mistake. Her little mouth was slightly raised, and she looked very cute. Chu Chen was almost stunned. He didn't expect that his wife's cold and arrogant appearance could have such a lovely scene. Yuan Shui took small steps back to Chu Chen, took out a bank card from her bag and handed it to Chu Chen. "There are 1 billion in it. This is your activity fund. The task is simple. Play the role of a playboy. Even I hate you, but I dare not treat you as a playboy." "What? Dandy?" Chu Chen was confused. Yuan Shui added, "You used to live a very frugal life, so you may not know much about this aspect. He is the kind of rich man who is wealthy, arrogant, never bargains when buying things, and has a lot of women around him. If you really don't know what's going on, just go online and read 2 stupid novels and you'll understand. The company has a meeting, so I'm leaving now. You can figure it out on your own." After saying that, she drove away, leaving behind a confused Chu Chen and Uncle Xia, who was wearing a suit and gloves under the scorching sun. Chapter 6: Buying a House. Chu Chen was really confused. Why were there people sending money everywhere after he broke up? First, a system appeared and gave me more money than I could spend in a lifetime. Now, a wife suddenly appeared and hired me for 3 years with a salary of 300 million and also gave me 1 billion for activities? Could it be that good people really get good rewards? It was just that the time had not come yet. No. This has nothing to do with being a good person. The system appears when it detects one's resentment. How could a good person have resentment? If he was still the good guy he was before, he would never have slept with Yuan Shui, let alone agreed to marry her. The relationship between me and Yuan Shui was just a transaction, and it couldn't be considered a change of fortune. After figuring everything out, Chu Chen was in a good mood. He walked up to Uncle Xia and said, "Uncle Xia, tell me your home address and I'll go back at night. Now that I have money, I have to go out and have some fun." In fact, Chu Chen said this on purpose. He could see that Uncle Xia was very loyal to Yuan Shui, and he wanted to test Uncle Xia's reaction. But the result was unexpected. Uncle Xia was very calm. He wrote an address to Chu Chen, left his phone number, and bowed slightly to Chu Chen, really treating him as his master. "Okay, son-in-law." Uncle Xia left afterwards. What a weirdo. Isn't it hot wearing this in the summer? Chu Chen muttered to himself as he looked at Uncle Xia. Now that Chu Chen has the background, he can spend money to create momentum with confidence. Chu Chen thought that since he had no power, it would be difficult to attract others' attention and make them loyal to him. The method to quickly gather power was actually very simple. Just throwing money. That is the character that Yuan Shui created for Chu Chen, a super rich second generation, a playboy. As long as Chu Chen appears to be generous and spends money lavishly, many people who want to make money will naturally come to him. Although these people have bad intentions, the key issue is that Chu Chen can get to know people from all walks of life in the process of pretending to be cheated, and then slowly infiltrate and gather connections. It sounds silly, but some people have actually done it successfully. Isn't this what Principal Wang, the son of a real estate tycoon, did? To outsiders, he is just a brainless rich second generation who is uneducated and only knows how to spend money to pick up girls. However, he has used this most direct way to infiltrate a large number of industries and gathered countless talents around him. Behind a beauty or a star are talents from countless industries and extremely powerful influence. It is indeed troublesome to deal with a technical talent, but isn't it much easier to deal with their goddess? Just spend a lot of money. To pretend to be a rich man, you naturally need luxury cars and luxury houses. Now that you have the luxury cars, you still need luxury houses. Chu Chen took out his cell phone and checked for luxury houses, and discovered that there was a group of villas in Qinglan Mountain not far behind the Civil Affairs Bureau. As it was not far away and it was too troublesome to rush to the hospital to get a car, Chu-chen simply walked there. Anyway, it's not far away, and I can also take a look at Sihai City on the way. This city is where I have lived for 2 years but am not very familiar with. Just as he arrived at the villa complex sales office and before he entered, Chu-chen's phone suddenly rang. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Chu, congratulations on being accepted by our company. You can come to work on the 1st of next month. Admitted? Chu-chen then remembered that he had attended an interview yesterday, but did he still have to go to work now? I'm so sorry, I found a suitable job, bye. After hanging up the phone, Chu-chen walked into the sales hall. As expected, it was the sales office of a villa complex. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious, like an imperial palace. All the saleswomen are beautiful women, each of them is as pretty as a flower, with a charming figure, wearing a small suit, black stockings, and high heels, which makes people's appetite grow at first sight. But after Chu-chen walked into the sales office and walked around for a long time, no one came forward to greet him. The salesmen didn't even look at him. They sat on the sofa, looking at their phones and chatting with each other, as if Chu-chen didn't exist. Chu-chen stood alone for a while. A girl in her early 20s came out from the corridor and looked at Chu-chen in a daze for a while. She looked at her colleagues sitting on the sofa again, and after confirming that they did nothing, she quietly walked up to Chu-chen and asked softly. Hello sir, I am Shui Shanshan, a sales consultant. How can I help you? Chu-chen glanced at Shui Shanshan. Although she was young, she was quite polite. At least she was much more sensible than those pretty girls sitting on the sofa. There was no contempt in her eyes towards him. I can't see anything on this sand table. I want to go to the site to see the house. Chu-chen said. This. Shui Shanshan suddenly looked a little embarrassed. She had been working here for almost 2 months. Naturally, he knew why his colleagues ignored Chu-chen, because this was not an ordinary real estate project where each house cost millions. Even an old man wearing cloth shoes and a white shirt could afford it. This is a villa complex. It is also the best villa complex in Sihai City. The cheapest villa starts at 40 million. The boss who can afford this villa must be fat and greasy. These sales consultants have been selling houses for many years and have developed a keen eye. They can tell at a glance that Chu-chen has no money, so naturally they are unwilling to waste their time with him. Shui Shanshan also learned some experience, but her previous clients were basically snatched away by other colleagues as soon as they came to the door. Sometimes she was even threatened by other colleagues, who said that she was too young and did not know how to serve clients, and that the company would lose an order. Today, she finally received a client. Although the other party did not look like a rich man, Shui Shanshan thought about it and nodded in agreement. She took the key and took Chu-chen to see the house. Her idea was that even if Chu-chen didn't buy, he could still improve his communication skills with customers. Seeing that Shui Shanshan really took the key and left, colleagues in the sales hall started to mock her. As expected, the younger you are, the dumber you are. That guy is obviously a loser, and he even bought a villa. Shui Shanshan really doesn't think before she does anything. That's right. So what if she's pretty? If she doesn't know how to use her body, she's just an idiot. I think she's been bewitched by that young man. Xiao Mei is such a disgusting person. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think this guy is poor and is deliberately coming here to flirt with us? It's a pity that we old ladies don't like young grass. After saying this, everyone burst into laughter. Chu-chen followed Shui Shanshan around the villa area for a long time, but still couldn't choose a suitable house. The main reason was that the villas that Shui Shanshan took Chu-chen to see were all located at the foot of the mountain, with poor lighting, design, and decoration style. Chu-chen was also a little impatient, so he simply asked, is there a place with a larger area and better lighting, preferably on the top of a mountain? Of course there is, but... Shui Shanshan thought that there was indeed a villa on the top of the mountain, but the price was too scary. Her colleagues had received several top businessmen in Sihai City but were all scared away by the price. Now Chu-chen asked to take a look, so she was naturally a little hesitant. But she has been accompanying Chu-chen for such a long time and has satisfied Chu-chen in every aspect. Wouldn't it be bad to refuse him now? But what? Chu-chen didn't know what Shui Shanshan was mumbling in her heart, so he asked directly. Forget it, it's nothing, Mr. Chu, get in the car and follow me. Chu-chen followed and got on the house viewing car, and Shui Shanshan drove him to the top of the mountain. Sihai City is a coastal city with a plain terrain and few hills. Xinglan Mountain is one of the few hills in Sihai City. It is not high and the terrain is very flat, which makes it particularly suitable for the development of villa projects. It is said that the land here was auctioned at a sky-high price of tens of billions. The higher you go, the more elegant the villas are and the more beautiful the garden designs are. When you get close to the top of the mountain, there are no more houses around and the entire top of the mountain has been turned into a garden. The house viewing car drove for a few more minutes, and a magnificent building that looked like a castle appeared in front of Chu Chen. Various artistic stone sculptures were piled on both sides of the road leading to the castle, revealing a sense of nobility and luxury everywhere. However, as soon as Chu Chen entered the door, an inappropriate voice sounded beside him. "Shui Shanshan, what are you doing here?" The cleaning lady in a mud-gray uniform looked at Shui Shanshan and Chu Chen with an unfriendly expression, as if the two were thieves who had broken into her house. Chu Chen felt a little disgusted when he saw her for the first time. It was not for any other reason but that she was obviously a cleaner, but she had very heavy makeup on her face and very bright lipstick. She did not look like a proper cleaner. Chapter 7: Arrogant Cleaning. Shui Shanshan quickly explained, "Sister Zhang, I'm bringing this Mr. Chu to see the house." "What house are you looking at? Can he afford this house?" "Xiao Shui, I know you haven't sold a villa in 2 months, and I'm worried, but you can't accept everyone. It would be fine if you went somewhere else, but don't you know where this place is? Not to mention a young boy like him, even those big bosses who drive Rolls Royces don't dare to take a look at this house." Cleaning lady Zhang Xiu didn't even look at Chu Chen and directly asserted that Chu Chen couldn't afford it. Chu Chen was amused by this. He grinned and asked, "Why, is your villa haunted? No one dares to come and see it?" "You." Zhang Xiu was choked and couldn't speak. He pointed at Chu Chen and said, "Get out of here, kid. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Is this a house you can look at? Auntie, I want to ask, have you ever peed on yourself? Otherwise, how can you be qualified to clean the house here? I really don't know who gave you the courage. You are just a cleaning lady. What qualifications do you have to stop me from viewing a house?" He even lectured the sales consultant. "You don't think that just because you clean this house every day, it belongs to you, do you? You are really a good dog guarding the house." "You? What do you mean by you?" Zhang Xiu had just opened his mouth when Chu Chen suddenly stepped forward and roared, "You are just a small cleaner. Cleaning is your responsibility. Who to show the house to is the salesperson's business. It's none of your business." After saying that, Chu Chen looked at Shui Shanshan and said, "Let's go, Miss Shui, show me this house." "Oh. Okay, this way please, Mr. Chu." Shui Shanshan took a while to react and led Chu Chen into the magnificent castle. She introduced it to him, and on the way, she couldn't help but peek at Chu Chen's young and handsome face several times. She has been working here for more than 2 months and is often bullied by her colleagues. No one is willing to stand up and help her, so she can only endure it silently, especially the cleaning staff in the villa, who often point fingers at Shui Shanshan. They said that the clients she brought did not buy the house and made a mess of the house, so they had to clean and tidy up the villa every day, and even forced Shui Shanshan to clean for them. Shui Shanshan wanted to cry several times, but she held it back. But Chu Chen's counterattack just now made Shui Shanshan feel somewhat favorable towards this young and handsome man. After the two men left, Zhang Xiu finally realized that he had been scolded by that brat, and a surge of anger suddenly rose in his heart. Chu Chen touched upon Zhang Xiu's pain point. As a cleaner, Zhang Xiu's monthly salary was only 2,000 yuan. But Zhang Xiu was considered a beauty when she was young. How could she be willing to live such an ordinary life? Zhang Xiu took on the cleaning work of the entire garden and villa by herself, and dressed herself up gorgeously. Wasn't it just to hook up with a wealthy man who came to see the house? Even though I am a bit old, I am still old, the food tastes good and I know how to serve people. Therefore, Zhang Xiu has always put herself in the position of the mistress of the house, which led to her inflated mentality. They often point fingers at the new sales staff, and even get angry at them, and they dare not say anything. But now she is being scolded by someone pointing at her nose? Zhang Xiu couldn't swallow this breath anyway, so he walked into the room angrily with a broom in his hand, and shouted at Chu Chen, who was about to sit down. "You are not allowed to sit on it. The big boss has a rule that non-house buyers cannot sit on the sofa. This is a genuine leather sofa imported from abroad. Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? If I break it, it only means that your sofa is fake." Chu Chen felt disdain for Zhang Xiu's words, but he did not sit down because he did not want to argue with this woman, as that would make him look stupid. He walked to the wine cabinet nearby and reached out to touch the strangely shaped wine glasses on the table. At this time, Zhang Xiao jumped out again and yelled, "Don't touch it. This is the work of a famous artist from Hozil. Can you afford to pay for it if it gets dirty?" Chu Chen frowned slightly, a little annoyed by the woman's pestering, but he still didn't say anything and turned around to look somewhere else. But Zhang Xiao refused to let Chu Chen do what he wanted. He ran to Chu Chen and stopped him. He held his head high and said proudly, "You can't leave. Each floor tile in this room costs tens of thousands of yuan. If you step on it and make it dirty, can you afford to pay for it?" Chu Chen's face darkened. He grabbed the strangely shaped wine glass and took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. He turned around, walked to the sofa, sat down, poured himself some red wine, and started drinking it comfortably. This scene made Zhang Xiao and Shui Shanshan dumbfounded. Before they could speak, Chu Chen turned to Shui Shanshan and said, "Miss Shui, go prepare the purchase contract. I'll buy this house." "Ah?" Shui Shanshan was stunned, looking at Chu Chen in disbelief and asked, "Mr. Chu, what did you say? I don't think I heard it clearly." It's no wonder that Shui Shanshan couldn't believe it. It was really because Chu Chen's performance was too shocking. It seemed like he was angered by Zhang Xiao's behavior and said those words in anger. "I said I bought this house, go and prepare the contract." Chu Chen was indeed a little annoyed by Zhang Xiao's behavior, but he definitely didn't buy the house because he was angry. In fact, when Chu Chen just got on the sightseeing bus, he had already made up his mind to buy this house. The reason is simple. The villa complex in Qinglan Mountain seems to be built according to class. The higher you go, the more luxurious and extravagant it becomes. There is only one villa at the top that occupies the entire mountain. Buying this place is actually more of a symbol of status. Chu Chen is not short of money at all. What he lacks now is the identity of a rich man. This house perfectly meets Chu Chen's needs, and the architectural style and decoration of this villa are also very much in line with Chu Chen's preferences. The building area is close to 3,000 square meters, with a total of 4 floors including the basement. It has everything from a video room, a library, a nanny's house, and a special dog house. The entire hilltop garden outside is given away for free, and the entire villa probably covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. It is really a great deal. The scenery of this villa is unique in the city. Located on the top of the mountain, there is a swimming pool on the south side facing the sea. There is a small garden on the north side. Sitting in the garden and drinking tea, you can overlook the entire Sihai city, giving you a feeling of looking over the mountains and rivers at a glance. To the east is a winding mountain road. People go to work at sunrise and get off work at sunset. The going back and forth is accompanied by the rising and falling of the sun, which is very poetic. Ha ha ha. You buy it? Do you know how much this villa costs? Buy it, it really makes me laugh to death. Zhang Xiao laughed so hard that he fell backwards, very rampant. I don't know, so what? Chu Chen looked at Zhang Xiao as if he were an idiot. Shui Shanshan took 2 steps forward and whispered in Chu Chen's ear with some apology. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't explain clearly to you that the price of this villa is 3 billion. You don't have to do this. I'll talk to the manager later. You just need to pay for the wine." 3 billion? Chu Chen's hand holding the goblet paused. Seeing this, Shui Shanshan thought Chu Chen was frightened, which was natural. In fact, she was shocked when she heard about the housing prices here. Not to mention Sihai City, even in Longwood there are few houses this expensive. She actually didn't understand why the bosses priced the house so high, even to an outrageous degree. Putting aside the question of whether one can afford it or not, no one would spend 3 billion to buy a house to live in. After all, rich people are not fools and they know how to make choices. Wouldn't it be nice to use the 3 billion to invest and make more money? Just as Shui Shanshan was secretly blaming herself for bringing Chu Chen to see such an expensive house, Chu Chen suddenly said, "Okay, I get it. 3 billion, I'll buy it. Go prepare the contract." "What?" they both exclaimed at the same time. Shui Shanshan quickly reminded him, "Mr. Chu, please listen carefully. What I just said was 3 billion, not 300 million, let alone 30 million. I'm not deaf, of course I heard it clearly. Go and prepare the contract quickly. I have to go eat after signing the contract." "No, why would you care about eating?" Shui Shanshan felt a little overwhelmed. This was 3 billion yuan. Even the big bosses of listed companies would not have the time to care about eating when faced with a 3 billion transaction, right? "Why are you looking at me? Go prepare the contract." Shu Chen gave Shui Shanshan a blank look, and she came to her senses and left the villa to prepare the contract. When the manager heard that someone wanted to buy Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain, he was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. After repeatedly confirming that someone really wanted to buy it, he directly called the boss of the developer. The amount was too large, and the villa was somewhat special, so he didn't dare to make the decision on his own. Chapter 8: 3 billion to buy a house. On the top floor of a skyscraper on the central street of Sihai City, Qin Jianwei fell into silence after answering the phone. He is the head of the Qin family, one of the 3 major families in Sihai City. "What's wrong, Dad?" Qin Jianwei's daughter, Qin Yuya, asked. Qin Jianwei recovered and said to his graceful daughter, "The Qinglan Mountain sales manager called and said someone wants to buy Villa number 1. Villa number 1. Even Qin Yuya, who had been in the business world for a long time, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "But didn't you deliberately price that villa at 3 billion to improve the quality of our Qin family's real estate?" "Yes." Qin Jianwei nodded. "The real estate market in Sihai City has reached saturation. If our family wants to develop further, we must go beyond Sihai City and face the whole country. But as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. There are great risks in rashly expanding business into other provinces, as it is easy to be targeted, and as the country's control over real estate groups becomes increasingly strict. Ordinary commercial housing doesn't have much profit anymore, so I want to focus on high-end villas. This way, I won't have any disputes with other real estate companies and I can still make enough profit." Qin Yuya nodded. "That's right, but focusing on high-end products requires a certain reputation. That's why you set the price of Villa number 1 at a sky-high price of 3 billion, not to sell the house, but to enhance the reputation of our group." "But who would buy it?" 3 billion is not a lot, and there are many people in Sihai City who can afford this amount of money. But they will never use this money to buy a house that is unlikely to appreciate in value, and these people know our Qin family. If they really want to buy it, they will definitely inform you in advance, right?" Qin Jianwei sighed. "Yeah. I can't figure out who wants to buy Villa number 1. I heard it's a young man about your age, definitely not from Sihai." At this point, the father and daughter's eyes suddenly met, and they said in unison, "Someone from a big family in the capital." "Yes, it must be." Qin Jianwei slapped his thigh excitedly. "I heard that the Yuan family has been in internal turmoil recently, which has seriously affected the national level. Someone from the capital will come to mediate. I guess only the giants in Beijing would be willing to spend 3 billion to buy a house." After saying that, Qin Jianwei stood up and looked at his assistant beside him. "Xiao Su, prepare the car. Since you are from Beijing, my Qin family will naturally treat you well. Maybe this can open up the Qin family's national market." "Wait." Qin Yuya also stood up and looked at his father and said seriously, "Dad, you are the head of the Qin family after all. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. It is a bit beneath your status to personally meet the people from the capital. I'll go meet this young master from a wealthy family in the capital on your behalf." Qin Jianwei was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "Okay. You are worthy of being my daughter, Qin Jianwei. I will leave this matter to you, but there is one thing you must remember: if we cannot cooperate, do not offend me." "My daughter understands." Qin Yuya nodded slightly and left with her assistant. Shu Chen was almost getting impatient when Shui Shanshan finally led Qin Yuya in. As soon as she entered the room, Qin Yuya was stunned when she saw Shu Chen. She felt that he didn't look like someone who could come up with 10 billion. However, due to her good upbringing, she still extended her hand in a friendly manner and said, "Hello, Mr. Chu, my name is Qin Yuya." Shu Chen was stunned and answered directly, "What does your name have to do with me? Do we know each other?" As soon as these words came out, the confident expression on Qin Yuya's face suddenly collapsed. She is quite confident about her appearance. No matter where she goes, she is like a bright and beautiful flower, loved by everyone. But Shu Chen looks at her as if she is a passerby? It was like looking at a weed in a roadside flower bed. Shui Shanshan, who was standing by, almost couldn't hold back her laughter and quickly stepped forward to explain. "Mr. Chu, Miss Qin is the president of our group. The amount of money you want to buy this house is too large, so Miss Qin came here to discuss it with you in person." "Oh." Shu Chen's voice suddenly rose several degrees. He put down his wineglass, stood up and shook hands with Qin Yuya cordially, and said warmly, "It's Miss Qin. I've heard so much about you, so much about you. It is said that Miss Qin is the brightest pearl in Sihai City. As her name suggests, she dazzled my eyes as soon as she came in, so I didn't recognize her at first. Please don't be offended. Shin Yuya couldn't help but twitching her eyes twice, thinking to herself, even if my beauty blinds your eyes, it won't deafen your ears, right? I clearly gave my name right away. The look on your face just now clearly showed that you didn't know who I was? Now he has the nerve to say he has heard a lot about you. This guy is really shameless. Mr. Chu, you're welcome. Shin Yuya let go of Chu Chen's hand, took light steps, as agile as the wind, and sat down opposite Chu Chen. The plump buttocks pressed against the sofa look particularly round, and the lines of the calves wrapped in flesh-colored stockings are elegant, mysterious, and infinitely attractive. Feeling Chu Chen's gaze on her legs, Shin Yuya was not angry at all. Instead, she felt a little proud. She snorted in her heart and thought to herself that this guy had some vision. Shanshan, get me a wine glass. Shui Shanshan also brought a wine glass to Shin Yuya. She poured herself some wine, gently swirled the red wine in the glass, and asked directly, I heard that Mr. Chu wants to buy this villa? Yes. Is there any problem? Shu Chen asked back. Nothing, but Mr. Chu may not understand. The reason why this villa is priced so high is actually a hype created by our group as it wants to change its business and focus on high-end villas. Shin Yuya looked at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes, but I don't plan to sell it. After hearing this, Shui Shanshan, who was standing by, finally understood why the price of this villa was so high. It turned out to be a hype. TSK. Chu Chen clicked his tongue and cursed inwardly that this woman was so shameless. Why did she come to talk to him if she wasn't going to sell it? Wouldn't it be okay to just make a phone call and say you're not selling? He had to come all the way to see me. It was obvious that he wanted to negotiate terms. Chu Chen pretended to look regretful. Is that so? That's such a pity. I'll leave first. Thank you, Miss Chin, for coming over to tell me that it's not for sale. Having said that, Chu Chen actually stood up and walked towards the door. Shin Yuya was anxious, wondering why this man didn't play by the rules. She quickly stood up and shouted, Wait. What's wrong? Chu Chen turned around, Miss Chin, I still have to buy a house, otherwise I will have nowhere to stay tonight. Could it be that Miss Chin wants to invite me to live in your house? Bah! How can a rich second generation like you have no place to live? Shin Yuya cursed inwardly, but put on a happy expression on her face. Mr. Chu is such a joker. Let's sit down and talk. Aren't you going to sell it? Chu Chen asked back. Normally, I wouldn't sell it, but Yuya could tell at a glance that Mr. Chu was not an ordinary person. Yuya wanted to make friends with Mr. Chu. For the future of the family, Shin Yuya said, enduring the discomfort. I also feel that I am not an ordinary person. Besides, making friends with beautiful women is my favorite thing. Chu Chen turned around and sat back on the sofa again. This time, Shin Yuya didn't do anything weird. She just asked her secretary to take out the drafted contract and asked Chu Chen to sign it. Then she took out her mobile phone and started paying. Shui Shanshan, who was standing by, was shaking in her hands as she held the documents. She felt her heart surging and she wanted to rush up to Chu Chen and hug him and kiss him twice. The reason is simple. The commission Shui Shanshan can get from this transaction will be an astronomical figure that she herself dare not imagine. With this money, she could even quit her job and live the rest of her life as a wealthy woman in peace and security. The transaction was completed quickly, but Shin Yuya was still shocked when the funds arrived. Chu Chen actually paid the full amount for the house? 3 billion was paid in one lump sum. If a family member can easily come up with 3 billion in cash, how big must the family behind him be? Chapter 9, The Villain Chu Chen. Thinking of this, Shin Yuya felt that she should seize the opportunity and took the initiative to invite, Mr. Chu, can Yuya invite you to have lunch together? I'd love to be invited by a beautiful lady. Chu Chen was eager to establish a relationship with Shin Yuya, but since we're all friends, why do you have to call me so distant? Sister Yuya? Shin Yuya didn't mind. Wanner smiled and said, then I'll be generous and call you brother Chu Chen. To be honest, I really want a sister. Brother Chu Chen, you are really interesting. Is there no one to find your sister when you want to? As they talked, they walked out of the villa. Suddenly, Chu Chen stopped and turned to look at Zhang Xiu, who was standing by the bar. What's wrong, brother Chu Chen? Shin Yuya asked curiously. It's okay, Chu Chen shook his head. It's just that I'm a germaphobe and don't like women covered in dust to stay in my house. Xin Yuya then looked at Zhang Xiu, and when she saw the other person's heavily made up face, she frowned slightly, looking a little displeased. This villa has been sold. You don't need to come here to clean anymore. Leave now. Zhang Xiuru was pardoned. When Chu Chen said he wanted to buy the house, she was dismissive and thought Chu Chen was pretending. But later, Chu Chen simply stayed and sat there waiting. Zhang Xiuru felt a little disappointed. Afterwards, Xin Yuya arrived and signed a contract with Chu Chen, and Chu Chen transferred the money on the spot. Zhang Xiu's heart was completely chilled. She was terribly scared that Chu Chen would cause trouble for her. Now that she had the chance to leave, she was naturally very happy and walked out. But at this time Chu Chen suddenly said, "You can't leave." Xin Yuya looked at Chu Chen strangely, wondering what he was going to do. The floor tiles in this room cost tens of thousands of dollars each. Will you compensate me if they get dirty? Chu Chen said coldly. Hearing this, Zhang Xiu was so scared that she burst into tears. Boss, I was wrong. I looked down on you. I am a bitch. I shouldn't look down on you. Please forgive me, sir. I kowtow to you. Shui Shanshan whispered something in Xin Yuya's ear. Xin Yuya, who was about to persuade her, suddenly frowned, turned her head away, pretending not to see anything, and left it to Chu Chen to solve. I won't stop you from kowtowing, but I still say the same thing. If the powder on your face falls to the floor and dirties my home, I will ask you for compensation. Chu Chen replied coldly. Zhang Xiu, who was about to kowtow, froze and looked up at Chu Chen with shock, as if he couldn't believe that this young man was really so cruel. Chu Chen didn't care at all, and smiled evilly. I'm sorry, I'm a bad person and a mean person. If others make me angry, I will return it 100-fold, and I don't have any tolerance for others. Now, immediately, get out of my villa, but don't dirty my floor tiles, otherwise you will be sued. My lord, I. Roll. Zhang Xiu glanced at Xin Yuya and found that she had turned her head to the side. She knew that there was no hope for her to ask for help. She glanced at the distance from the door to here, which was probably several meters. She couldn't step on the floor tiles, so she couldn't leave the house at all. Zhang Xiu was so anxious that she almost cried, but Chu Chen's majesty frightened her so much that she could only jump out holding the broom in her hand, and when she landed, she used the broom to gain leverage and jumped out. But what Zhang Xiu didn't expect was that the floor was too slippery. Wasn't it a joke for a fat woman like her, who weighed about 130 or 140 pounds, to use a broom to support her weight? With a crack, the broom broke the moment it touched the ground. Zhang Xiu's huge body hit the ground with a cry, but fortunately she managed to slide out of the house. Ouch, my waist, my legs, it hurts so much. Zhang Xiu broke her leg and tears came out of her eyes due to the pain. Chu Chen stepped forward, looked down at Zhang Xiu, and said coldly, "What a ridiculous move, you did come out, but you damaged the grass in my yard, how do you settle this account?" Zhang Xiu was so grief-stricken that she wanted to die. She didn't expect this young man to be so cruel. Suddenly, Chu Chen laughed, squatted down and patted Zhang Xiu on the shoulder. "Auntie, I was just kidding you. Not really, these grasses died, so how could I ask you to pay for it? After all, I'm not a demon, right?" Zhang Xiu nodded blankly, not daring to speak. However, Chu Chen changed the subject. "The entire garden on the top of the mountain belongs to me. If I come back at night and still see you here, then maybe the devil prefers to act at night." Chu Chen's smile frightened Zhang Xiu so much that she trembled all over. Holding the broken broom in her hand, she propped herself up and hopped away, muttering, "I'll get out now, I'll get out now." Chu Chen stood up and looked at Xin Yuya, who was standing in the room in amazement, and smiled slightly. "Okay, Sister Yuya, let's go have lunch. By the way, what happened just now didn't scare you, did it? Of course, I don't intend to explain anything to you. I am indeed a bad person and a villain. Sister Yuya, please be careful. That won't happen. Rather, it's better to say that Brother Chu Chen, you were quite magnanimous in your actions. You confronted the enemy face to face. You are more courageous than most people in our circle." Xin Yuya was telling the truth. People in the wealthy circle are not generous. A generous person can never accumulate wealth. Many people seem generous and elegant on the surface, but they are actually very hostile to evil in private. Even if it is a trivial offense, these so-called noble and elegant rich people will find ways to kill you. The destruction of a family and the loss of loved ones are the least of its worries. Xin Yuya's eyes light up when Chu Chen takes revenge face to face without covering up or evading. This guy is really interesting. Even if he is not a disciple of a big family, he is worth making friends with. Chu Chen followed Qin Yuya and left. Shui Shanshan was naturally not qualified to attend such a high-end dinner. Besides, there were still many things to be handled regarding the follow-up of the house. She had to complete all the formalities and documents as soon as possible in order to get the commission. As soon as she returned to the sales office, the female salespeople sitting on the sofa started teasing Shui Shanshan again. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Shui, the consultant? Why did your client run away? What a stinky man. Our Shanshan is so beautiful after all. Even if you are just looking at the house for free, you should at least treat Shanshan to a meal, right? Eat," one of them said disdainfully. "Are you going to give her something to eat down there?" Ha 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 ha. They burst into laughter. At this moment, the sales manager suddenly ran out and went straight to Shui Shanshan, who was in front of the computer. "Oh, Shanshan, I'll do these things from now on. Boss Qin has just told me to promote you to the general manager of King Linshan sales department." "Ah. Manager, are you kidding me?" Shui Shanshan looked confused. "That's right. Manager Huang, you don't have to make such a joke just because you want to seduce Shanshan, right? That's right, this is an exaggeration. You are only a deputy manager, but you promoted her to general manager. Are you kidding me?" Not only Shui Shanshan, but other salespeople also didn't believe it. They thought it was an excuse made by Manager Huang to seduce Shui Shanshan. Upon hearing this, Manager Huang immediately looked at the female salesperson with a stern face. "Let me tell you, Shanshan sold Villa number 1 on the top of the mountain for 3 billion, and also brought a big client to the company. Boss Qin will naturally promote her. You guys who don't even look at the customers, you better wish yourselves the best." Several people's expressions froze. "Manager Huang, are you kidding us?" someone asked in disbelief. "Do I look like I'm kidding you?" Manager Huang said seriously, "Boss Qin just called me personally to give me instructions, and asked me to help Shanshan prepare the materials." Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue, and the female sales staff were stunned. That is the most luxurious and expensive villa number 1 in Sihai City. The selling price is 3 billion, and the commission alone can get 60 million. With this money, you can live a life of wealth and glory for the rest of your life. Even if there is no commission, being able to talk to a rich man of this level and establish a relationship with him, just a few hairs from him, are enough for an ordinary person to enjoy a luxurious life. But they just looked down on him just because he was dressed in ordinary clothes, and gave this opportunity to soar to the sky to the new girl Shui Shanshan? When they thought of this, the saleswomen regretted so much that they wanted to kill themselves by banging their heads against each other. Chapter 10 Confession. Shu Chen followed Qin Yuya to the Tomorrow Resort Hotel, the highest-end hotel in Sihai City. They got out of the car and walked towards the hotel side by side. Suddenly, there was a sudden sound of brakes behind me. A red Ferrari 588 stopped in front of the two of them. Before Chu Chen could speak, a young man with green hair and a metallic leather jacket, who looked like a combination of the leather-clad hero Lao Huang and a weirdo, appeared. To be honest, Chu Chen has seen motorcycles and the Zhang AI family, but this Ferrari plus the Zhang AI family is too strong, and it really makes people a little bit addicted. The young man got out of the car and pointed at Chu Chen and asked angrily, "Who are you, kid? What is your relationship with my sister?" "Your sister?" Chu Chen was stunned and turned to look at Qin Yuya. Qin Yuya held his forehead inside, with a helpless expression on his face. "I'm sorry to make you laugh, this guy is indeed my brother, Qin Zhang." Qin Zhang was originally going to attend a party with friends, but just now he saw his sister and a strange man walking side by side on the side of the road, talking and laughing. He had never seen his sister so close to any man before, so he drove in immediately to question her. After saying that, Qin Yuya stepped forward in her high heels, grabbed Qin Zhang's ear and said, "You told me you were going to a study session? So you're learning how to turn yourself into a non-mainstream person, right?" It hurts, it hurts." Qin Zhang cried out in pain, "Sister, I was wrong." "Is it okay if I am wrong? Come with me in, or I'll pull out your green hair," Qin Yuya said, dragging Qin Zhang into the hotel. Seeing this scene, Shu Chen couldn't help but sigh that it is not easy to take care of children from rich families. After a while, the hotel manager came out and welcomed Shu Chen in, saying that Qin Yuya had already arranged a private room. Shu Chen followed him into a luxuriously decorated box and sat for a while. Qin Yuya then walked in with her brother Qin Zhang. At this time, Qin Zhang's clothes and hair had returned to normal. Qin Zhang no longer had the arrogant attitude he had when they met before. Instead, he would steal glances at Chu Chun from time to time. Just now, Qin Yuya had warned Qin Zhang that Chu Chun was from a big family in Beijing and the buyer of Villa Number 1 in Qinglan Mountain. He was of high status and must not be offended. Although Qin Zhang is a little naughty at ordinary times, he can still distinguish right from wrong when it comes to major issues. But no matter how he looked at it, Chu Chun didn't look like a super rich man. Especially that tacky sportswear, which didn't have any trace of nouveau riche about it. After thinking for a long time, Qin Zhang still couldn't figure it out, so he simply asked Chu Chun directly, "Big brother, are you really a descendant of a big family from the capital?" Puff! Qin Yuya, who was drinking red wine, couldn't help but spit it out, right on Qin Zhang's face. "Sister, what are you doing?" Qin Zhang asked dissatisfiedly. "What did I do? You still dare to say that?" Qin Yuya slammed Qin Zhang on the head, then looked at Chu Chun with an apologetic look and said, "I'm sorry, I'm an ignorant little brother, please forgive me." Chu Chun was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized Qin Yuya's misunderstanding of him, smiled and shook his head and said, "It's okay, I don't care. But it doesn't feel good to be misunderstood." "Huh? What do you mean?" Qin Yuya was stunned. "I am not from a big family in the capital." Chu Chun supported his chin with his hands crossed and looked at Qin Yuya with interest. "If you don't believe me, you can check my identity. I'm from Yunnan province. I was born and raised in the countryside. I'm a simple and honest farm kid." Yunnan province? Qin Yuya was stunned. This province's GDP ranking must be among the last few in Longwa, right? How could a super rich man like Chu Chun appear? Chu Chun smiled and continued, "Yes. In fact, I was still a poor man before today. As for the 3 billion, I want to say that I won the lottery, but Yuya won't believe it, right?" It was impossible to hide his identity information in front of a big family like Qin Yuya, so Chu Chun simply told it out himself. And what he said was all true. Isn't the chance of a system awakening even if you are hit by a truck just like the chance of winning the lottery? Qin Yuya couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. What the hell, I won the lottery. There wasn't even that much money in the lottery pool, and I still won. Are you a shill sent by the National Lottery Department? It would be better to find an old man holding a winning card and shouting, "The lottery tickets are unsaleable, help us." Do you really think she is a naive girl from a greenhouse? Believe it. Of course I believe it. Qin Yuya raised her glass and smiled at Chu Chan, her expression clearly showing disbelief. Sure enough, no one would believe him when he told the truth. Chu Chan smiled helplessly. The three of them chatted intermittently afterwards, mostly talking about some interesting things in the circle. Qin Yuya didn't mention a word about the Qin family and the group. She knew that she had just met Chu Chen, and even if she wanted to cooperate, it was still too early. The three of them quickly finished a luxurious lunch. "Brother Chu Chen, I have something to do this afternoon, so I can't accompany you. If there's anywhere you want to go, I can let Qin Zheng accompany you." "Sister! Shut up!" Qin Yuya glared at his brother fiercely, and the latter had no choice but to shut up obediently. "It's okay, I don't need anyone to accompany me. I am quite familiar with Sihai City. However, my car is parked at the hospital, could you please give me a ride?" Chu Chen replied. "No problem." Qin Yuya replied with a smile, and then pushed out her younger brother Qin Zhang. After Chu Chen left, Qin Yuya's face immediately darkened. "Xiao Su, go check this Chu Chen, and don't hesitate to use all the resources of the Qin family." Chapter 11 Car Accident. On the Sihai City Ring Expressway, Qin Zhang glanced at Chu Chun from time to time, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He simply said, "Ask whatever you want to ask. You're being sneaky like this and it makes me very uncomfortable." "Hey, brother, you are really smart. I just want to ask you why you spent 3 billion to buy a house to live in? You know, I, Qin Zhang, am a well-known prodigal in Sihai City, but if I had 3 billion, I wouldn't use it to buy a house. Wouldn't it be much better to use it to pick up girls?" Qin Zhang laughed, as if he regarded Chu Chen as his own kind, and said in a very obscene tone, "You don't want to play a high-end game and seduce my sister, do you?" Chu Chen turned around and looked at Qin Zhang strangely. Is there something wrong with this guy? Why does he seem so happy when I'm dating his sister? Seeing Chu Chen's confusion, Qin Zhang explained, "Brother, you don't know, my sister is very strict with me. She is already 23 years old and has never been in a relationship. She also doesn't allow me to have a relationship. I doubt she will be able to get married if she continues like this." Both my parents thought about finding her a boyfriend, but my sister was too arrogant and said that only people of the same age who were richer than her were qualified to pursue her. But you don't know that she started managing the company for her father at the age of 18, just after she went to college, and made so much money that even my dad was surprised. Which man in Sanchue City who was the same age as my sister is not a playboy? At this age, he is at the right age to work hard on women. You think I'm richer than your sister, so you want me to seduce your sister so that you can give you freedom? Chu Chen hit the nail on the head and pointed out Qin Zhang's idea. He could only smile awkwardly and answer, "Brother, what do you think? I'm not exaggerating, whether it's figure or looks, there's no woman in Sihai City better than my sister. That ass, those breasts, tsk tsk tsk. Chu Chen finally couldn't stand it anymore and slapped her on the head, interrupting his rebellious speech. Shut up and drive your car. Qin Zhang thought Chu Chen looked down on her sister, and quickly said, "Brother, don't. Don't look at my sister as thin. In fact, she looks thin when she's dressed, but has voluptuous body when she's undressed. I guarantee that she's at least 36D. Be careful." Chu Chen exclaimed. A black Lamborghini suddenly turned over, and Qin Zhang also noticed it. The two cars were maintaining a speed of about 100 yards. A collision at this speed would definitely result in death. Qin Zhang was scared, and subconsciously slammed the steering wheel and stepped on the brakes. In the end, the Lamborghini Bull and the Ferrari 588 passed each other. The Lamborghini sped away, while the Ferrari directly crashed into the guardrail next to it. Fortunately, the airbag popped out and protected Qin Zhang and Chu Chen. At this time, the pure black Lamborghini pulled back and rolled down the window. A flashily dressed woman and a young man wearing sunglasses were sitting in the car. The young man looked at the half-destroyed front of the Ferrari 588 and whistled. "Woohoo! Young Master Qin, I've already told you not to drive a sports car like this if you can't drive. It's really embarrassing for our brothers in the Sihai Haoqing society. You might as well go home and suck your sister's milk from her skirt, and then come back to drive a sports car when you grow up." Dingjin! Qin Zhang roared, but the person on the other side rolled up the car window and drove away. Chu Chen pushed open the car door, came to the driver's seat, and said coldly, "Get out, let me do it." "Brother, you. Go down." Chu Chen interrupted Qin Zhang with a roar. When the car collided, the right door glass was broken and his forehead was scratched by the glass shards, and blood was flowing. Coupled with his angry expression at the moment, he looked hideous and terrifying, like a devil. Qin Zhang was frightened and sat obediently in the passenger seat. System, I want to purchase Racing Mastery. Deduct 1 billion yuan, Racing Mastery is loading, 10%, 30%, 70%, 100%, loading completed. As soon as Chu Chen got into the car, a lot of knowledge about various racing skills suddenly appeared in his head. In just a moment, he felt as if the car body had merged into his own body, and he drove the red Ferrari 588 to catch up. Chu Chen was really angry. These second-generation rich guys really had no sense of respecting life. Even if they had a conflict with Qin Zhang, they should not have done such a dangerous thing. He must pay a bloody lesson. On the other side, inside the Lamborghini, the woman asked with some concern, "Mr. Ding, he is the only male in the Qin family after all. Isn't it a bit too much for us to do this?" Dingjin is the young master of the Ding family and is naturally not afraid of anything happening to her, but she is just an ordinary peripheral girl. The Qin family does not dare to go against the Ding family, but can't they deal with a peripheral girl like her? However, Dingjin seemed to see through her conjecture. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the woman's neck, pressing her under him, and said with a wicked smile, "I know what you are thinking. Since this young master dares to do it, he is not afraid of causing trouble. It is not a big problem to protect you. It depends on your ability." The woman lay on Dingjin's thighs and smelled an unpleasant odor through his jeans, but she did not dare to resist. She quietly unzipped her jeans and put her little mouth close to him. "Oh, that's great!" Dingjin shouted with joy. At this time, a roar of an engine sounded. Through the rearview mirror, Dingjin saw Qin Zhang's Ferrari 588 catching up. He snorted coldly, "This coward finally behaves like a man. I will play with you today." The Lamborghini Bull suddenly accelerated and left the Ferrari 588 behind. Chu Chen also stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the gap between the two cars was quickly narrowed. The Lamborghini Bull's appearance is indeed very handsome, and it is even equipped with the most powerful V12 engine in the universe. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the ceiling of the supercar world. But Ferrari originated from racing cars, and its streamlined body power design and power utilization have reached the ceiling of the industry. Moreover, the person driving the Ferrari is Chu Chen, who has learned racing skills. No matter how familiar Dingjin is with sports cars, he cannot be compared with professional racing drivers. The Ferrari 588's torque reached its peak and its horsepower was fully unleashed, almost instantly aligning itself with the Lamborghini's body. If it weren't for the previous collision, the Ferrari would have surpassed the Bull at this moment. How is this possible? Dingjin was shocked. He knew Qin Zhang's driving skills better than anyone else. He is a coward who drives a Ferrari at 80 miles per hour. But at this moment, the speed of his Lamborghini Bull was close to 200 kilometers per hour, and the speed was still increasing, but he still couldn't get rid of the shabby Ferrari 588 next to him. He is also very familiar with these supercars. No matter how much equipment they add, the only acceleration difference they can achieve is from 0 to 100 kilometers in the early stage. The acceleration in the later stage depends on the structural design and power application of the vehicle itself. His Lamborghini was obviously no match for the Ferrari, and Dingjin didn't dare to accelerate any further. 200 km/h was already the limit of his control. Any faster, he would not be able to control the car at all. Thinking of this, Dingjin suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the front of the Lamborghini Aventador instantly crashed into the Ferrari 588. He knew Qin Zhang's character too well. Even if that coward had the guts to catch up with him and protest against him, he would never dare to gamble with his life. He was just a coward without any balls. Sure enough, the moment the Lamborghini turned, the Ferrari 588 suddenly stopped accelerating and fell behind by one parking space. This coward is really scared of death. Dingjin smiled knowingly, but at this moment he suddenly discovered through the broken window of the Ferrari that the driver was not Qin Zhang, but a man he had never seen before. The man's mouth corners were slightly raised, as if sneering. The next moment, as the body of the Ferrari 588 fell behind, the silver guardrail on the side instantly appeared in Dingjin's eyes. It turned out that in the previous chase, Chu Chen had been driving close to the guardrail in order to deliberately lure Dingjin to hit him. At a speed of 200 km/h, even if Dingjin was a top-notch racing driver, there was no hope. Realizing the danger, he could do nothing. With a loud bang, the black Lamborghini hit the guardrail and flew up, then fell to the opposite lane, rolled several times and stopped moving. At this time, the Ferrari 588 driven by Chu Chen also came to a complete stop. It was not because Chu Chen wanted to stop, but mainly because Qin Zhang's Ferrari had been scrapped, the engine was shut down, and the interior of the car was as hot as a furnace. Brother, you killed someone? Qin Zhang was so scared that he was shaking all over. Chu Chen glanced at him and said calmly, "Get out of the car and call the police." Chapter 12 Live broadcast of money spending. Soon, the police and ambulance arrived. Chu Chen went to the police station again, but this time he called Yuan Shui before going in and told her that he had been in a car accident while racing with a rich second-generation dude. Yuan Shui said she would send a lawyer to rescue him. Sure enough, eating soft rice is still very delicious. After staying inside for a while, the lawyer arrived and released Chu Chen. Qin Zhang was in the hall with an anxious look on his face. When he saw Chu Chen coming out, he immediately ran up to him and whispered to him, "Brother, you're in big trouble." In the hospital, Ding Jiqian looked at his little son lying in a coma on the bed, his face as gloomy as a thunderstorm at sea. "Doctor, how is my son?" "Mr. Ding, please rest assured that your son has 3 fractures in his arm and 3 fractures in his chest, but he is wearing a seatbelt to protect his head and other important parts. His life is not in danger, he can be discharged from the hospital after recuperation for a period of time." "But..." The doctor's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and he looked at Ding Jiqian hesitantly. "Speak." Ding Jiqiang spat out a word coldly. "I'm afraid your son won't be able to have children in the future." According to the medical staff who were on the scene, there was another woman in the car who was giving your son. "That's enough." Ding Jiqiang interrupted the doctor and said coldly, "You can go out now." The doctor then ran out of the ward as if he had been pardoned. "Busan, what did the police say?" Ding Jiqiang looked at the tall and burly bodyguard beside him. "Qin Zhang and Chu Chen are innocent. It was the young master who provoked them first. They drove the Ferrari to chase them, and the young master wanted to repeat the same trick and hit them again. However, the Ferrari's water tank burst in the last collision. Chu Chen's forceful driving caused the Ferrari's engine and motor to overload, suddenly stalling, and the vehicle decelerated uncontrollably. But the young master's car was still accelerating and hit the guardrail, causing this car accident. Ding Bu-san explained. I don't want the truth. Ding Jiqiang said coldly. The fat Ding Bu-si at the side replied, Boss, someone is protecting him. Besides the Qin family, there is also the Yuan family. Yuan family. Ding Jiqiang's expression changed drastically, as if he remembered something. He looked at Ding Jin on the bed and sighed, let's keep this a secret from my wife for now. On the other side, Xu Chen burst into laughter after listening to Qin Zhang's explanation. I'd been curious before. It's fine if these playboys touch breasts while driving, but how dare they eat chickens while driving? Aren't they afraid of losing everything? Now, someone has finally set an example. I believe that no one will drive to play PUBG anymore, lest they pollute the eyes of the highway police who are watching the surveillance cameras. No, brother, why are you still in the mood to think about this? Qin Zhang said anxiously, that's the Ding family, one of the 3 major families in Sihai City. They are not weaker than our Qin family. Okay, I get it. Now your car is wrecked, just take a taxi back by yourself. I won't send you off. Xu Chen didn't care at all. He was in the right in this incident and had the Yuan family's endorsement behind him, so he was not afraid that the Ding family would openly cause trouble for him. As long as he is not taken to the police station and tortured into confessing, Xu Chen is not worried about anything else at the moment. He took a taxi to the hospital to pick up the car and visited Xiao Yu Yan and her daughter. Xiao Yani is very protective of her son and looked at Xu Chen with great disgust. Xu Chen knew that he was bored, so he chatted with Yang Pujuan for a few words and then left the hospital. He drove to the mall and bought a few sets of clothes that fit him well and would not look discriminated against. Finally, he changed his mobile phone before going to the home address that Uncle Xiao left for him. After arriving, Xu Chen discovered that his wife also lived in a large complex of villas. The lead waterfront villa complex has always been a symbol of status for the wealthy in Sihai City before the Qinglinshan project was launched. It has been under construction for 7 or 8 years. In that era, a villa could cost as much as 40 or 50 million yuan, which shows how confident the developer is in the houses here. This place was once the gathering place for the richest people in Sihai City. Because Xu Chen was driving a Bugatti Veyron super sports car, the security guard didn't ask a single question when he entered the gate. He opened the gate with a smile on his face and let him in. Xu Chen went door to door according to the number plates and was surprised to find that Yuan Shui's home was surprisingly similar to the villa he had just bought in terms of terrain. Both were located at the highest position in the entire villa area. However, the terrain of the Chenhua waterfront project itself is not high, so the scenery overlooking is naturally not as magnificent as Xu Chen's Qinglinshan No. 1 villa. Xu Chen parked the car and walked towards the villa. Before he rang the doorbell, the gorgeous rose-colored metal door opened. Uncle Xia, the butler in a black suit and white gloves, leaned forward slightly and said with a meticulous expression, Sir, welcome home. Full of ritual. Xu Chen walked into the house and looked around. The decoration style of this villa was very low-key and simple, emphasizing everywhere that the owner of the house was a workaholic. Xu Chen sat down on the sofa, and Uncle Xia made a cup of tea for Xu Chen and brought it up. Son-in-law, it's still early for the young lady to get off work. If you are hungry, I can make something to eat first. It's okay, Uncle Xia, you go ahead and do your thing. I'm not hungry. Xu Chen smiled slightly. Uncle Xia nodded and left, busying himself with his own business. Looking at the tall old man's back, Xu Chen always felt that something was wrong with him, as if he lacked some human qualities, but he couldn't remember what Uncle Xia was missing for a while. After thinking for a while, Xu Chen had no choice but to give up. Having nothing to do at the moment, Xu Chen downloaded a relatively famous live broadcast platform, intending to follow Yuan Shui's instructions and become a playboy and a bubble anchor. As soon as Xu Chen registered his account, he saw an announcement for the entire channel. Han Bagui built an 88-story building for the anchor Wu Tu Zither girl. Xu Chen had learned before that building a building is a way for the rich to reward the anchor. The higher the number of floors, the higher the fee. The reward amount for the 88-story building has reached more than 200,000. Out of curiosity, Xu Chen also clicked into the host's live broadcast room, only to find that not only did she not dance, she didn't even show her face. She was a female pianist, and a unique one at that. Xu Chen knew that other female piano hosts either cosplayed or wore various eye-catching things like stockings, high heels, or bare feet. In this day and age, even hosts who taught driving had to dress sexy. It's as if the anchors are all possessed by Ellie, and everyone in front of the phone is Hong Shixian, who won't stop until they seduce you to say that world-famous quote. But this woman was dressed tightly, in a white shirt and jeans. Apart from her good figure, there was nothing else attractive about her. Even Pinru's wardrobe was more sexy than hers. Fuck, come on, rich guy. Keep brushing. The anchor is about to show his face. Hurry up. Come on, Mr. Hanbogwi. I just accidentally glimpsed the lineup of goddesses, and my heart is already restless. If I don't take another look, I won't be able to sleep tonight. If the silly guy upstairs keeps brushing, your goddess will end up in his bed. Shuchen finally understood that the anchor had shown her face just now, but it was unclear whether it was intentional or unintentional. Shuchen knew that their circle was very dirty. Maybe she is showing up intentionally to seduce some big guys to spend money to get her on the charts. Sure enough, after seeing the comments from the onlookers, the big boss Han Bague got excited and built the building as high as he could. You know, the higher the building goes, the higher the cost. Up to this point, it costs nearly 10,000 yuan to build a floor, but Han Bague has no intention of stopping. Han Bague built a 99-story building for the headless zither girl. Han Bague is the anchor of the headless zither girl's head covering the 110th floor. The system is constantly being refreshed. Shu Chen's eyes condensed, and suddenly he found that the avatar of the rich and stupid turtle looked familiar. He clicked on the avatar and took a closer look. He had green hair and a golden leather jacket. Isn't this that brat Qin Zhang? Shu Chen asked in surprise. Shu Chen came up with a plan and thought of a good way to show off. He directly recharged his account with 100 million yuan and started to give gifts to the anchor Wudakinu. Golden Pika built an 88-story building for the headless Qin girl. Golden Pika built a 150-story building for the headless Qin girl. What the hell? Another rich guy coming? Big Brother 666. This anchor must be laughing so hard that he can't close his legs, right? Shu Chen's entry immediately brought the atmosphere to its peak. Due to the large number of gifts given by him and Qin Zhang, the popularity of this headless Sona instantly climbed to the top of the entire platform, attracting countless viewers and anchors to watch. And Shu Chen was still sending out gifts non-stop. Golden Pika built a 300-story building for the headless Qin girl. At this time, the amount of money the two had spent had reached several million, and Shu Chen's building speed had surpassed Qin Zhang's. On the other side, Qin Zhang was shaking with anger while holding his phone. He had almost used up all the pocket money in his card. He happened to be there when the woman showed her face just now. With just one glance, he felt like his soul was sucked away. In order to take another look at her, he started giving her gifts. Originally, he was planning to stop after swiping 1 million, but who would have thought that a bastard with a golden pickup card would suddenly show up? It seemed that his account had just been registered, and this guy went against him right from the start. Looking at the bank balance of only 4 digits, Qin Zhang had to stop buying gifts no matter how reluctant he was. This time, the barrage became even more lively. Fuck, the stupid turtle boss admitted his defeat? Are you sure? This guy is a frequent visitor of Shark. He often spends money to hook up with anchors? He actually got scared. Exactly. I thought he was a rich guy before, but I didn't expect him to become a coward so quickly. How boring. I thought I could see a battle between rich guys today. Qin Zhang was young and energetic, so he could not stand this humiliation and immediately borrowed 5 million from his friends to continue his business. Han Bague built a 203-story building for the headless zither girl. Fuck. The stupid turtle boss has stood up. Come on, big brother. Go for it. The goddess is about to kneel down before you. The spectators who were watching the fun seemed to not mind the trouble and continued to encourage Qin Zhang. Chapter 13 Minotaur Chu Chen. But at this time, Chu Chen had already built the building to the 500th floor, and the amount of gifts had reached 7 million. He paused, looked at Qin Zhang who was still giving out gifts, smiled mischievously, and sent a comment. Qin Zhang, you're done. I'm going to tell your sister about you lending money to the female anchor to buy gifts. Qin Zhang, who was frantically sending gifts, was so scared when he saw this comment that he jumped up from the sofa. The other party actually knew his real name? And you know he's afraid of my sister? Who is this guy? Qin Zhang couldn't help swallowing his saliva and sent out a barrage. Who are you? The person who took you to drive for revenge this afternoon. Shu Chen replied. In an instant, Shu Chen's ferocity and hideousness emerged in Qin Zhang's mind, and he knew that he was completely doomed this time. Brother, it's you. If I had known you were into this, I wouldn't have argued with you. After knowing Chu Chen's true identity, Qin Zheng immediately gave in. But the audience was not satisfied. The show had just begun, how could it end so quickly? They shouted in dissatisfaction. Turtle God! Giving up is not your style. Stand up. Right. From my impression, Turtle God has never been afraid of anyone on the Shark platform. The opponent is just a newly registered small account. Turtle God, stand up and defeat him. Come on, Turtle God. We support you. Qin Zheng's eyes couldn't help but twitch twice, but Chu Chen was very happy watching it. It seemed that Qin Zheng gave a lot of tips to the female anchor. Get lost, you bastards. You usually trick me into paying the female anchor to dance, but today you even trick me into going against this guy. Do you want to kill me? Why would the Turtle God boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige? That's right, Turtle God, come on. I'll support you. When you win, I'll go back home and get married. Come on. I've already taken off my pants, and you're just going to let me see this? Give up. This guy is much richer than me. He just spent 3 billion cash to buy a villa today. If I compete with him for money, I will fight with my head. Qin Zheng knew that if he didn't explain clearly, this group of onlookers would not let him go, so he simply told them about Chu Chen spending billions to buy a villa. Suddenly, the entire live broadcast screen paused. There was no picture, no sound, as if it was stuck. Only the clear and melodious piano sounds and the host's hands dancing on the black and white keyboards proved the quiet passage of time. Then, the screen was full of numbers, and no one believed it. Qin Zheng continued, "Don't disbelieve me, this villa is sold by my family. You can check it yourself. It's Villa number 1, Xinglan Mountain, Sihai City." Fuck, Turtle God, are you kidding me? Yeah. What kind of loser would do something like this? At this time, a viewer who was also a wealthy person on the platform spoke up. Han Bague is right. There is a villa in Sihai City with a price tag of 3 billion. I just checked the developer's official website and it shows that the villa has been sold today. As for the credibility of what Guation said, I believe it is true. Chu Chen hid behind the scenes and watched with a smile without saying a word. He directly sent a barrage and said, "If you keep spending money to date female anchors like this, I will just spend money to snatch the female anchor you like from you. You know my ability anyway. I don't have anything but a lot of money. Oh. Big Boss 6666. Ha ha ha. Boss Han Bagui is so miserable. NTR in person. The Minotaur will win. Sorry, I'm hard. The one above is reporting my address. I'm a pure warrior lover, specializing in killing minotaurs." The audience burst into laughter. Qin Zheng felt very aggrieved, but he did not dare to resist Chu Chen, so he simply turned off his phone and stopped watching the live broadcast. Qin Zheng was tired of it, so there was naturally no need for Chu Chen to continue staying in this live broadcast room. After exiting the live broadcast room, Chu Chen started looking for new targets to give gifts to. The female anchors that Chu Chen chose to give gifts to were basically those with sweet looks, attractive figures, and who spoke very smoothly and sophisticatedly, because only such women could gather extraordinary talents around them. As he was browsing, Chu Chen suddenly found a familiar face, Xiao Yu Yan, one of the campus beauties of Sihai University. This woman was different from Yuan Shui and Lin Qingtong. She had her own clear goals since she entered the school. Because she knew how to dress herself up when she first entered the school, her ranking in the minds of a group of boys was even close to Yuan Shui. Lin Qingtong became famous in the school only after she slowly learned how to dress herself up. She also gave herself many labels. She had learned various skills such as dancing, literature, piano, art, etc. She was simply a lady from ancient times, proficient in everything from playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It can be said that she is a well-known figure at Sanshui University. She performs on stage as a representative at every freshman party. Of course, what everyone likes to watch most is her dancing. After all, with a height of 175 centimeters, that S-curve, and plump butt and breasts, she can easily handle both the sexy and enchanting Korean dance and the graceful and elegant ancient style dance. There is no young boy who has just arrived who does not regard her as a goddess. But the so-called goddess is a woman who can never be reached. Xiao Yu Yan is not an emotional idiot, but an experienced tea master with 10th level tea art. She is polite to everyone, and her every frown and smile is charming. But when some poor juniors fall in love with her and muster up the courage to confess their love to her, her T-Art Mastery passive ability will be triggered, and she will automatically give out a nice guy card. Relying on her superb T-Art, Xiao Yu roams among a group of rich second generations without getting hurt at all. With such skills, it is not an exaggeration to call her the contemporary Aquaman. There are even rumors that she is still a virgin. At this time, Xiao Yu was wearing a white t-shirt, and the two peaks on her chest looked particularly tall. She was also dancing a shaking dance. When Chu Chen entered the live broadcast, he saw two milky white mountains shaking up and down in front of him. The user level of the shark platform is linked to the amount of consumption. Chu Chen has just spent several million, which has created a huge gap between him and ordinary users, and he has cool special effects when entering. As soon as Chu Chen entered the venue, Xiao Yu realized that the local tyrant had arrived, and quickly stopped dancing, and shouted in her coquettish voice. "Welcome brother Jinpika to the live broadcast room. My sister just finished a dance. Brother Jinpika, what other dance do you want to see?" If it were an ordinary audience, Xiao Yu would not bother to pay attention to the other party's request, but this big shots level is not fake. Although the other party has not given any reward yet, she is still willing to save face and dance for him. Are you kidding? If a boss of this level is dancing happily, how could he not get enough gifts? Chu Chen opened the gift column without saying anything. Jinpika built a 30-story building for anchor Xiao Yu. Jinpika built a 100-story building for anchor Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded. She hadn't done anything yet. Why did this big shot start giving her gifts? Chapter 14 Yuan Shui's Purpose. Isn't it that Xiao Yu works so hard to wander around among the rich second generation just to find a young man with money but nowhere to spend it? This is the rich man she has always dreamed of. Fuck. 6666. Boss, I think your leg hair is too thick. You need a 180-pound leg pendant like me to thin it out. Brother Jinpika is awesome. Broken voice, boss, I am your fan, I am chasing you, just want to see you perform a Minotaur show. The one upstairs, die. Xiao Yu responded and thanked him. Thank you, brother Jinpika, for building the building. Thank you, brother. I love you. As she spoke, Xiao Yu raised her hands above her head and made a heart shape with her hands. In this state, the peaks on her chest looked even more magnificent. Many people started bleeding from their noses and started giving gifts one after another. At this time, Chu Chen kept pressing the gift button and didn't pay any attention to these things at all. He felt his hands were sore from pressing. He kept building the building to the 500th floor before stopping. The gifts worth 7 million were directly sent out. And his level has risen to over 500, with a golden ID frame and an entry effect wherever he goes. Thanks to him, the popularity of Xiao Yu's live broadcast room has increased from 10,000 plus to 3,000,000 plus now. She could hardly hold back her laughter. Because she has to go to school and deal with a bunch of rich second generations, she rarely has time to do live broadcasts and has not signed a contract with any platform, so she has no stream and is not very popular. Now a wealthy tycoon has directly pushed her live broadcast room to the top, and also gave her 7 million gifts. Xiao Yu is so happy. Although she has not signed a contract and the platform will deduct 70%, she can still get 2 million yuan after the deduction. I work so hard, always on guard against those rich second generations who play dirty tricks on me and drug me. I may not be able to earn this much money even if I deal with them for a whole year, but now I can make this much money just by live streaming for one night. Xiao Yu didn't want to let go of such a big shot. She said in front of all the audience, "Thank you for building the building, Yuchi loves you. By the way, it's Yuchi's birthday tomorrow night, can Jinpika come?" As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers went wild. Crap, what does the host want to do? I want to do it. Ah. Oh my god, is my goddess going to be taken away? I hate it. The man upstairs, do you hate yourself for being too short and out of reach? Xiao Yu is not a fool. She knows that she will lose fans if she says that, but in order to satisfy her vanity of being the top brother on the list, she doesn't care about other dogs in the live broadcast room. Surprisingly, this time Chu Chen didn't reply at all. He was still in the live broadcast room, but he didn't say anything. Xiao Yu panicked, fearing that the rich man she had just gotten would run away, so she quickly tried to add Chu Chen as a friend, but received no response. In reality, the moment Yuan Shui walked in, Chu Chen put down his phone and sat down to eat with her. Uncle Xia stood aside strangely and did not sit at the table to eat. Xu Chen wanted to ask him to sit down and eat with him, but then he thought that this was Yuan Shui's home and he had just arrived, so it was inconvenient to say much and gave up. I have to say, this dinner was absolutely delicious, much more delicious than what I had with Qin Yuya at the hotel this afternoon. There's something about this old man. The meal ended quickly and quietly. Yuan Shui didn't say a word, nor did she even look up at Xu Chen. She just silently looked at the information on the tablet with a frown, thinking about something. After dinner, she went straight upstairs. Seeing this, Xu Chen finally couldn't help it, stopped Yuan Shui and asked, "Don't you have anything to say?" Yuan Shui rolled her eyes and thought for a moment before answering, "Your room is across from mine, and I'll lock the door at night. Go buy anything you need yourself, or you can ask Uncle Xiao to help you." "That's not it, I mean, don't you have anything to ask? Like the car outside, or why I was racing with other second-generation rich people and got into a car accident, and who was the other party?" Xu Chen explained that Yuan Shui's attitude was really a little confusing to him. Logically speaking, she is a shrewd businessman and it is impossible for her to hand over such a large sum of money to someone she is not familiar with for use at will without any supervision. Moreover, if she knew that she had offended the Ding family, she would probably feel very troubled, right? But looking at her expression, it seems like she really doesn't know. This is strange. What does she want to do? At this time, Yuan Shui put on a serious expression, stood on the stairs, and said condescendingly, "Xu Chen, maybe I didn't express myself clearly this morning, so I will say it again. You are going to play a dandy from a big family, a mysterious second generation who is arrogant and overbearing, and whom I hate, but I dare not kick out, you know? So you don't have to report to me everything you do, even if you think it's outrageous, because I can't act, and what I need is a real effect." Oh shit. At this moment, Xu Chen finally understood Yuan Shui's purpose. She needed a mysterious and powerful self to intimidate some people, and he also needed the Yuan family to cover up the mysterious source of funds behind him. How could there be such a perfect coincidence in this world? It's unbelievable. Aren't you afraid that I will cause you trouble that even the Yuan family can't solve? Xu Chen asked again. Yuan Shui gently lifted the strands of hair by her ears with her slender white fingers and smiled indifferently, looking stunningly beautiful. "If you can cause trouble and make the Yuan family disappear into thin air, maybe I will thank you." After saying that, Yuan Shui turned and walked into the room. Strange woman. Xu Chen said with a smile and walked into the room that Yuan Shui specially prepared for him. The decoration style inside the room is as simple and clear as outside, monotonous but not boring. Xu Chen was lying on the bed. He took out his hand again and found that his Shark account had exploded with private messages, directly showing 99+. No matter how Xu Chen ignored it, it showed 99+ unread messages, and the number was still increasing. What's going on? Xu Chen took a closer look and found that most of the messages were sent by female anchors. Basically, they were one or two selfies showing off their bodies, and then they left a room number and invited Xu Chen to watch the live broadcast. Damn it, vanity is human nature. Xu Chen didn't want to say anything. But some people are just too much. In the photos they posted, the legs are almost as long as twice the body, and the space around them is distorted. If you don't know, you might think Uchiha Obito is about to come out. What is even more disgusting is that one woman even blurred her face, left a kissing expression in a dress, and asked Xu Chen to go and pick up the red veil in person. Xu Chen vomited on the spot, and he was always Chow Biluo without showing his face. Apart from these disgusting and normal ones, there were also some women who directly sent bikini photos to Xu Chen and included the price. Suddenly, he noticed that Xiao Yuchi was constantly adding him as a friend. The friend adding function on the Shark platform is very strange. Every time you add someone, a message will be added. And Xiao Yuchi's friend request is followed by 999+. This woman is quite interesting. Chapter 15 Xiao Yuchi's Temptation. Xu Chen smiled slightly and clicked to agree to the friend request. Brother Jinpika, why are you ignoring Yuchi? Did Yuchi do something wrong? Did she make me angry? Brother, please don't be angry, it was Yuchi who did something wrong, and Yuchi will definitely change. Xu Chen was stunned when he saw the word hello in the chat box. Is this the strong man of Jianzhong? Dozens of words per second? This kind of hand speed can't be achieved without being single for 30 years, right? However, Xiao Yuchi is really good at T-art. This dialogue is so classic. No matter what the reason is, the woman puts all the blame on herself, which makes the man feel pity for her. Even if the other party is wrong, he can't bear to blame her. If it is her own fault, the man will definitely be deeply moved and think that this woman is so nice. But little did they know that they had fallen into the TR trap. Chu-Chen deleted the word hello and replied, "No, it has nothing to do with you, I just left because of something in real life." Xiao Yuqi sent a hug emoticon. That's great. I thought my brother was angry with me. It turns out that Yuqi was overthinking. Yuqi is so stupid. I'm sorry, brother Jinpika, I specially added you to disturb you for such a small matter. How about my brother come to Yuqi's live broadcast room now, and Yuqi will dance for you now, okay? Dance. A scene of two snow-capped mountains swaying up and down suddenly appeared in Chu-Chen's mind. A stream of warm liquid gushed out of his nasal cavity. He covered his nose with one hand and typed his answer with the other hand. Not good. Why? Is it because Yuqi is too stupid and can't dance well? I'm sorry, Jinpika brother, Yuqi is too stupid and learns everything too slowly. Damn, Chu-Chen almost vomited, the tea taste was too strong. He took a deep breath and replied. No, I'm dizzy. Puff. Xiao Yuqi, who was drinking water at the other end, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water, which happened to spray on her roommate's face. The roommate was angry. Yuqi, you're going too far. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're on the rich list. I'm sorry, Xiaolan, I didn't mean it. I was just laughing at a joke. Xiao Yuqi apologized quickly. Seeing her serious attitude, her roommate didn't pursue her any further. She rolled her eyes at her and climbed onto the bed. At this moment, Xiao Yuqi figured out why this big guy was not interested in her. She previously thought that the other person was a young boy and she liked simple and kind girls. Because her dressing style for today's live broadcast was youthful and a little sexy, she used her full-body TR to seduce the other party, but in fact she guessed wrong. If he was a really shy boy, he wouldn't be able to say such a fierce word as "I'm fainted by milk." It seems that the person in front of him should be a middle-aged man with a reserved personality, but in this case, he has to change his strategy. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuqi quietly slipped into the bathroom and sent a voice message to Chu-Chen. Chu-Chen was still wondering why Xiao Yuqi hadn't sent any messages for so long. Suddenly, he received a voice message. He clicked it, but the voice was very faint and he couldn't hear it clearly. He clicked it again and put it to his ear. Xiao Yuqi's charming voice went straight into his brain. I heard that people who faint from milk need to watch more to overcome it. At this time, Xiao Yuqi sent another picture. Xiao Yuqi in the picture is still wearing the t-shirt she wore during the day, but she tightened her waist with one hand, and her towering breasts were instantly highlighted. In addition, it was taken from a full-body angle, and the tall angle really makes the mountain look like a mountain from the front and a peak from the side, and it looks different from different distances and heights. When thinking about her previous voice, Chu-Chen really felt that this woman was the reincarnation of Daji, the kind who would seduce the dead without paying for their lives. Chu-Chen stopped pretending and answered directly, "TSK TSK TSK, isn't this a good idea? What if you make me angry?" Xiao Yuqi hid in the toilet and giggled. It seemed that she was right. This was a sultry man who needed to be seduced boldly. But at this time, she said with the taste of tea art. Oh, Yuqi only wanted to help brother cure milk dizziness, and never thought about it. I'm so sorry, brother, Yuqi is too far away from you, there's nothing I can do to help you. But Chu-Chen replied, who said I can't help? You are a student of Sihai University, right? I am also in Sihai City. I will pick you up tomorrow. How about you help me cure my milk dizziness? Xiao Yuqi's smile instantly dried up. She was careless and thought that her online friends were thousands of miles apart, but she didn't expect that she would actually meet a local tycoon. The other party knew her and directly invited her out, which was obviously not a good intention. But the words have been spoken, and she had previously invited this rich man to the live broadcast room. If she regrets it now, doesn't it mean that their relationship has come to an end? Xiao Yuqi was unwilling to give up this rich man. Since ancient times, wealth and honor have been sought through risk. The opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you, how can you give it up easily? Okay, 181, this is Yuqi's phone number. Brother, come pick me up tomorrow. By the way, tomorrow is Yuqi's birthday. Finally, Xiao Yuqi did not forget to remind the rich man that it was her birthday. As for what it meant, everyone knew it. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Chu-Chen agreed immediately. Then the two of them fell silent. Xiao Yuqi was thinking about how to deal with the situation tomorrow. Chu-Chen turned over in bed and opened an online novel to learn how to be a rich second-generation dude. On the other side, Xiao Yu Yan was looking at the information in his hand and fell into deep thought. This was the result of the investigation into Chu Chen. The investigation process was unexpectedly smooth and there were no obstacles. All the information about Chu Chen from childhood to adulthood was found out. But this is going too smoothly, and this information. He was an orphan and a wanderer. He was adopted by a man named Chu Qingyun at the age of 3. When he was 13, Chu Qingyun died and he became an orphan again. He had excellent grades, and his junior and high school tuition were all exempted. He even received a full scholarship for college. He is sincere and honest, kind-hearted and generous, and loyal and persistent in his feelings. The information clearly recorded almost all of Chu Chen's experiences. It was a perfect and inspiring story, but the protagonist of this story was completely different from the Chu Chen that Xiao Yu Yan had seen with her own eyes. And Xiao Yu Yan picked up another piece of paper, which was a copy of the marriage certificate. She knew both the husband and wife. In the study room of the Ding family mansion, Ding Jiqiang fell into deep thought as he looked at the page with the marriage certificate of Yuan Shui and Chu Chen. With a creak, the door was pushed open and a young woman in gorgeous clothes walked in. Jiqiang, what's wrong with you? Ding Jiqiang immediately put down the information in his hand, mixed it with other information, stood up and said, "It's okay, I was just thinking about something and forgot the time. Let's go and rest." As he said this, he helped the beautiful young woman out of the room. In the capital, in a magnificent building, Luo Xian's slender fingers left the black and white keys. She couldn't help but raise her hand and stretch. Her devilish figure was clearly revealed at this moment. At this moment, the netizens who stayed in the live broadcast room suddenly started to post comments crazily as if they were injected with chicken blood. But Luo Xian didn't even look at the comments. She walked straight to the computer and pressed the button to close the live broadcast. A message suddenly popped up on the interface. This live broadcast lasted 4 hours and 5 minutes, with a peak popularity of 7 million, an increase of 3 million fans, and gift income of 10 million. Luo Xian was stunned. She has been live streaming for almost 2 months. Her popularity used to be over 1,000 at most, and it was all fake. Occasionally there would be 1 or 2 people talking in the comments, but they all asked her to show her face or comment on her figure. Luo Xian hated the feeling of being pointed at. Fortunately, you don't have to look at the barrage and can just play the content directly. Anyway, she doesn't do live streaming for the purpose of making money. She just wants to share her favorite music with others and hopes to get recognition. But why did he suddenly become so popular today? And why did he receive so many gifts worth so much money? No. I have to check. Luo Xian really wanted to know what happened during the time she was live streaming. But she didn't record the screen. At this moment, a piece of news suddenly appeared on the webpage to Luo Xian. Why can a new anchor attract billionaires to send gifts? Driven by curiosity, Luo Xian clicked on it and found that it was actually talking about herself. She also understood the whole story, and he took out his mobile phone and logged into his Shark account. He found his number 1 friend on the list, Jean Pika, clicked to add him as a friend, and was very angry. This damn stinky man, what's the point of flirting? It's really disgusting. He thought he could win my eyes by spending some stinky money, but I don't like him. Look, I'm going to return your money to you. While cursing, Luo Xian added Chu Chen as a friend, but the other party did not respond at all. I'm so mad. You didn't even add me. Damn it, just wait for me. Luo Xian angrily threw the phone on the sofa. At this time, Chu Chen was catching up on stupid novels and learning how to be a playboy. Chapter 16 Looking for a Cleaner. After the second breakfast, Yuan Shui went to work, and Chu Chen said hello to Uncle Xia and went out. To be honest, he had already missed 2 days of classes, so he should go to school, but he didn't want to go to school right now, at least not today. Qinglan Mountain Villa No. 1 is too big. Just cleaning it would be exhausting. Chu Chen would definitely not do it himself, so he called Xiao Yu Yan directly. Good morning, Sister Yua, am I not disturbing you? Of course not, what's the matter, Brother Chu Chen? No matter when, Xiao Yu Yan's voice always makes people feel refreshed and relaxed. Oh, Villa No. 1 is too big. I would like to hire a professional cleaning team to take charge of the daily cleaning work. I don't know much about this. Do you have any good recommendations? Really? Xiao Yu Yan said, well, come to Central Street. I'll take you there in person. How can this be so embarrassing? It's okay. I'm going there anyway. Shuchen drove to Central Street, parked the car, walked into a building, and saw Qin Yuya sitting in the lounge waiting. The latter also saw her, stood up and waved. Aren't you going to find the cleaning lady? Why are you here? Shuchen asked with some curiosity. Let's go, you'll know in a moment. Qin Yuya led Shuchen to the 22nd floor of the building. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Shuchen saw the 4 big words Tiancheng Housekeeping shining in golden light above his head. This floor is the office location of the company. The previous real estate developer also included a lot of subsequent property and cleaning services, but an overly long staff chain is not a good thing for the capital-intensive real estate industry. Later, property management, construction and cleaning were outsourced, and now real estate developers are just middlemen. Buy land from the government, pay people to repair it, and then sell it for a profit. Don't underestimate the cleaning industry. The cleaning service market in Sihai City is not small, especially for you rich second generations. As she spoke, Qin Yuya stopped and turned back, glancing at Shuchen with her beautiful eyes. She didn't believe a word of the information she found, and just thought it was a trick of a big family in Beijing. Shuchen shrugged helplessly. Actually, I'm not a rich second generation, I'm just an ordinary college student. Qin Yuya smiled slightly, still not believing it, as long as you are happy. As soon as the two of them walked into the office area, a middle-aged man in a gray suit immediately came up to them, saying flatteringly, "Hey, President Qin, why are you here? Look, I haven't prepared anything for you, really." "Okay, Lao Wang, you're from our group too, there's really no need to do this." Qin Yuya interrupted the other party, took a half step back, and made room to point at Shuchen. "My purpose for coming here is very simple. I am here to bring this big guy here. He is the one you are going to entertain today. I am just a foil." "Who is this?" Wang Baoquan looked at Shuchen with a bewildered face. He basically knew all the rich second generations in Sihai City, but he had never seen one who could gain such respect from the eldest lady of the Qin family. "Shuchen, the buyer of Villa No. 1 in Qinglan Mountain." Qin Yuya smiled slightly, and was very satisfied with the shocked expression on Wang Baoquan's face. Then she introduced him to Shuchen. "Wang Baoquan, the boss of Tiancheng Housekeeping, just tell him what kind of cleaning team you want. You guys can chat later, I won't bother you." Qin Yuya walked away with graceful steps. Shuchen couldn't help but sigh that Qin Yuya was really a decisive woman. Wang Baoquan recovered from his shock and immediately greeted Shuchen with a smile and invited him into his office. He had heard of the legend of Qinglan Mountain No. 1 Villa a long time ago. Even though he ran such a large housekeeping company, its annual net profit was only tens of millions. He could never dream of owning a villa worth billions in his lifetime. Moreover, it was a cash transaction. He couldn't even imagine how wealthy a man like Shuchen was. In a word, he was a big shot whom I couldn't afford to offend. Shuchen sat on the sofa and said straight to the point, "Boss Wang, I want a cleaning team to be responsible for cleaning my villa. Don't worry, Mr. Chu, I don't have anyone else here, but I have a lot of people who take care of the housework." Wang Baoquan patted his chest and assured, "To be honest, before you, Mr. Chu, bought the Qinglan Mountain No. 1 villa, it had always been taken care of by people from my company. Housekeeping is a delicate job. Especially for the extremely luxurious villa housekeeping like Villa No. 1, every tree in the yard has a great origin, and if you don't take good care of it, it will die. And the cleaning of the house also requires someone to do it carefully." Shuchen waved his hand to interrupt Wang Baoquan and said, "I don't understand these, just find someone to do it for me." Suddenly, Shuchen thought of Uncle Xia. Yuan Shuai's villa was not small, and Uncle Xia could manage it in an orderly manner by himself. Moreover, the butler room in a tuxedo and white gloves always gives people a professional feeling. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Is there a professional team that wears suits and white gloves in the hot summer?" "Oh, it would be best if there are women. Uncle Xia is a man, and Shuchen didn't want Yuan Shui to think that he was imitating her, so he simply found a woman." "Are you here to find a cleaner or a lover?" Upon hearing this request, Wang Baoquan almost got so angry that he cursed. It's such a hot day and gardening is outdoor work. Isn't it torture to make people wear suits and gloves? Etc. A light suddenly flashed through Wang Baoquan's mind, as if there really was such a team. "Mr. Chu, I can find the people you requested, but they are not full-time employees of my company, but part-time. I cannot guarantee their credibility. I even think they are a little suspicious. The credibility of domestic staff is quite critical. After all, a big boss often says some business secrets at home. If there is a problem with the domestic staff, this key information will be leaked. Chapter 17: The Strange Foursome. Shu Chen was about to answer when Wang Baoquan added, "Young Master Chu, this team is a little weird. Not only does it cost 2 million per month, but the team members are also quite weird. They have fat, thin, short, beautiful, and disabled people all gathered together, and their words are not very pleasant to hear. How about we just forget it?" Originally, Shu Chen wanted Wang Baoquan to find a team with better credibility for him, but after hearing what he said, he became interested. "Let them come to my villa and take a look." "Okay." Wang Baoquan smiled bitterly and could only complain in his heart that these rich people's hobbies were really strange. He immediately took out his cell phone and started looking for a phone number and called it, asking the other party to go to Villa Number 1 in Qinglan Mountain to wait for Shu Chen's inspection. Shu Chen and Wang Baoquan also went to the villa to wait. Not long after they arrived, the doorbell rang. Shu Chen opened the door and took a look. Wow, there are really all kinds of people here, fat, thin, short, beautiful, and disabled. There were 4 people in total. The woman in the lead was tall and sturdy. She was wearing a black suit and white gloves. She was barefaced without any makeup. Her black and beautiful hair was only tied with a rubber band and placed behind her head. This simple and capable dress made Shu Chen's eyes light up. The fat man next to her was a head shorter than the woman, with a face full of fat forming a Maitreya Buddha-like smile. He did not look offensive, but rather cute. The fat man was pushing a wheelchair, with a pretty girl in a white dress sitting on it. Her beautiful calves were exposed, but unfortunately she could not walk. On the left side of the woman stood a dwarf, who was probably just over 1 meter tall. He undoubtedly had dwarfism. The woman in a suit spoke first. "Hello, employer. My name is Zhang Yan, and I'm the housekeeper." The one on the left is Hong Jun, who is responsible for the daily cleaning of the villa. "This fat guy is called Li Datong." Speaking of this, Zhang Yan smiled slightly. Big bucket, as the name implies, he is a chef. Finally, the one sitting in the wheelchair is my sister, Yang Piapiao, a gardener. Shu Chen clapped his hands, but then his face darkened and he said, "For of you, I have no doubts about your abilities, but isn't this 2 million a month a bit too high?" On the way here, Wang Baoquan told Shu Chen that generally speaking, the salary of a housekeeper in a villa might be higher, but even for those old housekeepers who would serve first-line stars and super-rich people, their monthly salary would not exceed 100,000. As for other income, it depended on the mood and intention of the employer and was not included in the salary. But these 4 people, except Zhang Yan, are not normal people, but they ask for 2 million a month, and each person's salary is equivalent to 500,000 a month, which means the annual salary is 6 million. In fact, it is obviously abnormal for Zhang Yan to wear a suit and gloves in the middle of summer. In Sihai City, many company executives and chairmen do not have such treatment. Of course, Shu Chen has plenty of money and he doesn't care about that, but being a playboy and spending money on his own initiative and being taken advantage of are 2 completely different concepts. Zhang Yan placed her hands in front of her, raised her eyebrows slightly, and revealed a simple yet elegant smile. She was obviously not wearing any makeup, but she was still so beautiful that it made people lose their minds. Shu Chen felt that the word smile was invented for her. "May I ask your employer's name?" "Single name Chu, courtesy name Chen." "Master Chu, you get what you pay for. I can assure you that you will not lose out on 2 million. If you insist on finding the answer, you must hire us first. Only when you become our employer will we show you our value." Zhang Yan spoke politely, word by word. Her tone was neither fast nor slow, and just relaxed. Even though the conditions seemed a bit excessive, when she said it, Shu Chen felt as if he had gone too far. This woman is an expert in telepathy. At this time, Wang Baoquan approached Shu Chen and whispered, "Young Master Chu, they had signed a contract with 2 wealthy men in Sihai City before, but one of them attacked Zhang Yan and was hospitalized, and the other attacked Yang Piapiao and broke his 3rd leg. Because of this, I was implicated and targeted by those 2 wealthy people. Fortunately, the Qin family came forward to protect me. Later, I don't know what happened, but those 2 wealthy people suddenly stopped talking." Shu Chen was stunned. Zhang Yan and Yang Yuqing's looks could indeed make some horny rich men use some means to seduce them, but they actually had the guts to beat each other up and were fine afterwards? This is a bit complicated. Zhang Yan also heard what Wang Baoquan said, and smiled, and reminded him, "Yes, Master Chu, what President Wang said is absolutely right. We are out here to make money. We don't care how chaotic your circle of wealthy people is, but we only do what is within our duties. If you want to use force, we will naturally resist." Shu Chen hesitated for a while and talked for a long time. He only knew that these 4 people were very strange and were not as simple as they seemed. Moreover, they also said frankly that they only sold their art and not their bodies, so why were they worth 2 million? Xu Chen glanced at the strange-looking clock on the wall. It was already 10:30, and he had an appointment with Xiao Yu for lunch. Suddenly, Xu Chen's eyes lit up, and he put away his thoughts and said seriously, 2 million a month is nothing to me, but I don't really like to be a sucker, except when picking up girls. Since you think you are worth 2 million, I will believe you. But I have to test it, do you mind? Of course. Zhan Yan replied, please give your orders, Master Chu. I'm going to invite a woman to my house for dinner at 12 o'clock. She's a gold digger, and I need a reception that can show my strength. I'll leave this to you. However, I will not provide you with a penny. You need to complete this task perfectly. If you can do it, I will hire you immediately and advance your salary for 1 year. If you can't do it, forget it, you should find another wise master. The dwarf Hong Jun was immediately dissatisfied and turned around and left. Sister Zhan, let's go. I am angry just looking at these rich second generations. Whoever wants to serve me can serve me. Hong Jun had just taken 2 steps when the fat man Li Datong grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back to where he was. Li Datong's fat cheeks were squeezed together and almost covered his eyes. It was the first time Xu Chen saw squinting eyes caused by obesity. Li Datong and Yang Piapiao both looked at Zhan Yan, waiting for her to make a decision. Zhan Yan smiled calmly, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Master Chu, aren't you making things difficult for me? Xu Chen also smiled and replied, there is rice, but you are hiding it from me? After thinking for a while, he said, how about this, I don't have any rice at home, but other people have some. You can go and borrow some. When the owner comes to my house, I will pay him back. Zhan Yan placed one hand on his chest, bowed slightly to Xu Chen and said, that's the best. We accept this challenge. Master Chu, just wait. Then, Xu Chen gave Xiao Yuqi's phone number to Zhan Yan and left everything to them. Strangely, only Zhan Yan and Li Datong left the villa to do business, while Hong Jun and Yang Piapiao stayed. Xu Chen looked at the 2 of them strangely and asked, don't you need to help? Hong Jun rolled his eyes at Xu Chen with disdain on his face. He didn't even consider Xu Chen as his employer. Such a small matter still requires our help. Then the 2 of them might as well find a piece of tofu and kill themselves. Yang Piapiao also said, Master Chu, please rest assured. Sister Zhan Yan and Brother Li will get things done. Just wait patiently. What else can Xu Chen say? I went straight to the bedroom on the 2nd floor to read novels and study to be a fool, no, a playboy. Chapter 18 The second generation rich forces Xiao Yu to express his position. At 11:40 in the morning, during the break, Xiao Yu was listening to the lecture absent-mindedly. From time to time, she would look down at the mobile phone on her lap to see if the Jinpika boss had given her any message. In order not to miss any messages, she even turned off the mute function so that she could reply as soon as possible. Obviously, when Xiao Yu just received the news last night, she was still worried and afraid of what the other party would do to her when they met today. She even simulated 100 sets of tactful rejection plans in her mind, which would not hurt the boss's feelings but also continue to whet his appetite. But when she woke up, she had forgotten all the countermeasures. She actually started to worry whether the other party would stand her up. You know, this kind of emotion is a dog-licking behavior. In the past, she was a proud goddess in the eyes of boys. How could she have ever behaved like this? Only her dog is waiting for her news. It is impossible for him to wait so hard for news from anyone else. But when she thought of the strong financial strength of the Jinpika boss and that her long-term goal was about to be achieved, Xiao Yu was particularly afraid of failure. At this moment, she had completely forgotten the fishing skills she had developed over a long period of time and completely turned into a dog to boot. Ding-ling-ling. When the bell rang, Xiao Yu quickly looked down at her phone. The phone was still on the lock screen. It turned out to be the bell for the end of Get Out of Class. She breathed a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, and followed the crowd out of the classroom. Roommate Wang Lan came over, took Xiao Yu's arm and said, Yuchi, let's go to the cafeteria together. There won't be any rich second generations inviting you to dinner today, right? Xiao Yu wanted to say yes, but she was afraid that Xu Chen would stand her up, so she could only stand by the road and said with a wry smile, Lan, you go, I'm not hungry yet. Wang Lan looked at Xiao Yu strangely, raised her hand and touched her forehead. Strange, you don't have a fever either? What fever? Lan, what are you talking about? Xiao Yu pushed Wang Lan's hand away. Unexpectedly, Wang Lan suddenly put his hands on his hips, pretended to be angry and said angrily, "You didn't eat breakfast, you didn't eat lunch, and you don't lose weight like this. Do you want to cultivate immortality? You are the one cultivating immortality." Zhao Yuqi rolled her eyes. "I'm just not hungry." Wang Lan wanted to say something, but suddenly she saw a man rushing out from behind the big stone pillar at the school gate. He was holding a bunch of red roses in his hands. He knelt down in front of Zhao Yuqi and shouted in front of all the teachers and students passing by, "Yuqi, I like you. I have liked you for a long time. Be my girlfriend." Zhao Yuqi was stunned and her face immediately turned cold. She did not reject others expressing their love to her, but she also knew that she could not stop such a thing. But she really hated this kind of display of love in front of everyone. It would put a lot of pressure on people and feel like being forced into marriage. If she didn't agree, the other party would definitely yell at the top of his lungs that she was a gold digger or something like that. Although Zhao Yuqi is indeed a gold digger, which woman in today's society doesn't worship money? But some things cannot be brought to the table for discussion, so she quite hates this way of expressing love. The key issue is that you don't even know this person, so why should you accept him? Zhao Yuqi's plan was to remain silent, pretend she didn't see anything, and walk away quietly, because it would be very troublesome if she opened her mouth at this time. But the young man in front of her had already expected Xiao Yuqi to do this, and he stopped her again, holding roses in both hands. "Yuqi, why don't you answer me? I just want a result?" Seeing that she couldn't escape, Xiao Yuqi could only reply coldly, "I don't want to fall in love now. I just want to focus on my studies." She didn't say that she didn't know the other person, because that would seem unreasonable to others, who would prejudge her as a scumbag who plays with feelings and worships money. Impossible. You lied to me. The young man in front of him suddenly got angry, stood up, pointed at Zhao Yuqi with a ferocious face and said, "If you don't want to fall in love, why do you go out to play with Mo Lang, go to the movies together, and have dinner together? Yuqi, I just want to know that I have no money, no power, poor grades, and I am lazy. I cannot give you the life you want. I am not the kind of naive idealist who thinks that money should not be mixed in love. I know how important material things are to life, so I won't blame you even if you choose Moran. Now I just want a result? Don't you even want this?" Zhao Yuqi's face changed drastically. Before she could speak, a handsome young man suddenly walked out of the crowd. "Shut up. Zhang Pang, don't force Yuqi. I've said it before, everything I did was voluntary. I'm willing to wait for her until she figures everything out." Looking at the young man in front of her, Zhao Yuqi's face was extremely embarrassed. She finally understood what was happening in front of her. The person in front of him was Mo Lang, and this guy whom he didn't know was probably hired by Mo Lang to act in order to force him to express his position. He dared to do this, and most likely others knew it too. Zhao Yuqi looked around and found many of the rich second generations she was hanging out with in the crowd. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Zhao Yuqi knew that she was in trouble this time. Zhang Peng's words had already forced her into a desperate situation. She now had only two choices. First, accept Zhang Peng and become his girlfriend. Although this way she could avoid Mo Lang, these second-generation rich people would definitely not compromise and would definitely find ways to slander her. In addition, Zhang Peng, who became her boyfriend, was also their man, so it would be even easier for them to throw dirty water on her. Second, reject Zhang Peng and tell him that she is Mo Lang's girlfriend. This is their real purpose. Zhang Peng deliberately described himself as lazy and poor, which was to deliberately create black spots for himself and smoothly push Xiao Yuqi to Mo Lang, who has a rich and motivated personality. She had no other choice. If she continued to try to get away with it, her reputation in the school would plummet. All vicious attacks such as materialistic and bitch will fall on her. The power of public opinion is so terrifying that Zhao Yuqi doesn't dare to have any hope at all. Mo Lang crossed his arms and looked at Zhao Yuqi with an expression that showed he was enjoying a good show. Before, he seemed to be scolding Zhang Peng, but in fact, he was reminding Zhao Yuqi to express her position. If she didn't express her position today, she would definitely not pass this level. To be honest, this group of rich second generations were indeed annoyed by Zhao Yuqi. This woman had a clear goal from the moment she entered the school. She specifically made friends with those young, stupid, wealthy second generation people like them. With her superb social skills, she managed to play the rich second generation people around. For 2 whole years, none of the dozen or so people had succeeded. It would be embarrassing to tell this to others, so they discussed it together and felt that they were fooled by Zhao Yuqi. This woman just wanted to keep them hanging. So they planned to do something cruel to Xiao Yuqi, and use a trick to force her to express her position. If she didn't, they would destroy her, because she was just a woman after all. If Xiao Yuqi chose Mo Lang, it would be even simpler. Will Mo Lang marry Xiao Yuqi? Definitely not. Since she is not my future wife, why not have some fun together? Don't laugh, this is very common among rich people like Moran. Usually, once a beautiful woman enters a circle, she basically becomes everyone's plaything. Except for the real girlfriend who has a considerable background in means. Chapter 19 Xiao Yuqi's highlight moment. The crowd of onlookers didn't understand what was going on. They just knew there was melon to eat and didn't feel hungry anymore. They stood there looking at Xiao Yuqi with interest, waiting for her attitude. Xiao Yuqi's heart sank to the bottom, she had no choice at all. At this moment, the phone rang. Her heart skipped a beat and she quickly picked up the phone. "Excuse me, are you Miss Xiao Yuqi?" An elegant and intellectual female voice came, and Xiao Yuqi's heart was disappointed again. She had been counting on the appearance of the Golden Pika boss to take her away. In the current situation, the only way to break the impasse is to rely on someone who is stronger, someone so strong that Moran and others have nothing to say. But in the end, the other party still stood up for me. That's right, Xiao Yuqi smiled helplessly. Last night, the big boss of Jinpika casually gave out gifts worth tens of millions, which were not for her alone at all. The other party might have just been in a spur of the moment, so how could he remember her afterwards? For a big shot like him, the thing he has the most is women who come to his doorstep. On the other side, Zhang Yan was a little confused and asked again, "Excuse me, is this Miss Xiao Yuqi?" "Yes." Xiao Yuqi replied coldly, "Who are you? What's the matter?" Although the other party is not her savior, Xiao Yuqi still hopes to delay time through the phone call and wait for a miracle to happen. Sure enough, a miracle happened the next moment. "I'm the person sent by young Master Chu to pick you up. I'll be arriving at Sihai University soon. Are you ready?" Zhang Yan answered calmly. "Who is young Master Chu?" Xiao Yuqi was a little confused. Among the second-generation people she knew, there was no one with the surname Chu. Zhang Yan was also confused by this. She carefully looked at the number on her phone and confirmed that it was correct before saying, "Ms. Zhao, did you forget that someone asked you out for dinner today?" As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yuqi immediately thought of the Jinpika boss who had rewarded her. He was the only one who had made an appointment with her today. Could it be him? Yes. It must be. Jinpika is just his online name. In real life, his last name should be Chu. A tycoon like him who can easily spend tens of millions will definitely not come to pick someone up in person. Xiao Yuqi felt hopeful and said quickly, yes, I am. I am at the south gate of Sihai University, next to a crowd of people." "Oh, okay. I've seen you. Are you the one wearing the light blue dress?" "Yes." The other party hung up the phone, and Xiao Yuqi no longer had any worries in her heart. Looking at Mo Lang and Zhang Peng, who was kneeling on one knee, he said coldly, "Mo Lang, Zhang Peng, you really disappoint me. I have always regarded you as a friend when you invited me to the banquet. I didn't expect that my momentary kindness would become a reason for you to threaten me. Do you want to force me to express my opinion in this way? Oh, don't you think it's ridiculous? Since you want to label me a gold digger, I will do my duty today and satisfy you." Mo Lang and the second generation in the crowd were stunned. They didn't know what Xiao Yuqi was acting out. At this moment, two Maybachs sandwiched a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped by the roadside. Each car was worth more than 10 million yuan. Normally, it was rare to see one, but today there were 3 of them at once. It looked like a convoy, as if they were here to welcome some important person. Seeing this scene, Mo Lang's heart skipped a beat and he felt something was wrong. The driver of the Rolls-Royce Phantom got out of the car. Although it was strange to wear a tuxedo and white gloves in the middle of summer, it did not look out of place at all when worn by Zhang Yan. Instead, it gave people a sense of intellectual elegance and comfort. Zhang Yan walked straight to Xiao Yuqi's side, saluted with one hand, and said modestly but not servilely, "Miss Xiao, get in the car, Master Chu is waiting for you." "Okay." Xiao Yuqi smiled slightly, held her head high and chest out, and strode forward. When they arrived in front of the car, Zhang Yan, who had been lagging behind Xiao Yuqi, surpassed her in a flash, held the top of the car door with one hand, invited Xiao Yuqi into the car, closed the door for her, and got in from the back. As soon as Xiao Yuqi entered the school, she portrayed herself as a famous socialite. Although she never admitted it herself, she always gave people the impression of being a lady from a noble family, a low-key socialite who knows everything and has someone behind her. This action has established her status as a goddess in the hearts of all her admirers, and they are more and more convinced that Xiao Yu is a real socialite. Would a truly wealthy and powerful socialite covet your little money, Moran? It's impossible. Others interact with you because they respect you, but if you insist on trying to take advantage of others, it will be disgusting. Mo Lang himself is a rich second generation and is quite famous in the school. Of course, it is a bad reputation. Xiao Yu's words before leaving made the onlookers suspicious of Mo Lang and Zhang Peng's actions. Coupled with his reputation, the onlookers naturally noticed that something was wrong. TSK, this Mo Lang is really a scumbag. He actually used this method to force a girl to express her opinion. The key is that he pretended to be righteous and said he was willing to wait. This is the most disgusting thing. Let me tell you, this Mo Lang seemed to have used improper methods to force girls to express their feelings before, and then kick them out after he got them pregnant. Yes. I know about this. I heard that the girl wanted to jump off the building, but was rescued. Afterwards, Moran gave her some money, and the matter was left unresolved. Listening to the discussions of the onlookers, Mo Lang's face turned green. He strode towards his few rich second-generation friends, but when they saw him, they ran away like flies. When Zhang Peng saw Mo Lang leaving, he thought he was going to run away, so he quickly ran up to him, grabbed him, and said, "Mr. Mo, I have completed my mission. You promised to give me 5,000 yuan, but you haven't given it to me yet." After these words were spoken, the onlookers became even angrier. Damn it, this is just acting. How can such a scumbag deserve to be alive? Yes. Brother, beat him to death. The grumpy old man took off his shoes and threw them at Moran. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mo Lang jumped up, kicked Zhang Peng away and shouted, "Who the hell are you? I don't even know you." Having said that, he ran away before the crowd erupted in anger. Chapter 20. It's Chu Chen. 3 super luxury cars drove forward, and Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel secretly delighted sitting in the back seat. This was the most glorious moment in her life. In the past, she always used various words and techniques to make up lies that she was also rich, but everyone thought that she did this just to raise her own value and no one took her seriously. But now it's different. She was picked up by 3 luxury cars worth more than 10 million yuan. No matter whether those second generations believe that this is her ability or not, if they want to get along with her, Xiao Yu, in the future, they have to consider whether they are qualified. When the car entered the Qinglan Mountain Villa area, Xiao Yu was not too surprised. However, 3 luxury cars came directly to the top of the mountain, which surprised Xiao Yu a little. As a gold digger, Xiao Yu is well aware of all the landmark buildings and luxury properties in Sihai City. She had also heard of the name of Qinglanshan Villa No. 1, but hadn't this villa, worth billions, ever been sold? Could it be that the boss of Jinpika is from the Qin family? That's not right. The driver just said his last name was Chu? While she was thinking, the convoy had already arrived at the door of Villa No. 1. Zhang Yan opened the door for Xiao Yu considerately. "Please come in, Miss Xiao." As soon as she got off the car, Xiao Yu was deeply shocked by the scene in front of her. The arched gate with various artistic elements demonstrated the ultimate elegance and luxury. Every flower and plant in the courtyard was trimmed just right, as charming as God's magic work. She couldn't believe her eyes and even pinched herself secretly. Only when she felt the pain did she react and followed Zhang Yan into the villa. Xiao Yu had been curious about why this villa was priced at 3 billion yuan. Now, just by looking at the exterior and the courtyard, she feels that it is worth the money. It is even more beautiful than God's Garden of Eden. Walking into the house, Xiao Yu almost screamed out in surprise. Every piece of decoration was an internationally famous work of art. Taking out any one of them was enough to buy her, Xiao Yu's, entire life. Even someone like her who had studied deliberately for the sake of money could not recognize all of these works. She could only tell that they were created by extraordinary people. Before today, Xiao Yu felt that she was not a truly rich person, but she did understand the circle of rich people. But it was not until this moment that she realized how ignorant and stupid she was. People like Mo Lang and Li Juanhao were just country bumpkins with a little money and were not rich at all. It was also at this time that she made up her mind to hold on to this golden pickup boss, even if he was an ugly and greasy man. Making money is not shameful. The black dining table was already set with food and wine. Xiao Yan invited Xiao Yuqi to sit down at the table and said softly, "Please wait a moment. Master Chu will be down soon." As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps were heard on the stairs. Xiao Yuqi was extremely nervous. Although she had been mentally prepared, she still couldn't help feeling a little nervous at this moment. Chu Chen couldn't help but find it funny to see Xiao Yuqi fidgeting. He deliberately walked behind Xiao Yuqi and put his hands on her smooth shoulders. Xiao Yuqi trembled all over but didn't dare to speak. "Are you nervous?" "Yes, a little bit." Xiao Yuqi stuttered as she spoke. She was wearing a blue one-shoulder dress today. Looking down from a high place, she could just see the ravine between the peaks. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh, "This woman is really a cow." No wonder so many rich second generations are willing to be hung by him for so long. Noticing that Xiao Yuqi's body was shaking slightly, Chu Chen took his hands away, sat down opposite her, and smiled slightly. "Classmate Xiao Yuqi, you were so funny." In an instant, Xiao Yuqi's nervousness disappeared, replaced by a look of confusion. Chu Chen knew her, and she also knew Chu Chen, but she couldn't understand why Chu Chen was here. "Are you curious about why I'm here?" Chu Chen spread his hands and said with a teasing look, "Because I'm the golden pickup who invited you to dinner." "Can't believe it? Why, is this you?" Xiao Yuqi still didn't quite believe it, but it was not her fault. It was mainly because Chu Chen's image of being poor was too deeply rooted in people's minds in school. Because of Lin Xingtong, the school belle, no one in the school didn't know that he was poor. So it's hard to believe that he has suddenly become a rich man. Chu Chen didn't say much, he just took out his mobile phone and logged into his Shark account for Xiao Yuqi. When he saw the gold pickup card's ID and the balance of 80 million, Xiao Yuqi's mouth turned into an O shape, and it took a while for her to calm down. She looked at Chu Chen excitedly and said, "It's really you." "Of course, how could I lie to you? Or do you think this villa worth billions can be rented for a day?" Chu Chen teased. Xiao Yuqi replied shyly, No, I just think it's really great of you." Chu Chen pressed on, "Am I really that good?" "What does that mean? You didn't think I was an old man in his 50s or 60s with a big belly and half a bald head, did you?" Xiao Yuqi was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. She really thought so before. She even wondered how she should behave tonight so as not to make herself look disgusting but also to prevent the other party from noticing. But after worrying for a long time, she didn't expect that the tycoon who spent money lavishly was actually Chu Chen. In fact, Chu Chen was a well-deserved school idol in terms of both appearance and academic performance, otherwise Lin Xingtong would not have dated him for 2 years before breaking up. "The only drawback is that I have no money." But now this shortcoming has been made up for, and Chu Chen has suddenly become a popular tall, rich and handsome man, and a tall, rich and handsome man who was emotionally loyal. In addition, it was the people sent by Chu Chen who rescued her before. Xiao Yuqi felt like a girl in ancient times who was rescued by a hero. When she saw that the man was handsome and rich, she wanted to say, "I have nothing to repay you with, but I am willing to give you my body." "What's wrong? Why don't you say it?" Chu Chen asked. Xiao Yuqi said angrily, "Chu Chen, you are so annoying. Why do you keep asking me questions?" This coquettish voice gave Chu Chen goosebumps all over his body and he didn't want to ask any more questions. She was indeed a professional tea artist. Bullshit. By the way, Chu Chen, since you are so rich, why didn't you show it before? Otherwise, Lin Xingtong would definitely not break up with you. Xiao Yuqi lay on the table, her two round and plump breasts were squeezed and deformed, and Chu Chen's mouth became dry and he kept swallowing his saliva. Is it like what's shown in idol TV dramas? Do you believe that money is not needed in the world of love? Chu Chen rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I look like that kind of saintly fool male protagonist?" Xiao Yuqi nodded instinctively, thinking that you did act like a saintly idol actor before, but she suddenly remembered that Chu Chen is her financial sponsor now, so how could she tell the truth? She quickly shook her head again. Chu Chen didn't care and said with a smile, "The reason is actually very simple. I had a rebellious period in my youth. When I was in high school, I always went against my family. My rich dad got angry and kicked me out, and also cut off all my financial resources." Xiao Yuqi was startled. "Aren't you an orphan? My previous appearance, I told you that I had a world-class wealthy father, but he just didn't give me money to spend, do you believe it?" "I don't believe it." Xiao Yuqi answered subconsciously. "That's it." Chu Chen spread his hands. "I might as well not say anything if I tell you something you won't believe and make you laugh at me like a fool. Have you reconciled with your family now?" Of course, where else would I get so much money? Chu Chen rolled his eyes at Xiao Yu and waved to Xiao Yan, who was standing aside. The latter immediately stepped forward, opened the red wine and poured it for the two of them. Chu Chen, in the style of a rich second-generation dandy, crossed his legs and said, "Beautiful housekeeper, my father assigned her to me." "How is she? Not bad, right?" Zhang Yan, who was putting the wine back into the ice bucket, couldn't help but twitch her eyes when she heard this. Even someone as calm as her almost broke down. She really couldn't understand why this boss had to pretend to be a dandy boy in front of outsiders. But this was not something she should be concerned about. After calming down, she quietly stepped aside and waited for instructions. Zhao Yuqi glanced at Zhang Yan and nodded silently. The elegance and intelligence of this woman cannot be faked. It is clearly a temperament that comes from years of immersion in a large family. Zhang Yan's presence made Zhao Yuqi have no doubt about Chu Chen's words. Besides, it doesn't matter to her whether the family is big or not, as long as it has money. Zhao Yuqi covered her mouth and smiled. Lin Qingtong really lost the earth and picked up a grain of sand. I am really looking forward to seeing her expression after she finds out your true identity. But, Brother Chu Chen, you didn't deliberately reconcile with your family after breaking up with Lin Qingtong, did you? Chu Chen's original intention now was to be a bad guy, so he didn't explain the bad reputation at all, and directly accepted it. Yes. Don't you know that we men have a strong desire for revenge? As the saying goes, if you look down on me today, I will make you unable to reach me in the future. I am not a good person, I am a bad person. So, Yuqi, you must be careful when you come into contact with me, and don't offend me, otherwise my punishment will be very severe. You are so bad. But I like it. Zhao Yuqi also laughed. She asked in a low voice, I wonder if Brother Chu Chen likes the punishment from Black Silk Cat Girl? If he likes it, Yuqi doesn't mind offending Brother Chu Chen once or twice. Lore. This is naked temptation. Chu Chen immediately put away his smile and said righteously, Classmate Zhao Yuqi, I think you have a big misunderstanding of me. Today, I, Chu Chen, will say this. I, Chu Chen, am not that kind of person. Such vulgar things cannot tempt me. Zhao Yuqi was stunned. Looking at Chu Chen's serious and rigid expression, which didn't seem like he was joking at all, she couldn't help but become suspicious. Did I make a mistake? At this moment, Chu Chen said seriously, unless you add a maid outfit. Zhao Yuqi was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, Chu Chen, I really didn't expect you to be so humorous. Did you deliberately pretend to be honest and serious in front of Lin Qingtong before? Although she had not had much contact with Chu Chen in school before, Zhao Yuqi still had some understanding of Chu Chen's honest character. However, what she did not expect was that the Chu Chen in front of her was completely different from the Chu Chen she knew in school. Okay, let's eat and talk. These are fresh ingredients shipped from Australia today. Chu Chen also laughed. When he let go of everything and didn't want to pursue true love, he suddenly found that making girls happy was actually a very easy thing. During the meal, Zhao Yuqi laughed the whole time, and Chu Chen did not feel any psychological burden at all. It was not like when he had dinner with Lin Qingtong before, he always had to be careful to take care of her emotions. Even if he was doing a small thing, he had to seriously consider for a long time whether it would be inappropriate. Now he has no such worries at all. First, Chu Chen's mentality has changed. Second, Chu Chen is now confident and doesn't have to worry about anything at all, so he can naturally let go and speak and do things. After the meal, Chu Chen felt that he had already maxed out Zhao Yuqi's favorability, and she would not refuse even if he made some excessive requests later. It's a pity that Chu Chen has no plans to have anything happen with her for the time being. Zhao Yuqi is just a chess piece in Chu Chen's hand. After the meal, Zhang Yan took the opportunity when Zhao Yuqi went to the bathroom to step forward and bow slightly to Chu Chen and asked, Master Chu, are you satisfied with the reception of Miss Zhao today? Not bad. Chu Chen nodded. You managed to get 2 Maybach S-Class and a Rolls-Royce without me paying you a penny. This is enough to prove your strength. And Chu Chen pointed at the leftovers on the table and said, this table of imported fresh ingredients probably costs no less than 200,000, right? Zhang Yan nodded. Today we are entertaining guests, so I won't say anything. From now on, unless there are guests, we will just eat ordinary rice and stir-fried dishes at home. I don't like waste. I also recognize Li Datong's cooking skills, so you can stay. Give me your bank card number. Zhang Yan gave out a bank card number, and Chu Chen immediately transferred 24 million to it as an advance payment for 1 year's salary for the 4 of them. After receiving the bank message, Zhang Yan showed a rare smile of relief. looked at Chu Chen and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, Master Chu. Please rest assured that we will not let you lose money." All right, don't tell me these, I only look at the results. Chu Chen waved his hand and stood up. "There is a room for you next to the villa. You can live here if you want, or you can go home to live by yourself, but if there is any problem in the villa, I will ask you to be responsible. You can be my housekeeper and driver. You can get familiar with the villa first in the afternoon. I will take Xiao Yu out, so you don't have to follow me." "Wait." Zhang Yan suddenly stopped Chu Chen. "Master Chu, I have an unreasonable request." Chu Chen frowned slightly. "Speak." "We actually have another person in our team who can fight and can be a bodyguard. Do you think we can let him come here to work as well?" Chapter 21. I don't want any. Chu Chen was startled and asked, "Can he fight? How good can he fight?" "You fight better than me," Zhang Yan said seriously. This answer made Chu Chen laugh and cry. "What kind of answer is that? Even if you don't compare him with the kung fu stars in the movies, can't you at least compare him with the soldiers? What the hell is better than you?" Chu Chen refused without hesitation. "Not for the time being, but for your sake, I can give him priority if I need him." Zhang Yan saw Chu Chen's laxity, stepped forward and explained, "Master Chu, please believe me, he is really strong, and a rich man like you needs a personal master to protect you." Chu Chen's face darkened. "Butler Zhang, please be aware of your own identity." Zhang Yan's expression collapsed. He took 2 steps back and lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Master Chu, I was impatient for a moment." Chu Chen sat on the sofa and thought about it. It is true that he could have a bodyguard, but he must be an expert. He was planning to challenge the 3 major families in Sihai and replace them in controlling Sihai City. This might require him to put his life in danger. And there is the uncertain crisis of the Yuan family behind him, so his bodyguard must at least be someone like Yang Pujuan. So he said in a deep voice, "For your sake, I will give him a chance. Let him come to the villa for an interview tomorrow morning." "Thank you, young master." Zhang Yan was very happy and saluted to Chu Chen. At this time, Xiao Yu just came out of the toilet, sat down next to Chu Chen, took his arm actively, and rubbed the softness of her chest against Chu Chen from time to time, looking as intimate as a couple. Under the absolute temptation of money, Xiao Yu threw all the green tea laws behind her, such as not cherishing anything that comes too easily. She wished that something would happen between her and Chu Chen immediately so as to confirm her relationship with Chu Chen. "Chu Chen, where are we going to play this afternoon? How about taking me to see your villa? I'm quite curious about what such an expensive villa looks like." Chu Chen smiled slightly and stood up. "Let's visit the villa next time. The villa is here and it won't run away. We have more important things to do this afternoon." Zhao Yu didn't mind, and stood up and asked, "What's the important matter?" "Of course I'm buying you a present. Isn't today your birthday? I was too busy this morning and didn't prepare a birthday present for you. I might as well take you along to buy it this afternoon." "Wow, Chu Chen, you're so nice. You even remember my birthday?" Zhao Yu looked very happy. Chu Chen rolled his eyes at her and thought, "Didn't you remind me on purpose last night? How could I forget just this? Straight men are not stupid. Okay, let's go." Chu Chen drove the Bugatti Veyron to the Xishan Ring City Center, which is the largest commercial center in Sihai City. There is everything from food, clothing, supermarkets, to entertainment. There is also the most luxurious hotel in Sihai City and a theme park. Known as a holy place for lovers and entrepreneurs, for lovers, this is the perfect date spot. For entrepreneurs, this is the perfect place to make the first pot of gold in life. There are countless businesses and business opportunities here. When Chu Chen drove the Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions to the Xishan Global Center, it naturally caused quite a stir. Zhao Yu really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, but Chu Chen felt a little uncomfortable. He always felt that they looked at him as if he were a golden pig. Ignoring the hot gazes of the young ladies, Chu Chen took Xiao Yu straight to an LV store, pointed at the dazzling array of glittering bags on the display cabinet and said, "Today is your birthday, choose it, just tell me what you like, and I will buy it for you, don't worry about the price." As soon as these words were spoken, several other beauties who were browsing the store immediately turned their eyes over. They looked at Chu Chen as if he were a pile of gold that would run away. If there weren't so many people in the store at the moment and they had to save face, they probably wouldn't have been able to help but rush up to ask for Chu Chen's WeChat. The woman in the other couple heard what Chu Chen said, stepped on her boyfriend's foot with her high heels, pointed at Chu Chen and said, "Look at how domineering other people's boyfriends are, and then look at yourself? I have to consider the price when buying anything, so you might as well just live with money for the rest of your life. At this time Chu Chen added, by the way, there is no limit on the quantity, just buy whatever you like. If he had only attracted the attention of female customers before, Chu Chen's words now directly attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. Chu Chen himself has excellent conditions, with a handsome face and a height of 1.8 meters. He can be said to be the standard lover in the eyes of all women. Coupled with his bold speech just now, he directly charmed all the women. After all, every woman has a dream, to be able to swim in a sea of expensive bags. The men all despised Chu Chen in their hearts, wondering where this pretty boy came from and how he stole their limelight. Xiao Yuqi was no exception. She was deeply shocked by Chu Chen's magnanimity. She couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart that she had made the right bet. She didn't say anything, but turned around, picked up a gorgeous bag, and walked to the mirror to look at it. Seeing this, the salesperson immediately stepped forward to flatter her. Miss, you have a good eye. This is the first new model released by LV this year. Now our store is the only one in the whole Sihai city that has it, and the one you are holding is also the first one. It is perfect with your bright and charming temperament. Xiao Yuqi was naturally very happy to be praised, but she ignored the salesperson and turned to look at Chu Chen. Chu Chen, do you think I'm pretty? Chu Chen looked at her in astonishment, his eyes full of confusion. Why would you ask such a stupid question? You are not good looking, you are as beautiful as a fairy. You're so annoying. You just like to tease me. Xiao Yuqi covered her mouth and smiled. She was so beautiful that the other men in the store were stunned and even received a critical hit from his girlfriend. So who do you think is prettier, me or the bag? Xiao Yuqi asked again. Chu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh. This was simply an easy point question. Of course you are pretty. Xiao Yuqi smiled and said nothing, and put the bag back on the shelf. Chu Chen thought she didn't like this one. Xiao Yuqi took another apricot bag and walked up to Chu Chen and asked, Chu Chen, who do you think is prettier, me or the bag? Chu Chen was puzzled, but still replied, of course you are good looking. What if I add the bag? Chu Chen instantly understood what the woman meant, and said with a smile, Yuqi, you are so beautiful, no matter how expensive or beautiful the bag is in your hand, it is just icing on the cake. Xiao Yuqi also smiled. She put the apricot bag in her hand back into the display case, took Chu Chen's hand and said, I think so too, so I don't want any of the bags here. What? Chu Chen was confused. But Xiao Yuqi had no intention of explaining and pulled him out of the store, leaving everyone confused. At this time, the boy who was stepped on by the girl before immediately reacted and praised his girlfriend. Wife, I think all the bags in this store are not worth mentioning compared to your beauty, they are just icing on the cake. After saying that, he looked at his girlfriend seriously and blinked. Fuck you, go to hell. The woman put down her bag, stepped on the man, and left in anger, leaving the man standing there with a wronged look on his face, not knowing why. Chapter 22 Provocation. The Xixiang Global Center is very large, so it is impossible that all the items here are luxury goods. There are also some very popular things. Xiao Yuqi took Chu Chen to an ordinary jewelry store and picked up a blue hairpin from the shelf. Boss, how much? 20 yuan. Give me the money, Mr. Chu. Xiao Yuqi pulled Chu Chen to the bar. Chu Chen was a little embarrassed. It looks good, but are you sure you want this as a birthday gift? Of course. Don't you think it looks bad? Xiao Yuqi turned around and looked at Chu Chen with an innocent and cute expression. But isn't this too shabby? Even before the system awakened, when Chu Chen was still a poor bastard, the gifts he gave to Lin Xingtong were not so cheap. They were at least more than 300 yuan, which made him feel affordable. Although my current relationship with Xiao Yuqi is not that of a boyfriend and girlfriend, she is still a campus beauty after all. Nowadays, any gift for a girl costs hundreds of dollars, let alone the school beauty. Shabby? Xiao Yuqi looked at Chu Chen, then turned around in place. Isn't this ugly? Of course it looks good. But I know what you want to say, but since it's the icing on the cake, aren't expensive white roses and wildflowers on the roadside all flowers? The key is still the person wearing the flowers. Xiao Yuqi put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. Her look and expression were just like a girl in love acting coquettishly with her boyfriend. Chu Chen also laughed. Are you deliberately praising yourself? Xiao Yuqi smiled, leaned forward, held Chu Chen's arm, and said shyly, the icing on the cake, you said it yourself. Okay, pay quickly, the boss is waiting anxiously. Chu Chen then took out 20 yuan and handed it to the boss. The boss was a man in his 50s. He looked at Chu Chen and Xiao Yu and said with a smile, "Young man, your girlfriend is really good. There are not many girls as honest as her nowadays, you must seize the opportunity." Chu Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter, and thought to himself, "Old man, if you knew Xiao Yuqi's performance in school, you would know what kind of person she is." The reason why Xiao Yuqi left behind a bag worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and came to buy a 20 yuan hairpin was that Chu Chen knew without thinking that she was acting with him. The facts were indeed as she thought. Xiao Yuqi, who was holding Chu Chen's arm, looked like a shy girl, but in her heart she was already thinking about how she should act next so that Chu Chen could believe that she was not a gold digger. On the way here, Xiao Yuqi thought a lot. She was half believing and half doubting the story about Chu Chen having a falling out with his family, but even if the story was true, she knew that no man would like a woman who was purely materialistic. In front of Chu Chen, she wanted to portray herself as a realistic but non-materialistic woman, so she refused the bag Chu Chen offered to buy her before. The purpose is to leave a good impression on Chu Chen. Of course, she also knew that with a family as powerful as Chu Chen's, she would definitely not be able to become the young lady, but a mistress who didn't want to be the main wife was not a good mistress. As the saying goes, there is no marriage stronger than gold, only a mistress who doesn't work hard. Xiao Yuqi feels that she can still work harder. At this time, a sarcastic voice came from behind. "Hey, isn't this Miss Xiao? Why did you condescend to come to such a small shop to shop? Did you pay for the car rental and don't even have $100 in your pocket?" Chu Chen turned around and found a young man dressed in an expensive suit walking into the jewelry store with a woman dressed up gorgeously. But Xiao Yuqi's face changed at the sight. This person was none other than Mo Lang, who had used a trick to force her to express her position at noon. After what happened at noon, she had completely broken off relations with Mo Lang and his group of rich second generations. She knew that they would not let her off easily, but she did not expect that revenge would come so quickly. "What? Looking at Miss Xiao's expression, it seems that she doesn't welcome me very much? We are all friends after all, so it shouldn't be that serious, right? I saw you buying a 20 yuan haircard here out of kindness, so I helped you. You are a famous lady from Sihai University. How could you carry such a cheap thing?" "Boss." Mo Lang waved his hand at the boss and said, "Give me all the $20 hairpins in your warehouse. Take as many as you can get. I'll buy them all and give them to Miss Xiao. Anyway, she is only worthy of wearing such inferior goods for the rest of her life." The woman next to him also cooperated and said, "Brother Mo Lang, is this the poor girl you mentioned who has no money but pretends to be rich?" Mo Lang glared at the woman in dissatisfaction, and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? That's called a socialite. Apologize to Miss Xiao." The woman cried out in horror, "I'm sorry. Ms. Xiao, I said the wrong thing. You're a lady, so you should be tolerant and don't blame me." After saying that, the two of them burst into laughter. Chu Chen watched on the side without saying anything. He wanted to see how Xiao Yuqi would solve the problem. After all, with her level of green tea, wouldn't it be easy for her to deal with a rich second generation like Mo Lang who had a little money? But Xiao Yuqi didn't have any intention of showing off her skills. She was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Chu Chen. At this time, she should play the role of a weak woman, so she looked up and said, "Chu Chen, let's go. Don't let two flies ruin your mood." Chu Chen was stunned and a little surprised, but still nodded. At this time, Mo Lang called the two again. "Wait, your name is Chu Chen?" Chu Chen turned around and looked at Mo Lang. "What's wrong? Is it Lin Qingtong's ex-boyfriend Chu Chen?" When mentioning Lin Qingtong, Chu Chen frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the word Chu Chen had become a vassal of Lin Qingtong? But he nodded. "Yes, what's wrong?" Mo Lang suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Chu Chen and said, Xiao Yuqi. I was really worried before, afraid that you would hook up with some big shot in Sihai City, but I didn't expect that you would get together with Chu Chen, a loser? I didn't expect that a school beauty like you would also like to pick up sluts. It's really hilarious. If this matter were to spread to the school, I guess everyone in the school would laugh their heads off. A school beauty like Xiao University, a socialite at Sihai University, would actually degenerate and be with a loser. Mo Lang. Shut your stinky mouth. Xiao Yuqi immediately stood up to refute Mo Lang. Chu Chen is not a loser. He is 10,000 times better than you, the second generation of dandies who are arrogant just because you have a little money. You don't understand him at all. Xiao Yuqi, you are so interesting. I don't understand him, but doesn't Lin Qingtong understand him? After she followed Li Xiao these few days, Chu Chen's various loser behaviors are known to our circle. For example, every night before her birthday, she would always stay up until the early morning, and on her birthday, she would be the first to say happy birthday to Lin Qingtong. When she heard me, Mo Lang deliberately stopped talking here, looked at Chu Chun with a provocative look, and then said loudly, "Ha ha ha." I laughed when I heard that. I never thought that handsome Chu would be such a lickspittle. This really proves the saying that lickspittles don't get houses. Chapter 23 Shopping again? Chu Chen thought that he would no longer be angry about Lin Qingtong's affairs, but he still underestimated the position of Lin Qingtong in his heart. After hearing what Mo Lang said, Chu Chen felt that he deserved to be dumped and shouldn't have been nice to Lin Qingtong at all. This is indeed more than what he did for Lin Qingtong, but he never expected that his sincere devotion would now become a laughingstock for Lin Qingtong to please others. After 2 years of relationship, it really feels like nothing. "Why, did you mention young Master Chu's pain?" Mo Lang said provocatively, completely ignoring Chu Chen's expression. At the same time, he glanced at Zhao Yuqi, "But you two are really a good match. One is a loser and a big bootlicker, and the other is a poor socialite." Ha 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 ha. Chu Chen's face darkened. "Did you come here just to laugh at us?" "Of course not. I, Mo Lang, am a very busy man. How can I have time to laugh at you? To tell you the truth, my father is the investment manager of Xixiangring City Center. I can work there and get a salary even though I am still in school. Unlike you, you have to study for interviews and look for jobs every day." Mo Lang said very proudly that Zhao Yuqi knew his background anyway, so there was nothing to hide. The annual revenue of Xixiangring City Center exceeds 10 billion yuan. This huge commercial complex is much better than many listed companies. One of its investment managers has an annual salary of over 1 million yuan. With some gray income, it is no problem for him to make 7 or 8 million yuan a year. At this time, Zhao Yuqi also pulled Chu Chen and whispered, "Chu Chen, I heard that his father Mo Feng used to be the driver of Qin Jianwei, the head of the Qin family. Later, after the Qin family's Xixiangring City Center was built, he became a manager. This is inside the mall, let's go and don't provoke him." When Chu Chen heard the name Qin family, his eyes lit up. He had been struggling over how to deal with Mo Lang. After all, no matter how rich he is, it is impossible for him to beat Moran in broad daylight, right? The consequences of flagrantly defying the law are not good. But it would be easy to deal with since the Four Symbols Ring City Center belonged to the Qin family. Chu Chen immediately took out his phone and called Qin Yuya. In Qin Jianwei's office, he was discussing with his daughter Qin Yuya what the group should do next. Thinking of this, he felt a bit of a headache. Alas, this 10 billion came at a really bad time. The group is not ready to take that step out. "I don't know how to spend this money." "Yes." Qin Yuya also nodded, "I want to use it for investment, but if the group takes that step and needs funds, I'm afraid I won't be able to get it back in the short term. If I want to expand outward, this 10 billion is not enough. The current situation is really neither good nor bad. But Dad, I think this is a good time. The sale of Villa Number 1 proves that our group is capable of doing high-end villa projects. We must take this opportunity to expand outward. Once the popularity of Villa Number 1 decreases, it will be much more difficult for us to enter the high-end villa market." "I want to, too. But where will the money come from?" Qin Jianwei sighed. "Expansion is a risky thing. The roots of our group must not be moved. If we raise funds from outside, 20 billion is not a small amount. It's too difficult." At this moment, Qin Yuya's phone suddenly rang. "Hey, Mr. Chu, why do you have the heart to call me, your sister?" She discussed with her father the identity information of Chu Chen that she had found and thought that it was a means used by a large family. She was convinced that he was from a large family in Beijing and became confident in making friends with him, so they naturally became closer during the conversation. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "As the saying goes, a miss is like a long time. I haven't seen Sister Yuya for the past 2 days, and I feel like I'm going crazy." "Ha, young Master Chu is really good at joking. Didn't we just meet this morning?" Qin Yuya laughed happily. "Okay, I won't joke with you anymore." "What's the matter?" "Hee hee, Sister Yuya is really smart. She guessed that I have something to ask you. Then I'll get straight to the point. I want to buy the Four Elephants Ring City Center." Qin Yuya, who had just been smiling, was instantly speechless. She said in horror, "What? What did you say?" "Say it again?" "I said, I want to buy the Four Elephants Ring City Center." Chu Chen answered word by word. You are not kidding, are you? Why did you buy the Xixiang Ring City Center? Do you know that it is the biggest money-making machine for my Qin family? It's not Qin Yuya's fault for making a fuss, but the Xixiang Ring City Center is too important to the Qin family. A quarter of the family's income comes from this commercial complex. The Qin family would never sell such an important industry. Now she is more curious about why Chu Chen wants to buy it? Nothing. A short-sighted manager in the mall offended me, and I want to punish him. Chu Chen answered truthfully. You, forget it, just wait, I'll come find you soon. Qin Yuya suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. These top playboys were really too arbitrary. Qin Jianwei looked at his daughter's anxious expression and couldn't help asking, what happened? It's okay, Dad, I'll take care of it. Qin Yuya walked out of the office in her high heels. On the other side, Mo Lang was standing by and heard Chu Chen's entire conversation. When Chu Chen hung up the phone, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, Chu Chen, you are from the acting department, right? I am dying of laughter. You even bought the Xixiang Ring City Center. How dare you say that? Do you know how much the Xixiang Ring City Center's annual revenue is? Hundreds of billions. Ha, a poor bastard like you still want to acquire the Xixiang Ring City Center? I understand why Lin Qingtong wants to dump you. You have no ability to make money, but you are very good at bragging. The gorgeous woman next to Mo Lang also said with disdain, yes. This Four Elephants Ring City Center is the apple of the Qin family's eye. The Ding family and the Li family wanted to invest in it but were rejected. They also threatened that the Four Elephants Ring City Center would not allow anyone to invest. You don't even know this? I can tell at a glance that you are a low-level bumpkin. In fact, only people in the upper-class circles in Sihai City knew about this matter. She just heard about it when she slept with some wealthy people. She thought she knew the secrets of the upper class and thought she had mixed into the upper-class circles of Sihai City. She despised Chu Chen, a low-class bumpkin. These two people did not understand Chu Chen's true strength, but Zhao Yuqi knew that Chu Chen lived in Villa No. 1 developed by the Qin family, which he bought directly with 3 billion in cash. The transaction was completed yesterday and it was on the news today. Not only Sihai City, but the entire Dragon Country was in an uproar, with everyone speculating about the identity and background of this super rich man. Chu Chen can come up with 3 billion in cash. If he wants to buy the Four Symbols Global Center, can't he do it? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuqi suddenly became excited. She simply couldn't think rationally about this big money sponsor who could spend billions at any time. Not long after, Qin Yuya arrived at the scene. She was surprised to find that Chu Chen was actually in a small shop outside the Xixiang Ring City Center. She thought that a playboy like Chu Chen had a conflict with others when he was buying luxury goods with his woman. Who did you say offended you? Qin Yuya looked at Chu Chen. She just wanted to quickly deal with this super rich second generation who had wild ideas and wanted to buy buildings at every turn. Chu Chen pursed his lips and pointed at Mo Lang. No, that's him. It is said that this guy is the manager of your mall, but his mouth stinks so much that I can't help but want to hit him. Before Qin Yuya could say anything, Mo Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. With a figure and appearance like this is the woman worthy of me, Mo Lang. He pushed his female companion aside, straightened his appearance, and stepped forward and said elegantly, My lady, my name is Mo Lang, my father is Mo Feng, the investment manager of Xixiang Ring City Center. I wonder if you are interested in opening a store in Xixiang Ring City Center. I can help you. You know, if other businesses want to move into the Xixiang Ring City Center, they have to pay a portion of the credit guarantee to my father? As he spoke, Mo Lang kept flirting with Qin Yuya. The credit guarantee he mentioned was actually a bribe. Chu Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. This Mo Lang was really a typical example of a cheating father. Before I could even say a word, he confessed everything. Zhao Yuqi whispered in Chu Chen's ear, Chu Chen, this person, could it be Qin Yuya, the eldest daughter of the Qin family? Yes. Haven't you seen her? Chu Chen looked at Zhao Yuqi strangely. He originally thought that a gold digger like Zhao Yuqi often mingled in the circle of wealthy people, and should be familiar with people like Qin Yuya, but the fact was that she didn't even know them? Zhao Yuqi shook her head and smiled bitterly. The eldest lady of the Qin family is truly a member of the top circle of Sihai City. It is impossible for us to know her. The same is true for Mo Lang. In the eyes of Miss Qin, he is at most a small merchant. If you hadn't called Yuya's sister on the phone just now, I wouldn't have guessed it. Xiao Yuqi really felt a little sad. She thought that her appearance and figure were not much worse than Qin Yuya's, but others were born to stand at the top of the pyramid, and she had worked hard for so many years, but she only had a reputation that was only for show. Qin Yuya's indifference in the face of Mo Lang made Xiao Yuqi envious. This was the true demeanor of a young lady. Looking at the confident young man in front of her, Qin Yuya was amused. She couldn't even remember how many years had passed since she was last chased by a young man. However, I have been in the business world for many years and am no longer a naive person. As for the credit guarantee he mentioned, Qin Yuya also knew what it was. She pointed at Xu Chen and said, "Okay, then it happens that my friend wants to buy the Four Elephants Global Center. You can ask your father to come and talk to him." Mo Lang's face darkened, and he said sternly, "My beauty, I know you are the person Xu Chen called here, but you don't know much about his past. Let me tell you, he is in school." Qin Yuya suddenly took over the topic and said, "You pursued Lin Qingtong for 2 years and got dumped, right? You're also a loser who works part-time every day to earn money and pursues goddesses late at night, right? I know everything you said, is there anything else?" Mo Lang was stunned. Qin Yuya's response confused him. He couldn't understand why Xiao Yuqi and the woman in front of him were both top beauties. Why did they stand on Xu Chen's side when they knew about his loser past? It's only been a few days since this guy broke up with Lin Qingtong, but suddenly there are a lot of beautiful women around him. Forget it, I don't have anything to say to you. Qin Yuya took out his phone and called the management office of the Four Elephants Ring City Center. "I'm 12 circles outside Zone C. Ask Mo Phone to come over." The management naturally took the call from the group's daughter very seriously and immediately called Moran and asked him to come as quickly as possible. At this time, Mo Lang felt that something was wrong, but deep down he still didn't believe that Xu Chen could know someone so powerful that he could touch his father. If he really had such ability, would Lin Qingtong break up with him? Thinking of this, Mo Lang gained confidence. With a stern face and a bit of coldness, he said to Xu Chen and Qin Yuya, "I am warning you as a manager. You can't call General Manager Mo casually, nor can you make fun of him. Apologize to me immediately, otherwise I will ask the security guards to expel you." In order to make Xu Chen believe him, Mo Lang really turned on the intercom and called a team of security guards over on the pretext that a customer was causing trouble, and they surrounded the three people. Chapter 24: A New Situation. Xu Chen was not worried about his situation at all. After all, he had already bought all the fighting skills in the system. Although he could not beat a person like Yang Pijuan, it was still no problem for him to deal with these security guards. Instead, he looked somewhat happy, and teased Qin Yuya, "Sister Yuya, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that asking you to help would end up hurting you." Qin Yuya felt ashamed of being targeted by her own men in her own shopping mall. Xu Chen's teasing made her look ashamed, and her face completely sank when she saw Mo Lang. "Okay, you're great. I hope you don't regret it later." "Regret? Ha ha ha. There is no such word as regret in my life." Mo Lang took a step forward and looked directly at Qin Yuya. "Beauty, let me tell you. In this mall, even if I drag you aside and rape you, no one would dare to say anything. My dad is the investment manager here, and he is also the driver of the Qin family." "Do you know the Qin family?" "That's Sihai City." "Shut up. You beast." At this moment, a figure quickly rushed in from outside, pushed aside a group of security guards, kicked Mo Lang over, turned around and looked at Qin Yuya, who kept bowing and apologizing. "I'm sorry, miss, I'm sorry, miss. My daughter is ignorant and didn't know you were here. Please forgive me." The man who was sweating profusely and begging for mercy was Mo Lang's father, Mo Phone. As soon as he received the call from management, he felt something was wrong, and he happened to be nearby, so he rushed over immediately. But as soon as he reached the door, he saw a scene that frightened him. His own son, Mo Lang, actually showed up and threatened the eldest daughter of the Qin family, and even had people surround her. You have to know that everything Mo Phone has today was given by the Qin family. If he offends the Qin family, he will have nothing. Morang, who was kicked to the ground, was about to get angry and ask his father why when he heard his father's words. "Miss?" His father used to be the Qin family S-driver, and the eldest lady he mentioned was obviously the Qin family S-daughter, Qin Yuya. He actually offended the daughter of the Qin family, one of the three major families. Thinking of this, Mo Lang's anger disappeared instantly, and he lost all his strength and was shrouded in fear. "Hey," Qin Yuya sneered, "do you mean I can do this to a woman who is not me?" No, miss, that's not what I meant." Mo Phone hurriedly explained, but Qin Yuya suddenly interrupted him with a roar, "Mo phone. 7 years ago, you made a mistake, and your father let you go because of your many years of service to the Qin family. He also gave you a position so that you can continue to be rich and prosperous. Is this how you repay my Qin family?" "Ah." Qin Yuya pointed at Mo Lang and asked, "Who is he? How did he get a job at the Four Elephants Ring City Center?" "Miss, parents are all pitiful. I also want my son to enter the society for internship as soon as possible to accumulate experience," Mo Fong explained while crying. After that, he kicked Mo Lang and said, "You beast, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you apologize to Miss?" Seeing his father's humble appearance, Mo Lang finally realized that he had gotten into big trouble. He crawled to Qin Yuya and cried, "I'm sorry, Miss. I was wrong, please forgive me. Please, let me be your slave." Mo Lang was so frightened that he kowtowed continuously, his forehead was broken and bleeding. Qin Yuya had a blank expression on her face. She took out her cell phone and made a call. A short while later, a large group of uniformed security guards arrived. "Uncle Mo, the Qin family has already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. What you did here has seriously affected the reputation of the Four Elephants. The Qin family will not be merciful this time. See you in court." Mo Feng's heart suddenly thumped, and he knelt down in front of Qin Yuya on the spot, begging with tears in his eyes, "Miss, please let me go for all the hard work I have done for the Qin family for so many years." It's not that Mo Feng has no dignity, but he knows what he will face when he goes to court. Over the years, he has abused his power to embezzle public funds and accepted bribes of at least tens of millions of yuan. With this amount, plus the deliberate manipulation of the Qin family, Mo Feng's life is over. At this moment, the dignity of the older generation is worthless and he doesn't want to go to jail. However, in response to the old man's plea, Qin Yuya simply said, "Do you want to go to hell or jail?" After these words came out, Mo Feng seemed to have lost his soul and sat on the ground in a daze. "Take him away." Qin Yuya looked at Mo Feng with disgust, and the security guard behind him immediately stepped forward and took Mo Feng and his son away. Zhao Yuqi stood there in a daze. Mo Lang was indeed not one of the top second-generation rich people in Sihai City. She would have been able to deal with him, but he was so tough and even took down his father as well. It can only be said that the Qin family is worthy of being one of the three major families in the world. At this time, Qin Yuya walked to Chu Chun with light steps and asked with a smile, "Will this calm your anger, Mr. Chu?" Zhao Yuqi was once again deeply shocked. Qin Yuya sent Mo Feng to prison regardless of their past friendship just to appease Chu Chen's anger? She used to think that Chu Chen Dingtian and Qin Yuya were rich second generations of the same level, but now it seems that Chu Chen's identity is far from that simple. Thinking of this, she hugged Chu Chen's arms even tighter. But Chu Chen shook his head and said, not satisfied, "You don't think I want to acquire the Four Elephants Ring City Center because of them, right?" A look of doubt appeared on Qin Yuya's beautiful face, "Isn't it?" "Of course not." Chu Chen replied righteously, "I want to buy the Xixiang Ring City Center, and then let Yuqi be the general manager here, and let the two father and son work under Yuqi every day. Don't they like to bully others the most? Then I will let them taste what it feels like to be bullied by others. My goal is to give someone a taste of their own medicine." "You're going to spend hundreds of billions just for this?" Qin Yuya's forehead was bulging with veins. She thought Chu Chen was really a weirdo. "Of course. No one can bully my people." As he said that, Chu Chen suddenly put his arms around Zhao Yuqi's shoulders and pulled her into his arms. Zhao Yuqi was stunned for a moment, then her face was full of shyness. She lay in Chu Chen's arms, smelling the strong masculine scent, her heart beating rapidly. "Is this a confession? Does Chu Chen want me to be his girlfriend? What should I do? Should I agree to him or refuse?" Chu Chen just said that the person is mine, so Zhao Yuqi immediately assumed that she was my woman, and she also believed Chu Chen's words that he would spend tens of billions to buy the Xixiang Ring City Center for her. In the past, Zhao Yuqi would have sneered at such behavior and laughed at it as being blinded by love, but now she is deeply involved in it. Qin Yuya couldn't help but twitch her eyes twice. Based on her previous understanding of Chu Chen, she knew that he was a ruthless character and would never do such an impulsive thing. But at this moment, looking at the delicate beauty in her arms, she finally understood. It turns out that this guy is using me to show off and pick up girls by taking advantage of my power. "You are really willing to spend a lot of money." Thinking of this, Qin Yuya said sourly, "Mr. Chu is really affectionate and righteous, but I wonder if you are like that to the one at home?" Chu Chen was stunned at first, then he said with a wicked smile, "If Sister Yuya doesn't mind, you can come to my house tonight. I don't think Yuchi will mind." "Bah! You wish." Shin Yuya couldn't help blushing. He was clearly talking about his legal wife Yuan Shui, but this guy actually brought him up. But his lover was present at the time, and he couldn't expose her, so he could only turn around and leave. "Hey, wait! Sister Yuya. I really want to buy the Xishan Global Center." Shin Yuya stopped and turned to look at Chu Chen, with a puzzled look in her beautiful eyes. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Chu Chen was not joking. When he was in college, he knew how much money the Four Symbols Ring City Center could make. If he could buy it, it would definitely be beneficial to his future plans. But the Four Elephants and Qinglan Mountain Villa No. 1 are different. Having said that, Shin Yuya glanced at Zhao Yuqi, who was leaning against Chu Chen. Before Chu Chen opened his mouth, Zhao Yuqi immediately let go of Chu Chen, tidied his clothes, and said very intimately, "Brother Chu Chen, today is my birthday, and I have plans with other friends, so I won't be with you this afternoon. I've booked a place at the Tomorrow Resort Hotel tonight, remember to come." After saying that, Zhao Yuqi ran away. As a high-level green tea girl, she naturally knew how to capture a man's heart. For things like this involving commercial secrets, she would naturally avoid it without Chu Chen bringing it up, leaving Chu Chen with the impression of being sensible and well-behaved. After Zhao Yuqi left, Chu Chen also put away his dandy temperament, looked at Shin Yuya and said seriously, "Let's talk somewhere else." Shin Yuya nodded, and the two of them came to a cafe and found a booth to sit down. Chu Chen got straight to the point, "I want to enter the business circle of Sihai City. At present, the only project that is sure to make money is Xishang." Shin Yuya shook her head and opened her red lips slightly. "Chu Chen. The Four Elephants are different from Villa No. 1. Villa No. 1 is our gimmick and cannot generate any profit. Long-term speculation will instead incur a lot of costs. So there is no problem selling it to you. However, the Four Elephants are an important source of income for our Qin family. It is impossible for an outsider like you to invest in it." 30 billion. Chu Chen said, "If it's not enough, I can add more. It's not about the price." Shin Yuya shook her head, picked up the cup in front of her, covered it with her red lips to taste the coffee, and then put it down. In Sihai City, the Ding family, the Li family, and the Qin family are called the three major families in Sihai City. It's not because these three are the only companies in Sihai City, but because all three of us are 100% family-controlled companies and we never allow outsiders to invest. Speaking of this, Shin Yuya suddenly remembered something. Her eyes lit up, and her pretty little face couldn't help but become a little excited. She lay on the table and stared at Chu Chen. "Mr. Chu, although we cannot allow you to interfere in the family business, we have a new real estate development project in the near future. I wonder if you have any plans to join in?" Just at that moment, Shin Yuya thought of the financial problem that the Qin family is facing now. If Chu Chen could be brought in, wouldn't it be perfectly solved? Although the Qin family is a family business, this outward expansion plan can set up a separate subsidiary, which will be controlled by the Qin family. This way, it will not be counted as allowing Chu Chen to invest in the Qin family. In this way, the funding and relationship problems faced by the Qin family and outward expansion have also been solved. Not to mention the mysterious identity behind Chu Chen, just based on the card of the Yuan family, the entire province has to give some face. After thinking about it, Shin Yuya felt uneasy and added, "Although you can't take away Xishang's shares directly, I can decide to let you participate in some of Xishang's management decisions, or put you in a less important senior position, such as your little lover." Chu Chen thought for a while and asked, "Is this the project that you mentioned before that focuses on high-end villas?" "Yes." Shin Yuya replied. Chu Chen fell silent. In fact, he didn't think there was much profit in high-end villa projects now. The real estate market for ordinary people had long been saturated, and the same was true for high-end villas. It's not like rich people can live in the suburbs all day and drive an hour or two to work. Moreover, high-end villas themselves have too many financial product attributes. They are more of an asset than a property. Only those top wealthy people on the Forbes list would buy top-notch villas to live in themselves. Even if they don't live there all the time, they are willing to spend millions of dollars every year to hire someone to take care of it. Ordinary rich people can't afford it and won't do such an unwise thing. Moreover, doing business with top wealthy people often requires interpersonal relationships. The Qin family should not have this. Generally, wealthy people prefer to live in the city center where they can enjoy city services more conveniently. Although I have more money than I can spend, it is really stupid to waste tens of billions of dollars. I'm sorry, Sister Yuya, I'm afraid we can't cooperate on this project. I'm not very optimistic about the high-end villa project, because Chu Chen expressed his thoughts. After hearing this, Jean Yuya twisted her willow-shaped eyebrows into pigtails. She was too confident before, and the Qin family was eager to face transformation, which led to her not thinking of this level at all. Now that Chu Chen has pointed out the risks, Jean Yuya has fallen into deep thought about the future of the Qin family. Chu Chen saw her worry and said, Sister Yuya, as the saying goes, food, clothing, housing and transportation are the basic necessities of life. As long as you delve into this industry, you won't be afraid of losing your job. Now, all these industries have been monopolized by others, and it may be very difficult to re-enter. Instead of fighting with others, it is better to find another way and create a new situation. A new situation? A hint of curiosity flashed in Jean Yuya's beautiful eyes. Chapter 25 Birthday Party. Yuchi, you won the lottery? Why are you treating us to dinner here? Roommate Wang Lan looked at Zhao Yuchi in surprise. In the past 2 years, Zhao Yuchi had just quietly taken a few photos and checked in on her birthday, even after her birthday, because she was afraid that others would find out that her socialite identity was fake. But this time, Zhao Yuchi actually invited them to dinner at the most luxurious hotel in Sihai City. This was the first time. What kind of prize did you win? Can't I be extravagant for once? Zhao Yuchi rolled her eyes at Wang Lan. Where are Qianqian and the others? It should be here soon, right? Wang Lan glanced at the roadside uncertainly. At this time, several sports cars stopped in front of the two of them, led by a Porsche Panamera. The moment the car door opened, Zhao Yuchi's face suddenly changed, and she looked a little uncomfortable, but then she regained her composure. Because Li Juanhao and Lin Qingtong were in the car, she quickly turned her head to the side, fearing that they would see her. Zhao Yuchi also knows Li Juanhao. If he knew that it was his birthday today, he would definitely ask to stay. It would have been fine in the past, but today she had invited Chu Chen. If Li Juanhao and Lin Qingtong showed up, she couldn't imagine what would happen. But at this moment, his other two roommates, Li Qian and Lin Qianxi, got out of the cars behind, yelling at Zhao Yuchi at the top of their lungs while asking for credit and saying to Li Juanhao, Mr. Li, I didn't lie to you, did I? Yuchi is planning to treat us to dinner at the most upscale hotel in Sihai City today. After that, Li Qian and Lin Qianxi looked at Zhao Yuchi again and said proudly, How about it, Yuchi, aren't we awesome? We'll help you invite young Master Li to come. Awesome. Awesome. Zhao Yuchi smiled awkwardly, and then cursed Lin Qianxi's magnificent breasts. You big-breasted and brainless girl, I'm going to pinch your breasts tonight, you bastard. Then you'd better be prepared to be slaughtered by me tonight. Lin Qianxi was complacent, completely unaware that she was about to face the disaster of having big breasts. Li Juanhao looked at Zhao Yuchi and nodded slightly, and said in a gentlemanly manner, Since we are all classmates, let's celebrate Zhao Yuchi's birthday. It can also be regarded as helping Ming Yang. Thank you very much, Mr. Li. A yellow-haired rich second-generation guy immediately jumped out to thank Li Juanhao. He was Zhao Mingcheng, one of the many rich second generations who had worked with Mo Lang to force Zhao Yuchi to express her position in the morning. Seeing him, Zhao Yuchi understood what this farce was all about. Most likely, Zhao Mingyang was still harboring evil intentions and knew that today was his birthday, so he tricked his roommates Li Qian and Lin Qianxi into bringing them here with him. Now that everyone was here, Zhao Yuchi couldn't chase them away. This was not in line with her personality, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and bring everyone into the hotel. Zhao Yuchi booked an ordinary private room. Fortunately, the table was big enough to seat so many people, and the dishes were served soon. Everyone was happily chatting and eating, but all the topics of conversation revolved around Li Juanhao. After all, he had the highest status among all the people present. Li Juanhao would occasionally direct the topic to Zhao Yuchi and Zhao Mingcheng, with the implication that he wanted to bring the two together. Zhao Yuchi was not stupid, so she could naturally hear the hidden meaning in the words. However, she just played dumb in front of everyone, pretending not to understand, and made jokes for half an hour. Seeing that Chu Chen had not arrived even after the dinner was halfway through, Zhao Yuchi was not angry but felt somewhat fortunate. If Chu Chen had come, he really didn't know what to do. At this time, Zhao Mingcheng seemed to see that Zhao Yuchi was absent-minded, so he suggested to Lin Qingtong. Sister-in-law, why don't you tell us more about Chu Chen's dog-licking behavior? This guy's behavior is really a great choice for eating with rice. Every time I listen to his dog licking stories, I can eat 3 more bowls of rice. I feel that there are such fools in this world. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. Sister-in-law, please tell us about it quickly, otherwise we won't be able to drink well. Zhao Yuqi's face suddenly darkened. At this moment, Chu Chen had already been the man of her dreams. She would never allow anyone to slander Chu Chen in front of her. But before she could say anything, the door of the box was pushed open. Chu Chen strode in, looked at Lin Qingtong and said with a smile, "That's right, I also want to hear whether my story can promote digestion and make people eat 3 more bowls of rice." "Chu Chen, why are you here?" I. Zhao Yuqi panicked. Although she felt that Chu Chen was a person who could take it or leave it after spending the whole day with him, she didn't know how to explain why Lin Qingtong appeared here. She was afraid that Chu Chen would misunderstand that she had other intentions. "It's okay, you don't have to explain, I know." Chu Chen sat down next to Zhao Yuqi. Although Zhao Yuqi hoped that Chu Chen would not come, she had been using her bag to reserve a seat for Chu Chen. When Chu Chen appeared, Lin Qingtong didn't know why, but as if feeling guilty, she naturally avoided his gaze and lowered her head. Li Juanhao looked at Lin Qingtong, who was looking down beside him, frowning slightly, but he did not speak. Instead, Zhao Mingcheng in the crowd immediately understood, jumped out and pointed at Chu Chen and loudly rebuked. "Fuck Chu Chen, are you a man? You still chase after someone even after being dumped. Disgusting. Get out of here if you know what's best for you, or you'll offend my sister-in-law and Master Li." Zhao Mingcheng was secretly delighted in his heart, and was even somewhat grateful that Chu Chen's appearance gave him a chance to perform in front of Li Xiao. He had already imagined the satisfied look that Li Xiao would give him. But the next moment, Zhao Yuqi, the host of the banquet, slammed the table hard, and everyone's tableware jumped up. She pointed at Zhao Mingcheng angrily. "Zhao Mingcheng, you are just a dog behind someone else. What qualifications do you have to speak nonsense here? Chu Chen is my friend who I invited here. If anyone wants to leave, it should be you." When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Zhao Yuqi called Zhao Mingcheng a dog. Although he was indeed Li Juanhao's dog, one should consider the owner when beating a dog. Isn't her behavior a slap in Li Juanhao's face? The most shocking thing is that Zhao Yuqi actually scolded Zhao Mingcheng for Chu Chen. You know, Chu Chen is the loser who was dumped by Lin Qingtong. Everyone present knew that Chu Chen was a poor bastard, and his past behavior of licking Lin Qingtong was also known to everyone through Lin Qingtong's mouth. How could a school beauty like Zhao Yuqi protect such a loser? Although Chu Chen is very handsome, everyone here knows who Zhao Yuqi is. She is definitely a super gold digger. How could she possibly fall in love with Chu Chen? Could it be that Chu Chen has some other hidden identity? Thinking of this, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Qingtong, Chu Chen's ex-girlfriend, but they found that Lin Qingtong was also looking at Chu Chen and Zhao Yuqi in surprise, with an expression of disbelief on her face. In an instant, no one could figure out what was going on. Even Zhao Mingcheng, who was scolded like a dog, could only stand there awkwardly, at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Li Juanhao spoke up, without even raising his head, and said, "Since Yuqi invited you, then stay. It's just one more person eating." His ordinary tone seemed to indicate that he had never taken Chu Chen seriously, and he even hinted at Chu Chen's poverty by saying one more person to eat. "So you want to eat, why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhao Mingcheng was overjoyed. With Li Xiao's support, he felt confident. He pressed the button to call service, and when the hotel waiter came in, he taunted, "Give him 10 buckets of rice, let him eat his fill." This. The waiter was obviously hesitant. Which normal person can finish so much rice? What's this? Are you afraid that I can't pay? Zhao Mingcheng roared. The waiter didn't dare to disobey these rich second generations and really brought 10 buckets of rice. Chu Chen turned his head to look at Zhao Mingcheng and asked coldly, "Do you think you are humorous? I warn you once, I don't like waste, especially when it comes to food." "I understand. People are poor." Zhao Mingcheng smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll pay for the meal today. Please enjoy it." "Mingcheng, you are looking down on me, aren't you?" Li Juanhao took over the topic and replied with a smile, "I brought you out to play, how can I ask you to pay? I'll pay for this tonight." "Oh. Mr. Li is so generous. Mr. Li is awesome." A group of younger brothers immediately started to make a fuss. "Hey. Okay, everyone, stop for a moment. It's time for us to watch handsome Chu show us how to eat 10 buckets of rice." Zhao Mingchang was even more proud now. Li Juanhao's words just now clearly supported him in provoking Chu Chen. This kid is so unlucky. He knows that Master Li doesn't like him, but he still insists on getting close to him. He deserves it. Li Juanhao also looked at Chu Chen with interest, looking forward to his performance. With his status and identity, he didn't need to be on the same level as Chu Chen, but Li Juanhao was a misophobe, and Lin Qingtong was not deflowered. But she has an ex-boyfriend who is like a black spot, always sticking to Li Juanhao's heart, making people very uncomfortable. Just now, Lin Qingtong didn't even dare to look directly into Chu Chen's eyes, which made Li Juanhao realize that she still had feelings for this loser Chu Chen. This was unacceptable to Li Juanhao, so he wanted to severely humiliate Chu Chen here and make Lin Qingtong break up with Chu Chen completely. Seeing Chu Chen not taking any action for a long time, Li Juanhao grinned and put his arm around Lin Qingtong. Qingtong, it seems that your ex-boyfriend doesn't seem to have a good appetite. How about you tell him how he pursued you before, and use it as a dinner story? How about that? Lin Qingtong was caught in a dilemma. Li Juanhao guessed correctly that she did still have some feelings for Chu Chen in her heart, guilt and love, which were feelings she could not give up. Li Juanhao had forced her to tell Chu Chen's embarrassing stories in front of everyone several times before, but that was when Chu Chen was not present. But now that Chu Chen was present, she knew that Chu Chen loved her very much and had never let her down. In this situation, Lin Qingtong felt guilty about asking her to talk about Chu Chen's embarrassing things in front of everyone. Chapter 26 Birthday Party Part 2. Chu Chen looked at Lin Qingtong with an expressionless face. He didn't say anything and just watched from the side. This is her own choice and has nothing to do with me. After hesitating for a long time, Lin Qingtong finally chose her current boyfriend. After all, she and Chu Chen had broken up. Since they had broken up, they were no different from strangers. Besides, I'm just bringing up my past embarrassing moments for everyone to talk about. It's not something that can cost someone's life, so why can't I talk about it? Thinking of this, Lin Qingtong felt more confident. She looked up and looked directly into Chu Chen's eyes, which seemed to say, I haven't done anything wrong to you. Chu Chen has a lot of embarrassing things. Let me tell you about them. With a creak, the door was pushed open again. Qin Yuya was wearing a black low-cut evening dress. As soon as she entered, the atmosphere in the entire box froze. This is the real difference between a playboy and a powerful person. Li Juanhao, who was cold and arrogant in the eyes of everyone, stood up suddenly with a smile on his face. Sister Yuya, why are you here? Come on. Please take a seat. As he spoke, Li Juanhao pinched Lin Qingtong's arm with one hand and pulled her up from the seat. The process was quite rough and Lin Qingtong's arm was pinched so hard that it hurt. But in front of so many people, she couldn't say anything and could only smile awkwardly. Li Juanhao was completely unaware of his behavior, or rather, he wouldn't think it a big deal even if he knew. Who is Qin Yuya? The eldest daughter of the Qin family started trying to manage the family business at the age of 18, and is now one of the indispensable senior members of the family. There are even rumors that she will become the first mistress of the Qin family in the future. Li Juanhao is just a marginal figure in the Li family. He has a good life today only because of his father's blood relationship with the direct descendants of the Li family. To Li Juanhao, a person like Qin Yuya is no less important than the eldest son of the Li family appearing in front of him. To deal with such a person, let alone Lin Qingtong, he would even be willing to slap himself in the face. The other younger brothers in the box also stood up and looked at Li Juanhao with admiration. When they thought that their boss even knew the eldest daughter of the Qin family, they suddenly felt that they had followed the right person. However, Qin Yuya glanced at Li Juanhao and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Boom! Everyone stood there in a daze, unable to believe it. It turns out that Li Juanhao is also a bootlicker. Others don't even know him. Li Juanhao was extremely embarrassed, but he could only bite the bullet and explain, Sister Yuya, I am Li Wei Yuan's cousin. We met at his birthday party last time. Oh. Qin Yuya nodded as if she suddenly understood something, and then said another sentence that made Li Juanhao want to commit suicide on the spot. You are the little follower behind Wei Yuan? What? I thought you were the little follower he paid for. You kept flattering him, but it turns out you are his cousin. As soon as these words came out, Li Juanhao's face turned red like liver. Brother, play by yourself for a while. I have something important to do. Qin Yuya looked at Zhao Yuqi. Yuqi, right? Xiao Yuqi stood up in surprise. Miss Qin, I'm Xiao Yuqi, what are you doing? Following Qin Yuya into the private room were more than a dozen hotel waiters, and the leader was holding a cake in his hand. Xiao Yuqi had guessed something, but she didn't dare to believe it. The other party is the top dignitary in Sihai City who even Li Juanhao can easily suppress. Why would we celebrate her birthday? It's more like a dream. But the next moment, Xiao Yuqi's dream came true. Qin Yuya nodded to the waiter, who immediately placed the cake on the table and lit the candles. Qin Yuya held Xiao Yuqi's hand affectionately and said, "You don't have to be so unfamiliar. Chuchen calls me Sister Yuya, and you can call me Sister Yuya too." "Yuya, sister?" Xiao Yuqi called out blankly. "Hey, happy birthday, Sister Yuqi." Qin Yuya smiled and the men in the room were stunned. But Li Juanhao's face was terribly gloomy. Qin Yuya's words just now could be said to have severely humiliated him. Now he turned around and celebrated Xiao Yuqi's birthday? What is going on? Could it be that he, the descendant of the Li family, is not even as good as a fake socialite? He was angry and hated her, but he could only hold it in. "Okay, let's blow out the candles." Qin Yuya smiled and patted Xiao Yuqi. After blowing out the candles, Qin Yuya said to Xiao Yuqi, "By the way, Sister Yuqi, I have another gift for you. From today on, you will be the deputy manager of the customer service department of Xixiangring City Center." The weight of these words was no less than when Qin Yuya ran in to celebrate Xiao Yuqi's birthday. Even Xu Chen looked at Qin Yuya with some surprise. "Wow! Yuqi, you've become rich." Wang Lan was the first to react, hugging her arms with an excited look on her face. "Don't forget about me, your best friend, from now on. And me. And me." Li Qian also raised her hands high, her face full of excitement. Lin Xianqi was not willing to be outdone, and stood up with a crab leg still stuffed in his mouth. "And there's a nest. Sister Yuya, why is this?" Xiao Yuqi is a gold digger and she knows that these wealthy men are not fools. Why would they suddenly offer her a manager position? Although he was the deputy manager, he was appointed personally by the eldest daughter of the Qin family. Xiao Yuqi knew that if she really took the position, many people would definitely come to curry favor with her. "It's a perfectly lucrative job, why should I give it to myself?" Qin Yuya giggled, looking charming and seductive. Her slender eyelashes were smart and seductive. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Xu Chen and said, "Of course it is to calm the anger of some people. You were bullied this afternoon, but he offered 30 billion to buy the Xixiangring City Center from me so that you could be the prime minister. But the 4 elephants are the treasures of the Qin family, I can't bear to sell them, but I can't afford to offend him, so I can only give you a manager position." Qin Yuya sounded extremely aggrieved when she said this, but everyone could see that the expression on her face was clearly happy. Although she did not explicitly say who the people she was talking about were, she stared at Xu Chen, and the meaning was self-evident. Xu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Qin Yuya really had a lot of tricks in her words. She was obviously trying to please him, but she did this in a roundabout way. But it's okay. I think after today, Xiao Yuqi will be able to catch the fish safely. Since others are helping you, you have to cooperate with them. So Xu Chen said with a straight face, "Sister Yuya, you are not honest now. Xixiang is still yours. What if I am not in Sihai City one day and you fire Yuqi? Oh, Mr. Chu, please forgive me. My dad is here, why don't you go and talk to him? See if he agrees?" Qin Yuya clasped her hands together, closed one eye, and spoke half pleadingly and half coquettishly. Xu Chen was stunned for a moment and immediately nodded and said, "Okay. I'll go find Uncle Qin to seek justice." After that, he strode out of the box. Qin Yuya waved and said goodbye to Xiao Yuqi, then left as well. The two of them sang in unison, and they were extremely familiar with each other, like friends who had known each other for many years. At this moment, everyone in the box felt like their brains were being fucked by a donkey and they were hallucinating. In this short period of time, Li Juanhao's face turned from red to purple, and then from purple to black. He felt a mouthful of old blood rising to his throat. A top dignitary in the world who even he had to be in awe of came to celebrate Qin Yuya's birthday. The reason behind all this was actually because of Xu Chen, the person he despised the most? Is there something wrong with this world? The others looked at Lin Xintong with doubtful eyes. Everyone here is a student of Sihai University. Who doesn't know what Shuchen University is like? If he has a hidden identity, then Lin Xintong, as his ex-girlfriend, should know it best. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Xintong felt very heartbroken. She felt as if she had lost something extremely important, but she couldn't tell what it was. She also saw what Li Juanhao had just experienced, but after entering this circle, she was mentally prepared. But she never expected that the infinitely powerful Li Juanhao in her heart would be slapped in the face on the spot. She could only hold her anger back and dared not even breathe a word. What she didn't expect was that the reason behind this was actually because of Chu Chen, who was dumped by her. She did not question that this was a performance. Li Juanhao had mentioned Qin Yuya's identity and strength to her. Would such a person cooperate with Chu Chen in the performance? Even if it happens, it can't be because of money, it can only be because of status. Lin Qingtong tried every possible means, even at the cost of being called a bitch, to join the circle of the rich second generation. It turned out that she had already been at the center of the circle, but she was determined to jump out. Chu Chen advised him, but he didn't listen. At this moment, Lin Qingtong felt infinite regret. Chapter 27 Cooperation. When leaving the hotel, Li Juanhao's face turned pale, and he was even a little angry towards Lin Qingtong, whom he had just gotten. In the car, he asked, "What's going on with Chu Chen?" "Juanhao, believe me, I really don't know." Li Juanhao turned his head and looked at Lin Qingtong with a fierce look in his eyes. "Didn't you say that he loved you to death before? He was willing to do anything for you? Don't you know that?" Lin Qingtong was speechless. She also wanted to know, but she didn't know. Unable to explain clearly, Lin Qingtong could only lower her head. For a moment, the regret for losing Chu Chen and the grievance of being fiercely questioned by her current boyfriend surged into her heart, and she couldn't help crying again. "Damn it, you just know how to cry, you loser." Li Juanhao became angrier the more he thought about it. He stepped on the accelerator and the Panamera shot out like an arrow. Chu Chen followed Qin Yuya to another private room and pushed the door open. Qin Jianwei was already sitting next to the dining table waiting. When he saw his daughter leading a strange man in, he immediately guessed Chu Chen's identity. He walked forward and shook hands with Chu Chen with a smile, as expected of a young man from the capital. "He is so handsome and has a noble bearing." "I don't need a man to compliment my handsomeness," Chu Chen complained in his heart. On the surface, he still smiled and shook hands with Qin Jianwei. After all, this was his first partner and he had to hold him firmly. Qin Jianwei is a typical businessman who likes to discuss business over a drink. This is the experience he has gained through years of hard work. Chu Chen thought that the other party was an elder, so he didn't want to disturb him. He drank a little with him and chatted for a while before getting to the point. "Uncle Qin, I wonder what you think of my proposal to you through Sister Yuya to cooperate in entering the entertainment industry?" Talking about business, Qin Jianwei put away the smile on his face and said, "Nephew Chu, you know that our Qin family has always made a living in the real estate industry. Now you want us to enter a completely unfamiliar industry with extremely high competition pressure. Deep down, I am unwilling to do so." "Dad, that's not what you said before." Qin Yuya was anxious. As a young person, she could see how magnificent the business blueprint Chu Chen had drawn was. If she could get involved, coupled with the huge financial support behind Chu Chen, she might have hope of making a name for herself in the national business circle. However, Qin Jianwei ignored his daughter and said to Chu Chen, "My daughter is young, she still has unlimited time and opportunities, but I am old, and the Qin family is not just my Qin family. I can't take the entire Qin family on a risk just because of my daughter's opinion." TSK. As expected of an old fox, his words are flawless. Hearing this, Chu Chen knew that the other party was planning to refuse. "So, this glass of wine today can be considered as my apology to my nephew. I'm sorry that my Qin family cannot help you with your cooperation." Qin Jianwei raised his glass, and Chu Chen followed suit, saying with a smile, "What did Uncle Qin say? Not helping is our duty, helping is a favor, so how can we say we should apologize? I toast you with this glass of wine." "Ha ha ha. I like you, kid." Although the cooperation failed, if you encounter any difficulties in Sihai City in the future, just come to Uncle Qin. Qin Jianwei laughed heartily and seemed to like Chu Chen very much. But Chu Chen knew that this was just a tactic used by the other party. If he was really down and out, he would probably not even see anyone and would be driven out by the security guards if he went there. The business world is so cruel, with deceptions everywhere, and interests are the basis of harmony between both parties. Once interests collapse, all friends will become enemies. Hearing this, Qin Yuya felt a little sad, as she had such great ambitions but nowhere to display them. At this time, Chu Chen looked at her and asked, "Sister Yuya, the Qin family doesn't want to cooperate with me, you won't abandon me too, right?" Xiao Yu was stunned and couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" "Of course, I will ask Sister Yuya to help me deal with the new company's affairs," Shu Chen replied. "But my dad has already refused?" Xiao Yu blinked her big watery eyes with a mist of confusion in her eyes. Shu Chen glanced at Qin Jianwei, who was also puzzled, and said with a smile, "Sister Yuya, I am wielding a hoe to dig up your foundation. Uncle Qin just said that the Qin family does not belong to him alone, so naturally it does not belong to you alone. Anyway, you have nothing to do in the Qin family now, why not come out and do big business with me?" "Ha, you kid, you actually dare to poach my daughter in front of me, are you that confident?" After hearing this, Qin Jianwei was not angry, but burst into laughter. Shu Chen chuckled, "Uncle, haven't you heard of a saying? What? There is no such thing as an untouchable woman, only a mistress who doesn't work hard enough." "Bah! Shu Chen, what are you talking about?" Xiao Yu blushed immediately, "I'm not even married yet." Metaphor, Sister Yuya, don't be angry." Shu Chen laughed, and Xiao Yu couldn't get angry even if she wanted to. However, Qin Jianwei said something inexplicably at this time. "Well, Yuya hasn't gotten married yet anyway, so you can dig as much as you can." "I don't mind." "Dad, why are you here again?" The blush on Xiao Yu's face that had just faded away reappeared, but then she thought of something else. "My father clearly knew that Shu Chen was already married, and the other party was that icy woman from the Yuan family. Why would he say such a thing?" Shu Chen didn't know what the father and daughter were up to. He looked at Xiao Yu and asked seriously, "Sister Yuya, I'm serious. Uncle Qin doesn't object now. Come and help me." Xiao Yu was interrupted by Shu Chen. She temporarily gave up trying to figure out what her father meant and began to think seriously about Shu Chen's invitation. "Shu Chen, your new company won't be small, right?" "That's natural." "Then I'm sorry, I may not be able to participate. My personal assets are currently only about 20 to 30 billion, most of which are in securities companies and some real estate. The working cash is about 300 million. I don't think you can look down on this amount of money, right?" Shu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Sister Yuya, how about this? We start a company together, but you don't invest any money. I will advance all the initial funds for the company, but I will not pay you a penny. You can continue to purchase company shares with your personal salary and performance, but there is a threshold. The maximum holding is 10% of the shares, with resolution rights, voting rights, and board seats. What do you think?" Xiao Yu was stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. "Didn't you tell me before that you were a poor student? Why are you using such high-end tricks now?" The conditions offered by Shu Chen are a win-win situation, but also a lose-lose situation. Few people in the business world would play this way because it does not conform to the nature of businessmen to pursue stable interests. This condition is essentially a gambling agreement. If Xiao Yu has strong personal abilities and can make the company develop rapidly in the early stage, then it will be very easy for her to purchase 10% of the company's shares with her salary and performance, and she will also have a board seat and voting rights. This can be said to be a gamble in life. If you win, you will immediately complete the class transformation and become a wealthy class. If you lose, you will have worked for several years in vain and will not get a penny. But even so, many people are not qualified for this kind of gambling. Because it seems to be a win-win situation on the surface, but it is a loss for the capital side. How to say it? In the eyes of capital, there are no people, only tools. No matter how capable you are, salary plus bonuses, plus equity incentives are the limit. Capital will never share its pie with others. For example, for a plowing cow, even if it plows 100 acres of land a day, the owner will just give it some more grass, or go to the leek field outside to cut a few handfuls of fresh leeks to feed the cow. Capital will never allow the cows that plow the fields to sit at the table and eat. Therefore, the capital party generally does not enter into such a gambling agreement. Shu Chen smiled awkwardly, without explaining, and asked directly, "Sister Yuya, just say whether you agree or not?" Qin Jianwei also looked at his daughter. At this moment, the father and daughter looked at each other. Xiao Yu hesitated for a while and said, "Dad, I want to try it." "Then go ahead and do it. The Qin family can't support you, but Dad will support you." In fact, he no longer had much confidence in the Qin family's plan to enter the high-end villa business after hearing what Shu Chen said today, but he had even less confidence in the pan entertainment that Shu Chen mentioned. But there is nothing wrong in letting his daughter give it a try. If it succeeds, the Qin family can also acquire shares through Xiao Yu's relationship. If it fails, only Xiao Yu will lose a few years. Shu Chen smiled, raised his glass, and looked at the Qin family father and daughter. Then, I wish us a happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Dinner time passed quickly and Shu Chen returned to Yuan Shui's home. After all, they had only been married for 2 days. Xiao Yuqi knew that Shu Chen had something to do and went back early. She just sent Shu Chen a message saying that they would see each other at school tomorrow. Shu Chen told Xiao Yuqi that he would not go to school tomorrow because he had something to do, but he didn't expect Xiao Yuqi to reply immediately. Ah? You're not coming to school tomorrow? With an aggrieved expression. Yeah. I have a lot to do tomorrow. Oh, nothing. I just felt a lot more down all of a sudden. I don't know what happened. Maybe I caught a cold? Shu Chen almost couldn't help laughing. What's the point of caring about a cold? This Xiao Yuqi is indeed a high-level green tea. She is not too tactful for fear of embarrassing Shu Chen, nor is she too radical for fear of leaving a bad impression on Shu Chen. The words repeatedly reveal one meaning: I seem to have fallen in love with you. But he doesn't make it clear and likes to be ambiguous. Shu Chen did not expose it and replied. What's wrong with you? How about I come and see you? No. Brother Shu Chen, please go and do your own thing. I just have a minor cold which will be gone in a while. It's not heatstroke, so don't worry. You must not delay your work for me, otherwise I will be angry. The female host from Sihai University, Xiao Yuqi, looks happy while holding her mobile phone. She also sent an emoji of a little bear stomping its feet in anger. Xiao Yuqi was naturally very happy when Shu Chen said he wanted to come and see her, but as a veteran green tea girl, she knew that if she really agreed, it would lower her score in Shu Chen's heart. She wanted to play the role of a girl who was strong, sensitive, fragile inside but extremely persistent in love to attract Shu Chen. When you are sick, you fight it yourself. This is in line with his personality. Okay, then I still have things to do. You should go to bed early. Good night. Okay, good night, brother Shu Chen. Xiao Yuqi was very happy and felt that everything was under control. But what he didn't expect was that Shu Chen on the other side immediately opened the game after saying good night and started landing in Zon. As a playboy, you can't just hang out with anchors, you also have to play games. Women, on the other hand, will only slow down the speed at which I can draw my sword. Chapter 28, Heart. The next morning, Shu Chen suddenly received a call from Zhang Yan. What's up? Master Chu, I'm very sorry. The friend I mentioned yesterday has found an employer. Shu Chen then remembered that Zhang Yan had recommended a thug to him yesterday. Okay, I got it. Do you have anything else to do? Yes. There are some things at the villa that need you to come back and take care of them. What could possibly happen to the villa? Just handle it. If nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm busy. Wait. Master Chu, you have to come back and deal with this matter in person. It's a matter of neighborhood relations. What? Shu Chen's mind was confused for a moment. No, I just moved in. I don't know anyone. How can I have any neighborhood relationships? Master, have you forgotten the test you gave us yesterday? What does the test given to you have to do with your neighbors? Wait. Shu Chen stood up from his seat suddenly and asked in surprise into the phone, did you steal the 3 cars and lunch money from your neighbors yesterday? The young master is smart. But why did they come to our house? Have you been discovered? No, we left a note saying you told us to do it. Master, you said we could borrow some rice and you would just pay it back later. Zhang Yan explained in a calm tone. Even through the phone, Shu Chen could imagine Zhang Yan as a well-educated and well-mannered housekeeper. But why do I always feel angry? Okay, I got it. Tell them I'll be back to apologize in the evening. Also, ask Li Datong to prepare dinner. Don't use seafood or lobster. Make some home-cooked dishes. I have 2 guests. Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, Shu Chen felt uneasy. Isn't Zhang Yan too bold? He actually dared to sneak into the rich man's villa to steal cars and money, and the key is that he let himself be blamed. Qin Yuya had told Shu Chen that the people living in the Qinglan mountain villa area were all local tycoons, and he should try not to offend them. However, he didn't expect that Zhang Yan would offend people right away. Not only did he steal the car and money, he even arrogantly left a note. No, I have to go back and check it out early. Shu Chen immediately called Qin Yuya. After all, she knew a lot of local dignitaries, so it would be easier to talk to them with her. After getting in the car, Shin Yuya took out a mirror to touch up her makeup while complaining, "Why are you in such a hurry so early in the morning?" Shu Chen smiled bitterly and recounted what had just happened. Shin Yuya laughed so hard after hearing it. "Oh, you are interesting enough. I didn't expect your housekeeper to be even more interesting. Don't worry, I am very familiar with the owners of Qinglan Mountain. For the Qin family's sake, I will explain it well and treat them to lunch at noon. I believe it will be over." Shu Chen thought that it was indeed a wise choice to get Shin Yuya to join. If he really wanted to work alone, he didn't know how many people he would offend. By then, let alone the whole country, he would probably be killed before he even left Sihai City. When we returned to the villa, the neighbor hadn't left yet. He was a little confused when he saw Shin Yuya walking in with a strange man. "Miss Qin, could the person next to you be the owner of Villa Number 1? "Yes, his name is Chu Chen, my friend and partner." Shin Yuya first pointed out the relationship between Chu Chen and herself, so as to prevent the old man from getting angry, and then introduced Chu Chen. "This is Lu Qingkai, the overlord of the foreign trade industry in Sihai City." Chu Chen understood, stepped forward and grabbed Lu Qingkai's hand, with an enthusiastic face. "So it's Uncle Lu, I've heard of you for a long time. This time it was my fault. I am willing to double compensate Uncle Lu for his losses. 3 cars count as 60 million, and hundreds of thousands in cash. How about this, Uncle Lu? I will directly compensate you 100 million, what do you think?" Well, Lu Qingkai was a little dumbfounded. In fact, he didn't come here to ask for compensation, he just came here to ask for an explanation. In the past 2 days, the matter of the mysterious buyer of Villa Number 1 has spread throughout the upper echelons of Sihai City. He knows that the other party's financial resources are dozens of times more than his own. If they really fall out, it will not be good for anyone. But he didn't expect Chu Chen to have such a proper attitude from the beginning, which didn't fit the image of a young dandy at all. "But I just want an attitude. Forget about the compensation. I don't have any loss. Brother Chu, if you need to use the car in the future, just let me know. There's no need to do this." "Thank you very much, Uncle Lu." Chu Chen nodded with a smile. "Then I will treat you to lunch today as an apology." "That's not necessary." Lu Qingkai raised his hand and glanced at his watch. "My flight is at 10 o'clock. I appreciate your kindness. I'll treat Brother Chu to a meal next time I come back." Chu Chen looked back at Shin Yuya, and seeing him nodded to him, he also smiled and nodded in agreement. After Lu Qingkai left, Shin Yuya asked, "Are you interested in his foreign trade channels?" Chu Chen did not deny, "Yes. Our cooperation is about to begin, and the channel problem has not been solved yet. I advise you to give up this idea." Shin Yuya sat down on the sofa. Zhang Yan immediately came forward and poured her some tea. "This Lu Qingkai is from the Li family." Chu Chen looked at Shin Yuya. "You don't want to tell me that he will never betray the Li family?" "Nothing is absolute, but it's definitely not that easy." "That's right." Chu Chen nodded and sat down opposite Shin Yuya. "Let's not talk about this for now, I have something serious to ask you." "What? Can the Qin family get a financial license?" Shin Yuya was stunned. "Why do you want a financial license?" "Don't worry about it, just tell me if you can do it or not." "No." Shin Yuya said affirmatively. "We are just a small real estate family in Sihai City. How can we have the power to get a financial license? If you really want to do it, you have to find your wife. Yuan Shui?" The strength of the Yuan family has always been exaggerated to be mysterious, but Chu Chen does not want to reveal his strength in front of Yuan Shui yet. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. By the way, don't talk about me in front of Yuan Shui." Shin Yuya looked at Chu Chen strangely, then nodded. "So, why did you call me out so early? What are you doing now?" Chu Chen glanced at the time. "It's only 9 o'clock, it's still early, go and deal with the company's problems." He took out his phone and called Xiao Yuqi. "Hello, brother Chu Chen? Yuqi, are you free today?" Hearing Chu Chen's question, Xiao Yuqi almost agreed to say yes, but she immediately realized that she had to be more reserved and changed the topic to ask, "What's the matter?" "It's okay. I couldn't sleep last night. I always felt that the gift I gave you was too shabby. I decided to give you a big gift today. If you are free, I will pick you up later." "Oh, yes." Xiao Yuqi pinched her neck and said calmly, trying not to let her voice sound too excited. "Okay, I'll pick you up later. Wait for my call. Bye. Bye-bye." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yuqi finally couldn't help laughing, and she laughed so hard that the whole dormitory could hear it. She was really happy. She performed a play yesterday and bought herself a 20 yuan hairpin for her birthday. She even felt that she was treating herself badly. But I didn't expect that after just one day, the rewards would come so soon. Sure enough, my green tea skills were not learned in vain. His roommate Li Qian glared at him in dissatisfaction. Yuchi, what are you doing so crazy so early in the morning? Did you find gold? That's right, I picked up gold. Zhao Yuchi was not angry and smiled happily. Then she immediately got out of bed and started dressing and putting on makeup. Wanlan couldn't help but tease, oh, are you going to see your brother Chuchen again? Zhao Yuchi was stunned, how do you know? How should I know? Wanlan smiled mischievously, you were calling brother Chuchen's name in your dream last night. Apart from him, I have never seen you dress up so carefully for anyone else. I'm going to kill you. Lan. You dare to laugh at me, wait and see how I deal with you. The girls in the dormitory were getting along well with each other, and Chuchen had no idea about it. She asked Zhang Yan to be the driver and take Qin Yuya away first, while she went to pick up Xiao Yuchi. As a green tea girl, Xiao Yuchi wouldn't be called a green tea girl if she didn't bring trouble with her when she went out. However, Chuchen was in a hurry to get things done this time, so he ignored those flies that were harassing and causing trouble, and drove Zhao Yuchi directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After getting out of the car, Zhao Yuchi was confused. Brother Chuchen, is this the gift you gave me? Yes. Let me use your ID card. Zhao Yuchi was very confused, but since she was already there, she immediately gave her ID card to Chuchen. When they entered the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Qin Yuya was already waiting. Chuchen stepped forward and handed over his and Zhao Yuchi's identities to her. Qin Yuya left with a large stack of information. About half an hour later, she appeared in front of the two of them again and handed Chuchen a business license. Chuchen didn't even look at it and handed it directly to Zhao Yuchi. After being here for so long, Zhao Yuchi was still confused until she saw the business license, and then she couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother Chuchen, are you opening a company for me? Yes. I wanted to give you a car or a house, but these things are consumables. What about giving you money? It seems too tacky. I might as well give you a company and let you sit and count the money. You can buy whatever you like. How about it? Are you happy? Chuchen smiled and looked at Zhao Yuchi expectantly. Happy. Thank you, brother Chuchen. Zhao Yuchi said excitedly, but the next moment she looked bitter. But I don't know how to manage a company, I don't have any entrepreneurial experience, and I don't have any money. It doesn't matter. I have the money. If you don't know how to start a business, just hire someone who knows how to do it. You can just be the boss behind the scenes and collect the money. But I don't know anyone with entrepreneurial experience. Zhao Yuchi pouted and felt very aggrieved. Chuchen's gift was too unexpected. She originally thought it was a luxury item, but she didn't expect it was a company. Although Chuchen said that he would provide financial support, how could he start a business when he knew nothing about it? She suddenly felt a little regretful that she had been hooking up with rich second generations for the past 2 years. If she could have hooked up with 1 or 2 entrepreneurs, she wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now, watching as she couldn't make any money. However, Chuchen smiled at this time. It doesn't matter, I have invited people for you. Well. Zhao Yuchi suddenly looked up and looked at Chuchen in disbelief. At this time, Qin Yuya sighed in a very cooperative manner. Alas, why is my life so hard? Not only do I have to watch you show your affection in front of me, but I also have to work for you. It's really too hard for me. You, Sister Yua, you guys. Zhao Yuchi couldn't believe it. Who was Qin Yuya? She is the daughter of the Qin family. Regardless of her ability, the Qin family's golden signboard alone can attract countless people to cooperate with her. With her joining, why worry about the company not being able to get going? At this time, Chuchen said again, but Yuchi, I will provide all the funds for the company, and Sister Yuya will take care of the management. You just need to sit back and receive the dividends. But because of this, you cannot own too many shares to influence the management's decision-making. You can only own 10% of the dry shares. Are you willing? Zhao Yuchi nodded frantically. Only a fool would refuse the chance to make money. Chuchen smiled and took out a contract that had been prepared long ago and asked Zhao Yuchi to sign it. Now, the company's affairs were settled. Chuchen said that he would accompany Qin Yuya to see the company's address, and asked Zhang Yan to send Zhao Yuchi back. Before leaving, Zhao Yuchi boldly kissed Chuchen on the face, then ran away with a red face. After she left, Xin Yuya stood beside Chu Chen and couldn't help but sighed. I suddenly feel that you are really evil. Chu Chen's nose twitched and he sneered softly, goodness or evil is always relative. The basis of doing good is to live. I don't think there is anything wrong with what I did. I let her enjoy wealth and glory, but I have to take risks, right? She is a gold digger, she would still be willing to do it even if she knew the truth. It would be better to say that there are many people willing to take this opportunity. Just as they thought, only a fool would not want to take the chance to make money. Xiao Yu beat Huang Gai, one was willing to fight, the other was willing to be beaten. Do you think I am wrong? Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Xin Yuya, his eyes flashing with a hint of madness and excitement. Xin Yuya and Chu Chen looked at each other. Chu Chen, I didn't say you were wrong. You explained so much? Are you trying to convince me or yourself? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face darkened. Xin Yuya laughed, like a child who had succeeded in a prank. She threw another business license to Chu Chen. This was the company registered under Chu Chen's identity. The company name was Sanluo Wanxiang. Chapter 29, School Beauty Harvester. After the company is established, Chu Chen does not need to take care of things for the time being. Xin Yuya will be responsible for recruiting people and other initial matters. What Chu Chen has to do now is to use his dandy skills to spend money like crazy to attract attention and gather a group of people around him as soon as possible. He asked Li Daton to change dinner to noon and took Xin Yuya home for a simple meal. Xin Yuya also complained about him, but Chu Chen didn't care about it and went straight to school after dinner. Speaking of which, he hasn't been to school for several days. Fortunately, it's early September and school has just started, so it's not a big problem. To be honest, Chu Chen felt that there was little point in him going to school, but he always had the idea that he had to go to school. Maybe I've gotten used to it after all these years at school, just like some people are still afraid of teachers after graduation. Chu Chen calculated the time very accurately. As soon as he entered the classroom, the instructor walked in. Fortunately, he was not late, otherwise he would have been scolded again. The afternoon classes were very boring, mainly because Chu Chen's mind was no longer on school. When the last class was about to end, the instructor suddenly closed the textbook and said, "Students, I believe you have all heard about the severe flood in Lingnan. This disaster has touched the hearts of people across the country. The Sihai municipal government and the school also attach great importance to it. After unanimous agreement between the two sides, we decided to open the freshman welcome party tomorrow night to the public, and hold a charity party at the same time to raise money for the people in the disaster area. For this purpose, the school needs to prepare some exquisite performances, so our class's lame performance was squeezed out." As soon as the instructor finished speaking, all the students cheered. After all, except for a very few, most people of this age don't like to perform on stage. Chu Chen's eyes lit up. A charity gala would be held together with the welcome party and open to the public? This is a great opportunity to become famous. Okay, quiet down. The instructor waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. You don't have to go on stage to perform, but for the fundraising, everyone can donate if they have money, and if they don't have money. Teacher, don't worry. I will donate 1 month's living expenses. I'll donate for 2 months. The instructor was interrupted by the excited students before he could finish his words, but the two enthusiastic students were scolded by the instructor. Donate your head. Who wants your living expenses? Go away and have fun. After saying that, he looked at everyone again. Ahem, in short, just do your best. Donating is based on your own willingness. Don't compare yourself with others, and don't have a utilitarian mindset. After that, the bell rang. Because Chu Chen was too much of a bootlicker before, he was not familiar with his classmates and had few friends. He packed up his things and prepared to leave. But he didn't look for trouble, but trouble found him. Several men at the table in front turned their heads and looked at Chu Chen and said sarcastically, Hey, isn't this Mr. Chu? Why are you so nervous after not seeing you for a few days? Yes. Where is your goddess Lin? Why haven't I seen her with you? I'm afraid he ran away? Ha ha ha. Chu Chen took a look and found that these guys came from families with some money, and they went to college directly using their own money. They were not very motivated and just liked to pick up girls in school. He has always been dissatisfied with the fact that Lin Xingtong, whom none of them could date, was pursued by Chu Chen. He guessed it was because his breakup with Lin Xingtong had become known to everyone in the school. These guys rushed to mock Chu Chen immediately. The most important thing in life is not to reason with stupid people, because that will make you look stupid too. Chu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them. But a tall and strong man at the next table, who was almost 2 meters tall, jumped out and pointed at the few people and started to curse. Wang Hui, Zhang Liang, what qualifications do you have to say that about Chu Chen? They were in true love, and they broke up, so what? It's none of your business. Chu Chen looked at the other person with some disbelief. He was Niu Weiqiang, the roommate who once persuaded Chu Chen. He didn't expect that he was still willing to speak for him. Oh, who did I think it was? Wang Hui stood up and looked at Niu Weiqiang with disdain. Isn't this the cuckolded little Prince Niu? I heard that your girlfriend, who was light and soft and easy to be pushed down, was just taken away by a rich second-generation guy from outside the school yesterday? Are you two lickers feeling empathy with each other? Everyone laughed again. Most people in the class knew the story of Chu Chen and Lin Qingtong. The boys couldn't stand the fact that Chu Chen could chase the school bell, while the girls couldn't stand the fact that Chu Chen ignored them and chased Lin Qingtong. Anyway, at this moment, except Niu Weiqiang, no one in the class is willing to speak for Chu Chen. Just then, there was a knock on the classroom door. Xiao Yu appeared in front of everyone wearing a light yellow long dress, with her hair naturally falling on her shoulders, beautiful, youthful and infinitely attractive. She saw Chu Chen standing in the classroom at a glance. She had heard people say that Chu Chen had come to school, but she was a little skeptical, so she planned to come and see for herself. She didn't expect it to be true. But just as she was about to speak, Wang Hui and Zhang Liang suddenly appeared in front of her, blocked her way, and said flatteringly, "Hey, Yuqi, are you here to see me?" Wang Hui, get lost, Yuqi is clearly here to see me. Ah, ugh. Zhang Liang, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With your little family business, are you qualified to talk to Yuqi? I'm following young Master Mo, so get out of here if you know what's best for you. What's wrong with Mr. Mo? You are not Mr. Mo? Why should I get out of here? The two men, who had just been so arrogant, acted like dogs licking Xiao Yu when they saw her, and even staged a dog-bite-dog scene in front of everyone. Xiao Yu couldn't help but interrupt, "Can you two please move aside? You're blocking my way." Wang Hui and Zhang Liang immediately obeyed and made way, jumping to get out of the way. Their movements were extremely quick, like those of a dog touting his loyalty. Xiao Yu ran to Chu Chen and ignored everyone's gazes. She hugged his arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Chu Chen, you are so mean. Why didn't you tell me that you were coming to school?" Boom! This scene was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone in the classroom was stunned and couldn't believe it was real. That poor loser in their minds, the poor Chu Chen who was dumped by Lin Qingtong, is actually having an affair with Xiao Yu? But isn't Xiao Yu a well-known gold digger? How could she be so intimate with Chu Chen? Could it be that this guy Chu Chen has practiced some evil skills to attract school beauties? Damn it! I hate it! A group of male compatriots almost gnashed their teeth when they saw Xiao Yu hugging Chu Chen's arm affectionately. Wang Hui and Zhang Liang's brains were about to crash, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Chu Chen was also a little embarrassed, scratching his head and said, "I didn't mean it, it was mainly because the matter was resolved faster than I thought, so I came to school." "I don't care. You asked me to go out at noon and sent me back. I didn't even have lunch. You are responsible." Xiao Yu hugged Chu Chen's arm and said coquettishly. Chu Chen smiled, realizing that Xiao Yu was deliberately creating the impression for everyone that they were already in love. But he didn't mind the confusing behavior. "Okay, my last class is over anyway, so I'll take you to dinner." Chu Chen looked at Niu Weiqiang who was standing stupidly beside him and invited him, "Old Niu, let's have dinner together." Ah. Niu Weiqiang glanced at the intimacy between Chu Chen and Xiao Yu and said awkwardly, "This is inappropriate?" Xiao Yu was also stunned for a moment. She wanted to spend some time alone together. But she immediately realized that she had to put the overall situation first, and said happily, "Brother Niu, please don't be polite. I have a small appetite, and Brother Chu Chen ordered a lot. If you don't go, we won't be able to finish the food. Just think of it as saving food." "Okay then." Niu Weiqiang agreed without hesitation. When leaving the classroom and passing by Wang Hui and Zhang Liang, Chu Chen suddenly said, "Oh, Yuqi, don't get in touch with those lickers in the future, especially the kind who lick women as soon as they see them. They are dirty and disgusting. Just walk your dog away from them." Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment, then she looked at the dark faces of Wang Hui and Zhang Liang and understood. She smiled and said, but brother Chu-chen, Yuchi doesn't want to bother with liquors, but they are too annoying and can't be kicked away. Her words immediately ignited the anger in the classroom, and everyone burst into laughter. Only Wang Hui and Zhang Liang were so angry that their faces turned black. When Chu-chen left the room, the classroom exploded. Fuck! This Chu-chen is so awesome. Yes. As soon as I entered the school gate, I hooked up with Lin Qingtong. Just a few days after breaking up with Lin Qingtong, I hooked up with Xiao Yuchi. This is definitely a professional campus beauty. 666. I, Daniel Wu of Chao County, would like to call him the strongest. A small storm passed, but Chu-chen didn't expect that another storm had just begun. Who is Xiao Yuchi? She is the goddess who has maintained high popularity for 3 years in college. But now, the goddess in the hearts of many men has taken the initiative to throw herself into Chu-chen's arms. The scene just now has been filmed by some nosy classmates and posted on the school forum, causing a huge uproar for a while. There has been a lot of discussion about Chu-chen on the forum these days, but most people are just watching Chu-chen's show. They all know that Chu-chen was dumped and has not come to school for several days. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Chu-chen's distraught look after returning to school, but they didn't expect that Chu-chen would hook up with another more popular school beauty, Xiao Yuchi, as soon as he returned. Slap everyone in the face. He was even given the nickname School Beauty Harvester by his classmates. It was obvious that Chu-chen had hooked up with the school belle, but they were as crazy about it as if they were in a relationship with the school belle themselves. Some men even regarded Chu-chen as a commoner who only targeted rich women. Some people even started a thread to discuss whether or not they should become Chu-chen's apprentice and learn a few techniques from him on how to pursue goddesses. For a time, the atmosphere of the campus forum was completely reversed. Originally, I was expecting to slap Chu-chen in the face, but now it has all turned into analyzing how Chu-chen motivatedly pursued the goddess. Of course, there were also people who were dissatisfied and said that Chu-chen should go and conquer Yuan Shui, who was ranked first on the school beauty list. But he was immediately criticized by his alumni, who said that it was useless to harvest anything after he had left school. In the goddess dormitory of Sihai University, Lin Qingtong returned to the dormitory in a daze. As soon as she opened the door, her roommates cast curious eyes on her. Hey, Qingtong, aren't you going out for a candlelight dinner with Mr. Li tonight? That's right. He's only been pursuing you for 2 or 3 days. He's been pursuing you right now, why did he let you come back? Lin Qingtong didn't know how to answer. She couldn't say that Li Juanhao was angry because she didn't know Chu-chen's true identity, right? He had something to do at home, so I came back first. Oh, I see. It's normal. As children of big families, it's understandable that they would hold family meetings from time to time. The roommates withdrew their gazes, and Lin Qingtong walked towards her bed tiredly, wanting to rest. But at this moment, the roommate suddenly exclaimed, Qingtong, Qingtong, come and see. Your boyfriend is popular on the school forum? Lin Qingtong was stunned, not knowing what happened to Li Juanhao. She hurried forward to take a look, only to find Chu-chen and Xiao Yuchi displayed on the computer. Seeing these two names, her heart twitched violently. The roommate next to her slapped the girl who had spoken before and said sternly, What nonsense are you talking about? That's the ex-boyfriend. If Li Xiao heard it, he would think that Qingtong and Chu-chen were entangled with each other. The girl apologized immediately after hearing this, I'm sorry, Qingtong. Lin Qingtong smiled awkwardly to show that it was okay, but at this time her roommate asked again, but how did Xiao Yuchi get together with Chu-chen? Didn't she loudly declare that she is a gold digger and poor men should not pursue her? Why are you looking at me? How should I know? The roommate immediately turned around and looked at Lin Qingtong. Qingtong, do you know? Why is Xiao Yuchi with your ex-boyfriend? Because he has money, lots and lots of money, Lin Qingtong answered in her heart. She shook her head, I don't know either. After saying that, he climbed onto the bed to rest. At this time, the roommates were discussing quietly below. What's wrong with her? I don't know, maybe he got mad at young Master Li. TSK, you deserve it. You chose it yourself. Lin Qingtong couldn't hold back and started crying with her back to everyone. When leaving school, Chu-chen did not drive, after all, his Bugatti could only seat 2 people. I took Xiao Yuchi and Niu Weiqiang all the way to the snack street next to the school. Although it was a snack street, this street had affordable street snacks and also had high-end hotels for wealthy students. Because of Xiao Yuchi, Chu-chen had to go to the hotel. After ordering the meal, Xiao Yuchi went to the bathroom, and Niu Weiqiang immediately asked, "Brother, what's going on?" "What's going on?" Shu Chen was stunned. "It's just you and the school beauty Zhao. Didn't she say she worships money? Why would she be with you?" In fact, Niu Weiqiang wanted to ask this question on the way, but because Zhao Yuqi was beside him, he couldn't ask. This is the legendary school beauty. He has been in school for 3 years and has never come into contact with such a beautiful girl. And this guy Chu Chin picked up 2 girls at once, which is really enviable. "Because I have money," Chu Chen answered as a matter of course. "Then why did Lin Qingtong break up with you again? Wasn't it because of money?" Chu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "It's different. That's asking for favors, this is buying love." Niu Weiqiang was speechless, and gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother, you are really awesome. Okay, let's not talk about me anymore. Tell me about yourself? What's wrong with me?" Niu Weiqiang was stunned. Shu Chen looked up at him, and after making sure that he really didn't understand, he reminded him, "Regarding your girlfriend, Wang we just said." Niu Weiqiang's face darkened and he didn't say anything. Shu Chen didn't disturb him and left him alone. Soon the dishes were served. Shu Chen ordered a bottle of wine and handed it to Niu Weiqiang. He raised the bottle and took a big sip of the wine. Then he sighed and said, "She's a bitch, a whore. She never liked me in the first place and has been using me all along." Shu Chen could see that Niu Weiqiang was in great pain at this moment. "We have known each other for more than a year. I have always been considerate and caring towards her, and have never done anything wrong to her. But why did she betray me? Is my efforts over the past year worthless?" Deeply moved, Niu Weiqiang took another gulp of wine. "Look at it more positively, brother. There are plenty of women in this world, don't worry about this one." Shu Chen comforted him, "The money you spent can only be considered a lesson. People always have to learn to grow up." The drunk Niu Weiqiang suddenly sobered up and saw Chu Chen's puzzled expression and asked, "What money?" Chu Chen was also stunned, and couldn't help asking, "Did you spend no money during your relationship this year?" "I did spend money, but I didn't spend much. Every time I wanted to pay, she would stop me and rush to pay. And every time we checked into a hotel, she would give me a lot of money and let me buy supplements." The more Chu Chen listened, the more he felt something was wrong. "Until 2 days ago, I found out that she had checked into a hotel with someone else. I confronted her, but she actually told me that she had always been attracted by my strong body and had never loved me as a person." Niu Weiqiang's expression was grief-stricken and extremely miserable. But Chu Chen's fist hardened. He suspected that the idiot in front of him was just pretending to be cool. Chapter 30, Sea King Crisis. "I'm going to go see why Yuqi hasn't come back for so long?" Shu Chen didn't want to bother with Niu Weiqiang at the moment, so he found an excuse to leave, but he didn't expect this guy to follow him. "I'll go take a look too. If there's any trouble, I can help." As soon as the two of them walked out of the private room, they saw Zhao Yuqi standing not far away with her hands on her hips, her face puffed up and arguing with a man. "Are you so unreasonable? Why am I being unreasonable? You put the bottle in the aisle and it was in the way. I kicked it and you blamed me. Besides, it's an empty beer bottle. There's no beer in it. Even if there was, it wasn't yours. Why did you hold on to me?" The fat middle-aged man couldn't help licking his lips when he saw Zhao Yuqi's youthful and beautiful face and perfect S-shaped figure. "You kicked over the empty bottle and made a noise, which frightened me. Naturally, you have to compensate me. Are you a cat?" Zhao Yuqi complained weakly. At this moment, she saw Chu Chen and Niu Weiqiang walking towards her from the corner of her eye. She didn't want to leave Chu Chen with the impression of a troublemaker, so she waved her hand and said, okay, I'll compensate you no matter how much it is." The bloated man's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he smiled in a very obscene way. "Talking about money is so vulgar, uncle, I just want to chat with you, little beauty." As he said that, he actually reached out to hug Zhao Yuqi. Zhao Yuqi was startled and stepped back, but the booth sofa behind her blocked her way and she had no way to retreat. At this moment, Chu Chen took a step forward and slapped the bloated man in the face. This guy looked huge, but he was actually just an embroidered pillow and was knocked over by Chu Chen with a slap. "What the hell, which little bastard dares to hit grandpa?" Chu Chen was stunned and immediately replied, "Who are you scolding, little bastard?" "You little bastard, I'm scolding you." The bloated man immediately responded, but he reacted immediately, jumped up from the ground and pointed at Chu Chen and cursed, "Little calf, don't run if you have the guts." After saying that, the bloated man turned around and was about to run. At this time Chu Chen was a little hesitant. According to his character, he should go up and beat up this fat guy, and then run away. Standing there and waiting for the villain to call for help is the privilege of the protagonist of a novel. He is not stupid. But the key problem is that I am now playing the role of a spoiled rich second generation, and Xiao Yuqi is by my side. Damn, I have to pretend to be this awesome. Thinking of this, Chu Chen was filled with anger and secretly cursed the fat guy for looking for trouble. Watching him stride towards a private room, Chu Chen thought that he had already offended him to death, so he might as well do something ruthless, so he stepped forward and kicked the fat man in the butt. The fat man screamed, slammed the door and flew into the private room. Fuck, which bastard dares to disturb me while I'm eating? Ha! Dodgy, why is it you? Brother, there are people outside messing up the place. It's no use for me to report you. Fuck it, come with me. I want to see who this blind guy is today. There was a burst of cursing in the box, and soon 7 or 8 burly men came out, led by a bald man with tattoos. He had a knife on his shoulder and was looking around the hall with a fierce look on his face. Brother, it's him. The fat man pointed at Chu Chen. Chu Chen was stunned, then walked towards the other party. Xiao Yuqi pulled Chu Chen with some worry and whispered, Brother Chu Chen, let's go. Yuqi is actually fine. You don't have to vent your anger on me. Don't worry. Chu Chen held Xiao Yuqi's hand and squeezed it, giving her courage and comforting her. I know this person, he will be fine. After saying that, Chu Chen looked at Niu Weiqiang again. The latter immediately understood and stood behind Xiao Yuqi, posing as if he was ready to take action at any time. Chu Chen walked forward and looked directly at the bald tattooed brother carrying a knife. It turns out to be Brother Sihai Black Dragon. It's been a long time. By the way, when did you come out? Why didn't you let me know so that I could set up a banquet for you to celebrate? That's right, the person in front of him was indeed the Black Dragon who wanted to capture Xiao Yu Yan in the hospital before. When he came out of the police station before, Chief Liang told Chu Chen that Heilong had bribed police officers to frame others more than once, and if he had connections, he would have to stay in jail for several years. But I didn't expect that this guy would come out less than a week later. It seems that he has a strong backing. Heilong's face was also a little embarrassed. He had just come out in the afternoon. Because he had committed a crime, he was warned by his master to keep a low profile, so he only called a few brothers to the party, and by the way, he called a famous rich second generation in Sihai City to inquire about Chu Chen's identity information. Even though the master behind the scenes had warned Black Dragon not to cause trouble, Black Dragon was one of the 4 dragons in the underground world of Sihai City. How could he swallow this humiliation so easily? His plan was to find out about the boy's background. If he had a powerful background, he would tolerate it. If he was just a kid who was relying on the power of others, he. But he never expected that he would meet this guy again just as the dinner started. He felt that he and Chu Chen were destined to be incompatible. While Black Dragon was lamenting how unlucky he was, Chu Chen was secretly observing the group of younger brothers behind Black Dragon. He had already learned all the fighting techniques in the system, but they were just techniques, not an increase in strength. It was still a bit difficult for one person to fight 7 or 8. Suddenly, a yellow-haired man came into view. When Chu Chen saw the yellow-haired man, he also saw him and immediately retracted his head into the private room. Chu Chen immediately yelled, Xin Zhang, come out. Xin Zhang in the private room stood up with a bitter face, looked at Chu Chen and said timidly, Brother Chen, what a coincidence. What a coincidence. Come here. Chu Chen acted very strong. When Xin Zhang didn't move, he stepped forward, grabbed his arm, dragged him behind him and made him stand obediently. Then he looked at Heilong with a smile and said, he's your friend's younger brother. Do you have any objection to helping discipline him? The Black Dragon glanced at Xin Zhang, who was acting cowardly behind Chu Chen, and then burst into laughter. Hey, isn't this brother Chu? It's true that there is no friendship without fighting. By the way, what happened just now? Did a useless little brother like me provoke you? But Chu Chen didn't laugh, he said with a straight face, why don't you ask him about this? When Daji heard this, he was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and kowed out and begged for mercy. Brother Long, I was wrong, I didn't know this gentleman was your brother. Your brother is quite interesting. Chu Chen smiled and squinted at Black Dragon and said, he calls me grandpa, but calls you brother, as if your father is my son. Heilong's old face instantly fell, and he was blatantly trying to sow discord between them, and even scolded him, but he could only endure it. Without waiting for Daji to speak, Heilong kicked him away. Daji flew out and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Heilong didn't even look at him, but turned his head and looked at Chu Chen and smiled. Brother Chu, my biggest shortcoming is that I am too indulgent to my brothers. It is my fault for not disciplining them properly. I apologize to you on his behalf. As he said that, the Black Dragon was about to bow to Chu Chen, but at this time Chu Chen couldn't let the Black Dragon bow his head. The boss of the underworld would choose to swallow his anger, but his group of younger brothers might not think so. Chu Chen quickly supported Heilong. Hey, brother, look at what you said, it's just a small matter, you just need to deal with it. What can I complain about? Okay, I won't disturb your welcoming party, brother. I'll leave first. Chu Chen turned around and took the three of them back into the box. As soon as he closed the door, Niu Weiqian looked at Chu Chen with some fear. Why don't we leave? What if they come to cause trouble again later? Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. Eat it with confidence, they won't. Outside the box, Black Dragon was so angry that his face turned blue when he saw Chu Chen dared to go back to eat. A younger brother beside him asked in confusion, Brother Heilong, who is this person? Black Dragon immediately glared at him and said, You can't afford to offend someone. Let's go. Heilong left with a group of brothers, not noticing that in the booth on the other side, a mature woman in a white suit was watching the scene with a cunning smile. Sister Jasmine, what are you doing? You don't like this bald head, do you? The beautiful girl sitting opposite Baimoli was holding a spoon and eating the cake in big mouthfuls, while expressing contempt for Baimoli's taste. Baimoli rolled her eyes at the girl and said, If you eat too much sweets and become fat, no one will want you. No way, the girl retorted with puffy cheeks, I'm plump. Niu Weiqian and Xiao Yuqi finished their meal in a state of worry and nervousness. Even Qin Zheng seemed a little uncomfortable. On the other hand, Chu Chen had a big appetite and didn't care at all. When paying the bill after the meal, Chu Chen was told that someone had already paid. He was stunned for a moment, then guessed that it might be Black Dragon who paid the bill, so he didn't care. After walking out of the restaurant, Niu Weiqian pulled Chu Chen and said, Fuck, big brother, you are awesome. I, old Niu, will never give up except you. Huh, disgusting. Chu Chen rolled his eyes. It was indeed somewhat unexpected that Heilong could come out of the police station so quickly, but his action of finding Qin Zhang made Chu Chen realize that Heilong was just a pawn and had no idea of his identity, so he needed to find Qin Zhang to verify his identity. In this situation, the more arrogant Chu Chen behaves, the more he can intimidate a scoundrel like Black Dragon. Others may think it is risky, because the gangsters on the other side are gangsters who have been through a lot and have never been bullied. If they are not careful, they will be beaten to a bloody pulp and even killed. But people like Heilong who have been in the boss position for a long time have long lost their blood. He has long been confused by power and started to become greedy for life and afraid of death. In Black Dragon's eyes, since Chu Chen dared to teach the eldest son of the Qin family a lesson, his status and position must be very high. There would be no good end to going against such a person, so he would swallow his anger and slip away. If it were someone else, Heilong would have probably sent the other person to the hospital long ago. Of course, it wasn't just Heilong who was shocked, but also Xiao Yuqi. At first she couldn't figure out who Chen La had brought to have dinner with, but later she was shocked when she found out that this non-mainstream person was the eldest son of the Qin family. Although Qin Zhang's reputation is not good in the second-generation circle of Sihai City, it does not mean that anyone can bully him. He has an awesome family and an awesome father and sister. Apart from the other two families, who else would dare to bully him like this? Just like now, Qin Zhang was dragged to the door of a barbershop by Chu Chen. Qin Zhang begged bitterly, Brother Chen, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I just dyed my hair less than 2 hours ago. Can you let me keep it for the night? Chu Chen had a bad temper. He gently kicked Qin Zhang on the butt and scolded him with a smile, Can you be more capable? Why have you never been so shameless when you were with a woman? If you spend a night with a woman, your sister and dad will probably wake up laughing. What's the point of spending a night with your hair down? Put. Xiao Yuqi couldn't help laughing, stepped forward and took Chu Chen's hand, trying to show her presence, and whispered, Brother Chu Chen, young Master Qin is not easy either, why don't we just forget it? Qin Zhang's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Sister-in-law is sensible. Sister-in-law is sensible. Brother Chen, look, sister-in-law has spoken for me, just let me go. When Xiao Yuqi heard Qin Zhang calling her sister-in-law, she blushed. Although she was hanging around with rich second generations, she had never officially dated anyone. This is the first time I've been called sister-in-law. But Qin Zhang had no idea that he was hitting the horse's butt. Chu Chen just wanted to keep Xiao Yuqi hanging and had no intention of making her his girlfriend. Besides, Chu Chen is a married man. So Chu Chen said coldly with a straight face, "I'll give you 10 minutes to dye your hair back for me, or I'll call your sister and ask her to buy some hair dye and we'll dye it for you ourselves." In the end, Xin Zhang walked into the barber shop very reluctantly and chose to dye his hair back. After that, everyone went back to their own homes and looked for their own mothers. Before parting, Xiao Yuqi seemed extremely reluctant to leave. She sat in the car and was very shy and didn't want to get out. After much effort to persuade her to get off, she stayed beside the car and refused to leave. At this time, Chu Chen used his ultimate killer move and asked her to drink more hot water. Xiao Yuqi was stunned for a moment, and then Chu Chen ran away. When he returned home, Chu Chen was surprised to find Yuan Shui sitting on the sofa waiting for him. The TV was not turned on. She just made a cup of tea and sat there. "Are you waiting for me?" Chu Chen asked curiously. Before, Yuan Shui never sat stupidly on the sofa. She basically went upstairs after dinner and only said 2 sentences to Chu Chen every day, "Good morning and good night." It's so strange today, obviously he's waiting for someone, but there are only 3 people in this house, and Uncle Xia is at home, so the answer can only be that he's waiting for Chu Chen. "I said I didn't mind you getting into trouble, but I didn't expect you to get into trouble so soon." Her words were as plain and indifferent as always, without any dust or dirt. "What's the trouble?" "The gangsters are asking about you." Chu Chen immediately realized that the Black Dragon was still determined to do something evil. This guy paid for Chu Chen's meal in the hotel as a way of currying favor with him, but he was secretly inquiring about Chu Chen's background. Holding a grudge and being calculating. This person cannot stay. Chu Chen made a decision to get rid of him first if conditions permit. "You haven't spent all the money I gave you, have you?" Chu Chen shook his head. In fact, he had not spent a single cent of the 1 billion yuan Shui gave him. "Please hire 2 bodyguards." Yuan Shui said this calmly and stood up to go back to her room. Halfway up the stairs, she suddenly stopped, looked back at Chu Chen and said, "By the way, Sihai University is holding a charity party tomorrow night. Please accompany me." "What? You want to go too?" Chu Chen jumped up from the sofa on the spot and asked in surprise. Yuan Shui's nose twitched slightly, and she asked with a hint of coldness, "Why, is it difficult for you?" Chu Chen immediately put away his surprise and smiled awkwardly, "No problem. My wife told me to do it, so I will do it. I'm going to die." Chu Chen also wants to show off his power at the charity dinner tomorrow night, make a splash, and attract all the fish in the school. If the relationship between Yuan Shui and myself was exposed at this time, let alone attracting fish, I guess even Xiao Yuqi would be shaken, right? Although she won't run away for money, this is just like Xiao Yuqi hooking up with men. You have to give the other person hope so that he will go all out. This is what Chu Chen is doing now, making Xiao Yuqi think that she can become the main wife and a rich lady, giving her hope and encouraging her to work hard. But if she knew that Chu Chen was already married, she would probably think about how to make a fortune and run away, right? This one do. Chapter 31. The party begins. The next afternoon, Sihai University was actively preparing for a party, so many classes were given a holiday. At 7 o'clock in the evening, luxury cars drove into Sihai University one after another. These were some of the richest and most powerful people in Sihai City. Chu Chen was already in school. Qin Yuya stood beside him and asked jokingly, "What's wrong, Mr. Chu? Who provoked you?" "Don't ask. Even if I tell you, you can't afford to offend me." Chu Chen rolled his eyes at her. This woman was very malicious. She knew it was Yuan Shui who made her in a bad mood, but she still came to ask. "Is it interesting? If you have the guts, remove Yuan Shui from her position as the queen." Qin Yuya giggled and raised her hand to point at a crowd not far from the audience seats. "Look, your little fox is here too. Let's see what you're going to do tonight." Xiao Yuqi and several roommates stood in the crowd, looking around, searching for something. Her roommate Wan Lan glared at her in dissatisfaction and said, "Yuqi, what's the point of you looking around here? Call now." "I don't." Xiao Yuqi pouted, "What I want is a chance encounter. Do you know what a chance encounter is?" Wang Lan couldn't help rolling her eyes and used the palm of her hand to feel the temperature of Xiao Yuqi's forehead. It's over. You've become like this even without a fever. Love makes people dizzy. You still call yourself a gold digger. You really bring shame to gold diggers. Lin Qianqi hugged Xiao Yuqi's arm and said with a sly smile, "Is it the one who's being horny?" "You are such a jerk, Lin Qianqi, I'm going to crush your mouth." Xiao Yuqi was about to take action when she spoke, and Lin Qianqi hid behind Wang Lan. Xu Chen, who was hiding behind the stage, twitched his mouth twice. What a shame that he died before accomplishing his mission. "I, Xu Chen, am a great commander, but I have to face the Shura field after only 2 days of raising fish." Xin Yuya was so happy to see Chu Chen being humiliated that she said with a smile as bright as a flower, "How about you sit with me later, hug me, and say I'm your girlfriend, so that your wife and the little fox won't fight, how about that?" "I think you are the little fox." Chu Chen rolled his eyes at her. "Go and have fun by yourself. Don't worry about me. At worst, I can just hide in the backstage and not come out." "Are you sure?" Xin Yuya asked. "Sure." Xu Chen nodded affirmatively. "Okay, good luck. I'm leaving now." Xin Yuya left, and Xu Chen looked at her back and shouted, "Don't forget the plan we just made." Don't worry. Xin Yuya waved her hand with her back to Chu Chen. At 7:40 in the evening, all the guests had taken their seats. Yuan Shui walked gracefully to the first row of the audience. Her appearance immediately caused a sensation among the students in the school. Yuan Shui nodded calmly to the younger students in the crowd, then found her seat and sat down. People in the high-level circles of Sihai City had long heard about Yuan Shui's coldness, so they didn't care much. Almost no one greeted Yuan Shui, and Yuan Shui didn't greet others either. However, Xin Yuya came up to her with a warm smile on her face. "Hello, Sister Shui." Yuan Shui was stunned for a moment, but still shook hands with Xin Yuya, and then said coldly, "We are peers, I am not older than you, you don't have to be so polite." "That won't do," Xin Yuya said with a determined look on her face. Like a little fox, she leaned close to Yuan Shui's ear and whispered, "Sister Shui, you have a high status, so I will recognize you as my elder sister first. There are many people who want to be my younger sister." Yuan Shui thought Xin Yuya was talking about the relationship with the Yuan family, so she didn't think much about it. She nodded, then looked around and began to look for Chu Chen. After searching for a long time without finding it, he took out his phone and called Chu Chen. "Hey, where are you? I'm already in the first row of the venue, come over here quickly." "Oh, honey, excuse me, I'm backstage." "What are you doing backstage?" Yuan Shui frowned. "Honey, you don't know, but the male host of tonight's party has to give birth to a baby, so the school asked me to take his place, so I can't sit down with you to watch the show today." "I'm so sorry." Yuan Shui was silent. She had a vague feeling that Chu Chen was somewhat out of control, which was not a good thing. Her original plan was to ask Chu Chen to donate more money at the party today, gain fame, and prepare for the troubles later, but she didn't expect that this guy would become the host. "But it seems there is no other way now?" Yuan Shui sighed and said, "Okay, it's good that you become the host. When the fundraising starts later, donate a little more and I'll cover the cost for you." Chu Chen in the backstage was also stunned. Is there such a good thing? At this time, a man who was pressed under him cried and said, "Brother, I am a man and I can't have children." "What's that sound?" Yuan Shui immediately noticed something unusual. "Oh, nothing, the actors next to me are reciting their lines." "Okay, honey, I'll stop talking. I have to get ready to go on stage." After saying that, Xu Chen hung up the phone, took out a bundle of $100 bills from his pocket and threw it on the male host's face. "Can I have a baby? I'm a man." Xu Chen took out another bundle of money. "Can I?" Another bundle of $100 bills. The male host was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "I can try." "Give me your CI tune, and you can leave now." Xu Chen snatched the CI card from the male host and let him go. "Then I found a dressing room and planned to work hard and memorize my lines. As soon as I pushed the door open, I was stunned. A woman was changing clothes with her back to Chu Chen. Her skin is as white as jade and pure as clouds, more beautiful than the clouds in the sky. Her two perfect butterfly bones are slightly protruding, not more or less, just on the line of temptation. Looking from the side, you can see a smooth and round peak." Xu Chen got angry on the spot. With such a good back, it would be a waste not to use cupping. The woman noticed the door was pushed open and said nonchalantly, "Sisterly, it's not time yet, right?" When she didn't hear any response after she finished speaking, she turned around and found that there was a strange man standing at the door. Xu Chen took the initiative and stepped forward to cover the woman's mouth. "Shoo! Don't scream. I know you definitely don't believe that I didn't mean it, but whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. Su Yujing's head was full of question marks. She didn't want to scream, nor did she want to believe it, but what the hell was this reason? What's this guy's train of thought? Before she could think about it, her agent's voice came from outside. Yujing, are you okay? The party is about to start. The two people in the room felt something was wrong at the same time. Although they both knew it was a misunderstanding, it would be a disaster if this scene was seen by outsiders. Especially Su Yujing, her star has just started to rise. If rumors spread at this time, she will not only be banned, but also face a large amount of breach of contract compensation. Thinking of this, Su Yujing's heart tightened, and she pulled Chu Chen to hide behind the door in an instant, hoping to take advantage of the blind spot to avoid it. But the space behind the door was very narrow. In order not to be discovered, Su Yujing could only stick tightly to Chu Chen's chest, and the peaks on her chest were squeezed and deformed. But she could do nothing at this moment. She could only look at Chu Chen with 3 parts of shyness and 3 parts of anger, as if she wanted to eat Chu Chen. Chu Chen smiled bitterly and thought to himself, "You stuck it here yourself, okay? You took advantage of me and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet." The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and both of them focused their minds at the same time. Huh? Why isn't he here? Has he gone out? The agent looked around the room, found no one there, and left. Su Yujing then let go of Chu Chen and breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she wanted to get angry and condemn Chu Chen, she found that he just ran away. She could only stamp her feet in anger. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the charity gala officially began. Chu Chen walked directly onto the stage wearing a suit. Good evening, distinguished guests. I am Chu Chen, a junior student majoring in molecular physics at Sihai University, and I am also the host of this charity gala. After he finished speaking, the group of younger students who were unaware of the truth applauded to express their welcome. But the school leaders in the audience were stunned. In order to ensure the smooth running of this charity gala, they had spent money to hire a professional host from outside. How come it turned out to be Chu Chen? Send someone to the backstage to see what's going on? The principal looked anxious, and soon the person who went to get the news came back and told the principal. The host said his wife gave birth to a child. Headmaster. Forget it, everyone is out, this is the only way. On the stage, Chu Chen held the microphone in one hand and the poem card in the other, and talked freely. Tonight was supposed to be a welcome party for freshmen, but disasters are ruthless. They can come at any time when we are happy, shattering everything beautiful and turning it into slag. Everyone feels so helpless and desperate when facing natural disasters. Therefore, in order to help our compatriots get out of helplessness and despair, this welcome meeting was changed into a charity gala. Here, I apologize to all the freshmen and the students of Sihai University who have worked hard for a long time to prepare wonderful programs for this welcome party. After saying that, Chu Chen bowed deeply to the students below. There was warm applause from the audience again, especially from the college students who had prepared a program for a long time but had it directly cancelled. They looked at Chu Chen with tears in their eyes. Xiao Yuqi's eyes lit up when she looked at Chu Chen. She didn't expect Chu Chen to have such profound hosting skills. She felt like she had met a treasure boy who was full of treasures, waiting for her to slowly discover. Qin Yuya and Yuan Shui were a little confused. How can a student of molecular physics become a host? At the same time, Chu Chen raised his head. I would also like to thank every guest here who came here after hearing the news. It is your enthusiasm and positivity that gave us a glimmer of confidence and hope in the face of the disaster. After saying that, Chu Chen bowed again to the wealthy people of Sihai City. Full of etiquette and without any flaws, Chu Chen gave people the feeling of being a professional host. Okay, now that I've finished my polite words, I won't say any more. This is a charity party, I'm sure everyone knows that, but charity should also be done within one's means. During this time of reflection, we have invited the famous singer Su Yujing to perform for everyone. Please welcome Su Yujing. Chu Chen shouted loudly, walked off the stage and gave up the stage. When going on and off the stage, Su Yujing glared at Chu Chen fiercely and whispered in his ear, "You'd better not tell anyone about what happened before." Chapter 32, Show your talent and give money directly. Su Yujing's appearance caused a frenzy at the scene, which surprised Chu Chen a little. He opened his mobile phone and searched for her. It's really not easy to discover this Su Yujing. Last year, he became an instant hit thanks to a costume drama and attracted tens of millions of fans. The key is that she can not only act, but also sing and dance. It can be said that singing is her main job. Su Yujing can adapt to various changing music styles and appropriately add some of her own elements, rather than pure imitation, which shows her strong ability. In just 1 year, he became a top star. It seems that the school spent a lot of money on this charity dinner. After the 3 songs ended, Su Yujing still stayed on the stage, which surprised Chu Chen. According to the process, this is the time for Chu Chen to come on stage and officially start the fundraising session. Chu Chen didn't care about that and walked directly onto the stage, ignoring Su Yujing. He looked at the wealthy people below and said, after enjoying the beautiful performance, I think everyone should have thought about it, right? I'll donate 10 million. The voice came from the side and spread throughout the venue through the speakers. Su Yujing's generosity caused cheers from the audience. Chu Chen did not expect that this girl stood on the stage and refused to leave because she wanted to make a donation. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Su Yujing as the host, then sent this ancestor off the stage and spent a while calming the audience. The fundraising started again. This time, before Chu Chen spoke, Yuan Shui in the audience raised her hand. 100 million. The 3 words, spoken in a quiet voice, were like a cool breeze in summer, blowing into everyone's heart. Then there was applause from the audience that was no less enthusiastic than when Su Yujing came on stage. Good. Thank you, Ms. Yuan, for the donation of 100 million. Chu Chen almost slipped up. Fundraising continued, but became somewhat boring after that, with the highest donation amount not exceeding 20 million. Even the richest Li family only donated 7 million. As a representative, Li Juanhao felt a little embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. If the Li family was not afraid of being attacked, they would not have disdained to participate in this so-called charity gala. However, Qin Yuya from the Qin family remained silent. As the fundraising drew to a close, some people sitting in the audience jokingly said, Miss Qin, I heard that your Qin family recently sold the Qinglan Mountain Villa No. 1. You are so rich. Why did you pretend to be dead when it came to donations? The person who spoke was Ding Lei, a relative of the Ding family. The Ding family had always been at odds with the Qin family. Ding Lei thought Qin Yuya was stingy and didn't want to donate, so he deliberately raised his voice and spoke very loudly so that many people could hear what he said. All of a sudden, all eyes turned over. But Qin Yuya remained unmoved and remained calm. She just looked at Chu Chen on the stage with an expression that was 3 parts aggrieved and 7 parts threatening. That expression seemed to say, I'm being bullied. If you don't do anything, I'll die in front of you. Chu Chen smiled helplessly, holding the microphone and spoke again. No one laughed? Then let me take care of the end of the fundraising. I, Chu Chen, will donate 1 billion as an individual. As soon as he finished speaking, the attention of the entire venue was drawn to him. Everyone looked at Chu Chen with an expression of disbelief, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet, with no sound at all. Then, a burst of wild laughter broke the peace, and more wild laughter followed. Many wealthy people were also amused and looked at Chu Chen like a clown. Chu Chen, are you dreaming? You are so proud of being a host, donating 1 billion. Ah, it's really hilarious. Let alone 1 billion, even if you have 1 million, Lin Qingtong will not break up with you. That's right. This guy must have messed up his brain by dating the school belle. Principal. Please let Chu Chen go down quickly and don't embarrass our Sihai University. The half-bald principal stood up with a bad look on his face, looked at Chu Chen and said, Why don't you get off now? Chu Chen smiled slightly, Principal, why don't you confirm the collection account for this fundraising first? Stop messing around. Do you believe that I can prevent you from graduating? The principal was angry and wanted to go on stage to pull Chu Chen down. At this time, Yuan Shui's cold voice came from the side, Principal Wei, do as Chu Chen said, I will make up the shortfall. Who among those sitting in the first row is not a well-known figure in Sihai City? They knew the super mysterious Yuan family very well. Yuan Shui had always been aloof and cold, a strange woman who didn't deal with anyone and had never been involved in any scandals. But today, the goddess in everyone's eyes actually spoke for a student? Not only were the top dignitaries in Sihai City shocked, but the students at Sihai University were so angry that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. In their minds, Chu Chen is just a poor guy who has no money to donate. He dares to say that 1 billion must have been given by Yuan Shui. It's infuriating enough that this guy has seduced away 2 school beauties, Lin Qingtong and Zhao Yuqi, but why has he even seduced away the wealthy woman Yuan Shui? No. I can't accept that. I want to be a gigolo, too. Why is another school beauty being seduced by Chu Chen? Fuck. This dog coin Chu Chun must have practiced evil skills. I suggest cutting him into slices and studying him. Damn it, I'm such a bad mouth. Why did I call him the school beauty harvester? Brother, can you call me handsome? Well, ugh. He's so fucking ugly, I'll just throw you down on the street. No one believed Chu Chen, and they all thought he was kept by Yuan Shui. Everyone was lamenting why an icy beauty like Yuan Shui could be won over by Chu Chun. But this is what all the students think. In the eyes of some big guys, they are just guessing about the relationship between Yuan Shui and Chu Chen on the stage. After all, the two of them don't seem to have a close relationship. Xiao Yu in the back row also had curiosity in her eyes, but she felt that Yuan Shui was just speaking for Chu Chen. Yuan Shui must be like Qin Yuya, knowing Chu Chen's true identity, which is why she said that. Seeing the principal standing there in a daze, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Yuan Shui's cold face. Principal Wei, don't you trust me? She asked calmly. Everyone sitting next to her couldn't help but shiver. Qin Yuya suddenly became curious whether Chu Chen and Yuan Shui slept in separate rooms at night. Otherwise, who could stand having such a cold wife? Oh, okay. The man with glasses next to Principal Wei reacted immediately. He is Yu Lu, the head of the Sihai government. This charity gala was originally led by the government, and Sihai University was only used as a venue. The receiving account is also the government S account. Secretary Wang, check the donation account. Yes. The secretary at the side turned on the computer and said excitedly after a while, Secretary Yu, the 1 billion yuan has arrived. It arrived before the party started. The remitter is Mr. Chu Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell into extreme silence again. Everyone previously thought that Chu Chen was being kept by Yuan Shui, which was why he dared to say such generous words. But now Yuan Shui didn't pay a penny, and the donation was made before the party started. This is clearly Chu Chen's own money. Even Yuan Shui showed a strange expression. It is true that she gave Chu Chen 1 billion, but didn't he use some of his money? At least bought a Bugatti Veyron. When Chu Chen mentioned the 1 billion yuan, Yuan Shui was ready to make up the money, but Chu Chen didn't ask her to make up the money at all. But the question arises again? Where does he get his money? At this time, Chu Chen picked up the microphone and looked at the principal. Principal, I don't know if I have donated 1 billion yuan. Can you give me some time to say something? The principal still hadn't reacted yet. Yu Lu immediately stood up and said with a smile, Student Chu Chen, right? You are very caring. For enthusiastic citizens like you, just say whatever you want. The government supports you unconditionally. Are you kidding? This is a wealthy man who can directly donate 10 billion funds. Even the government has to treat him properly. Yu Lu had just taken office, so naturally he had to build good relationships with these local tycoons. He would also need their support when he introduced economic policies in the future. Those students who had mocked Chu Chen before began to regret it. Yuan Shui, even the head of the city government, Yu Lu, was so nice to Chu Chen? It's obvious that there is a powerful background behind him. Although they were not poor students, their family background was not enough to show off in front of the Yuan family and Secretary Yu. They could be trampled to death by just a move of their toes. The few foul-mouthed guys felt worried and started thinking about apologizing to Chu Chen as soon as the party was over. Chu Chen didn't have time to care about these guys. He stood on the stage and took a deep breath. Everything I have done before can be said to be small scale, but what I have to do next is to completely push myself into the treacherous business world. At this moment, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The eyes of the whole audience were focused on him, curious about what he wanted to say in front of everyone after spending 1 billion yuan. Chu Chen took a long time to calm down, looked at Qin Yuya, and said with a smile, Sister Yuya, come up. Qin Yuya stood up and walked to the stage under everyone's curious gaze. Chu Chen handed her the microphone he had prepared in advance. Qin Yuya cleared her throat and said, The Qin family's Tiankai group will join hands with Chu Chen's Sanluo Wanshan group to invest 10 billion yuan to establish a charity foundation. Not only in Lingnan, our foundation will provide assistance to disaster areas across the country. In addition, the foundation will also assist poor elderly people and students in various parts of Sihai City. 10 billion yuan cannot help everyone, but Chu Chen and I wish to help as many people as possible. The wealthy people in the audience were stunned. If Chu Chen had said this, they obviously would not believe it. But the person who said this was Qin Yuya, the daughter of the Qin family, and she did not say it in a private setting, but in front of all the dignitaries and officials in Sihai City. There is no regret on this road. However, this is not the end, Shuchen continued. In addition, we will jointly establish two companies, an online entertainment company and an investment company, and the initial investment scale of both companies will be 10 billion. The entertainment company mainly produces content in the form of online live streaming, including but not limited to short videos, movies, dramas, stage plays, music, micro-movies, novels, games, etc. By the way, you all know the president of the entertainment company. Her name is Xiao Yu. Fuck. Is this still a human? There was a burst of swearing in the audience. Xiao Yu became the CEO before she even graduated from college? He's the CEO of a company that invested 10 billion. Wang Lan was so frightened at this moment that her arm was shaking as she grabbed Xiao Yu's arm. Yuchi, did I hear you right? Shu Chen opened a company for you? And invested 10 billion in it? Lin Xianqi was even more exaggerated than Wang Lan. She grabbed Wang Lan's hand, bit it, and asked, Lan, does it hurt? Wang Lan immediately hit Lin Xianqi on the head with a slap. If it doesn't hurt, let me try. Lin Xianqi cried, but Lan, I feel like I'm dreaming. 10 billion. 10 billion. I don't want to work hard if I have 1 million. After saying that, Lin Xianqi suddenly turned around and hugged Xiao Yu's thighs. Yuchi, how about you take me in as your dog? What nonsense! Xiao Yu glared at Lin Xianqi in dissatisfaction. In fact, I already knew about this. Shu Chen said yesterday that he wanted to compensate me for my birthday gift. He thought giving me money and luxury goods was too vulgar, so he gave me a company instead. Xiao Yu spoke calmly, but she couldn't calm down no matter what. She only knew that Chu Chen had opened a company for her. But I never expected that Chu Chen would directly invest 10 billion yuan. Xiao Yu considered herself a socialite, but her initial goal was only 10 million. It was only after she met Chu Chen that she raised her goal to a small goal of 100 million. But Chu Chen spent 10 billion at once. She owns 10% of the shares. Doesn't that mean she is now a billionaire? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's heart beat faster and she could hardly hold back the smile on her face. Her little hands were so nervous that she didn't know where to put them, and she held tightly to the hem of her skirt. The students in the audience, both boys and girls, looked at Xiao Yu with envy and jealousy. The moment Lin Xingtong heard the news, she felt as if her heart was being held by an invisible hand, and tears flowed unconsciously. If she and Chu Chen had not broken up, then everything Xiao Yu enjoyed today would be hers. But there are no ifs in this world. The overwhelming regret flooded every cell of her body like a tidal wave, suffocating her. In the huge venue, some people were shocked, some were crying, and some were scared. I'm afraid Xiao Yu was the only one who was the most excited and happy. Chu Chen noticed the change in everyone's mood, but he ignored it and continued, regarding the second investment company, we haven't obtained a financial license yet, so we are only investing in college students' entrepreneurship. Let Sister Yuya explain the specific information. Qin Yuya began to explain the current operating model of the investment company to everyone present. Currently, the investment company only invests in college students' venture capital, with a total investment scale of 10 billion. The review process is extremely relaxed, and there are free analysts who can help you analyze which startup projects are good and which projects have prospects. Even if you want to do your own thing, the analysts will analyze all the risks for you. The most important thing is that if the project fails, the investment company will not pursue responsibility or demand redemption of the investment. This shocked all the top bosses in Sihai City. Yuan Shui also looked at Qin Yuya and Chu Chun in disbelief as they boasted on the stage. Did she think these two people were crazy? This is clearly giving away money. Qin Yuya almost said, I have 10 billion here, and you can take it on a first-come, first-served basis. As soon as these words were spoken, the classmates who had been envious and jealous before all became excited. You know, which college student doesn't have a dream of starting a business? Who doesn't want to have a successful love and career before the age of 30? Unfortunately, reality is too cruel. Starting a business is full of pitfalls, and there are all kinds of fees for initial consultation. Some even induce you to lose money by doing certain projects. It can be said that 9 out of 10 entrepreneurial opportunities for college students are pitfalls. But this time it's different. Chu Chen and Qin Yuya have helped them solve all their worries. If you don't even dare to do this, then you might as well just find a piece of tofu and kill yourself. Everyone was excited and became as happy as Xiao Yu. Those people who had laughed at Chu Chen before were scolded away. Now Chu Chen has become the male god in the eyes of all students of Sihai University. Anyone who dares to scold Chu Chen will become the public enemy. Yu Lu was also grinning from ear to ear. He had just taken office and someone was throwing money at the economy to boost it. It was like pie in the sky. At the charity party, except for the top wealthy people in Sihai City in the first 2 rows who were a little confused, everyone else was extremely happy and praised Chu Chen and Qin Yuya. Yu Lu directly stated that the government unconditionally supports their company and that they can ask him for a green light if they encounter any policy issues. This is the effect Chu Chen wants, and it is also the purpose of him pulling Qin Yuya into the game, because if he stands on the stage and says these words, he will just be regarded as an idiot. After saying everything, Chu Chen didn't stay for long. He pulled Qin Yuya off the stage, leaving some room for others to imagine. But when he was stepping down the stage, Su Yujing glared at him again, which made Chu Chen confused and puzzled, wondering how he had offended this girl again. Su Yujing was very dissatisfied because she still had one song to sing at the end of the party. She had changed into her costumes and was waiting to go on stage to perform, but Chu Chen waited for half an hour before letting her go on stage for her farewell performance. Chapter 33 Assassination. Su Yujing sang the last song very well, which once again brought the evening to a climax. After singing, she stood on the stage, gasping for breath. At this time, Chu Chen, as the host, also had to go on stage to say her final goodbye. Well, thank you all for coming to this charity gala today. Su Yujing. Su Yujing. Before Chu Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by a fanatical fan who rushed over and tried to get on the stage. A woman, holding flowers in both hands, tried hard to squeeze in despite being stopped by the security guards. Chu Chen looked at Su Yujing, who nodded. Chu Chen raised the microphone and said, "Oh. There are thoughtful fans who have prepared flowers for Miss Su. Please ask our security personnel to let her come up." Several security guards made way, and a female fan wearing glasses walked onto the stage with flowers in both hands, her face filled with fanatical happiness. Chu Chen found this scene a little funny. The posture of this fan holding flowers in both hands was a bit like the person standing at the door setting off fireworks during a wedding. One hand was placed at the lowest end of the bouquet, as if there was a switch there that would make the bouquet explode with a twist. Fuck. No. Don't take the flower. Chu Chen suddenly realized something was wrong and rushed over shouting. The fan has come in front of Su Yujing, and opposite her is a female fan. Su Yujing has no worries and is about to accept the bouquet. At this time, Chu Chen roared and Su Yujing paused. The woman holding the flowers pulled out a dagger from the bouquet and stabbed Su Yujing. The distance between them was only a few dozen centimeters, and Su Yujing had no time to react. At this time, Chu Chen flew over and grabbed the blade of the dagger with one hand. The woman's movement was blocked and she failed to successfully stab Su Yujing's chest. The whole audience was shocked by this sudden scene. They only heard Chu Chen say fuck and then rushed out. They have no idea why the situation has turned out like this. But this does not prevent their understanding of Chu Chen from rising to a whole new level. This man is not only handsome and rich, with excellent ventriloquism skills, but also has the courage and responsibility of a man. But just when everyone was looking at Chu Chen with admiration, Chu Chen suddenly cried out ouch and pulled his hand back. His action was as quick and fierce as a curious cat playing with a crab and getting its claw pinched. Chu Chen pulled his hand with such force that his elbow hit Su Yujing in the chest, knocking her back 2 steps and creating some distance between her and the assassin. Damn it, I was careless and didn't catch it. Chu Chen said as he looked at the wound on his palm that was bleeding. The assassin was stunned for a second, then swung his knife towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen took a step back to avoid the attack, grabbed the assassin's wrist with one hand, pinched her tendons tightly, then took another step forward and clasped her hands behind her back. The dagger also fell to the ground with a clang. At this time, the security guards rushed up and pinned the assassin to the ground and subdued him. The half-bald principal Wei directly drove all the school cadres to the stage, surrounded the venue to prevent others from taking pictures, and quickly asked the security guards to organize the students and guests to leave in an orderly manner. After a commotion, Chu Chen was pushed aside and no one cared about him. Everyone was concerned about Su Yujing. Qin Yuya approached quietly and said with a smile, "How is it? It feels good to be a hero saving a beautiful girl, right?" Chu Chen rolled his eyes. "I really want to slap myself now. Some habits and thoughts are really hard to change." Qin Yuya raised her fair palm. "Do you want me to help you?" Chu Chen turned his head and looked at her and said, "Okay. Come on, my wife is here, you beat me, let's see how you will explain it? TSK. A gigolo. Xiao Yu Yan smacked her lips. Thanks to you, I'm probably very busy recently, so don't contact me. Oh, by the way, contact my brother tomorrow and ask him to take you to a place that will be good for you and save you a lot of trouble. The matter of Qinglan Mountain Villa number 1 can be announced to the public now that I have come forward in the open. Knowing that, you will be able to order people around. Xiao Yu Yan rolled her eyes at Xu Chen and walked away gracefully. Xu Chen nodded. Not long after Xiao Yu Yan left, Yuan Shui walked up, took a look at the wound on Xu Chen's palm and said, "Let's go to the hospital first." Xu Chen nodded. On the way to the hospital, Xu Chen sent a message to Zhao Yuqi, telling her that he was going to the hospital and she didn't need to worry. At the same time, she was given a task, asking her to use her identity as a fake socialite to recruit some beautiful women to be anchors for the new company, and to send them a signal that there would be cash rewards for recruiting talents for the company and signing them, not just for the anchors, but for all content producers. Looking at the tasks assigned by Xu Chen, Zhao Yuqi was very happy. She felt that Xu Chen valued her by asking her to do things. After all, she was the president. So I excitedly opened my friend group and posted the recruitment information overnight. Zhao Yuqi herself has considerable traffic in topics. Tonight, Xu Chen built up momentum for Zhao Yuqi on top of building up momentum for himself. In just one night, her name occupied the front page of the Sihai University Forum. By tomorrow, the entire Sihai city will probably know of her existence. There were so many people in the school who wanted to find Zhao Yuqi to build connections and get investment, or to work in Zhao Yuqi's company. As soon as she sent a message in the group, someone came to her. Many people also found out the contact information of Zhao Yuqi's roommates Wan Lan and Lin Xianxi, and found Zhao Yuqi through them, hoping to get her hands on these big, thick white legs. Xu Chen went home after a simple treatment of his wound in the hospital. Fortunately, he did not use too much force, otherwise it would have been serious. After returning home, Yuan Shui threw her bag away, sat on the sofa, looked at Xu Chen and said coldly, "Not bad, you performed very well today, which surprised me. I hope you can keep it up." Xu Chen's eyes twitched twice, and he thought, "You turn a blind eye to my performance, what else can I do?" At this time, Yuan Shui said again, "However, your last performance disappointed me. When you are outside, you have to pretend to be a tough guy. Besides, you are a playboy. How can a playboy let it go after being a hero and saving a beautiful girl? You should take this opportunity to express your feelings to Su Yujing, right?" "How do you mean?" Xu Chen spread his hands and asked, "Can I take her home tonight?" Xu Chen was joking, but he didn't expect Yuan Shui to turn around and look at Uncle Xia. "Uncle Xia, do you mind if it's a little noisy at night?" "Don't mind, miss," Uncle Xia replied. Then Yuan Shui looked at Xu Chen, "You can bring the woman back. My room is well soundproofed." "Damn, that's weird." Xu Chen turned and left. "Where are you going?" Yuan Shui asked behind him. "Go and fulfill your wish and bring back a woman to spend the night with you." Yuan Shui really didn't stop her. Xu Chen felt that he would go crazy if he continued living with this woman. "I might as well call Zhang Yan and ask him to drive over to pick me up and take me to Villa number 1. This night was destined to be a restless night. A fundraising campaign in one city raised 1.7 billion yuan in donations, with an additional 20 billion yuan in investment funds. This can be said to be the big news of the year in Sihai City. Even if the government takes action to attract investment, the amount of funds on this scale is not small. At the same time, many people are considering whether they can get some funds from this large-scale investment. Just as these people were discussing heatedly, another bombshell appeared. Xiao Yu Yan personally admitted that the buyer of Villa number 1 in Qinglan Mountain was none other than Xu Chen, who had made a big splash tonight. This news undoubtedly pushed Xu Chen to the forefront. In less than a week, hundreds of billions were spent? Many netizens couldn't help but ask, is the central bank owned by your family? Some people sighed, some were shocked, but those who had planned to take advantage of the situation became more determined in their ideas. Chapter 34, The Four Seas Pride Club. The next afternoon, Xin Zheng sent a location to Xu Chen. Because of the injury on his hand, Xu Chen had to let Zhang Yan accompany him. It is located in a private garden in the southern suburbs of Sihai City. You need to be questioned when entering, but Xin Zheng has been waiting for Xu Chen at the door. Xin Zheng felt that Xu Chen was as terrifying as an older sister, so he respected Xu Chen very much. "Why did you and your sister bring me here in secret? Are you planning to secretly remove my kidney and sell it?" Brother, even if my sister dares, I don't dare. Qin Zheng smiled bitterly and led Chu Chen to a huge circular building. It's here. You will know when you go in. The three were stopped when they entered the door on the grounds that Qin Zhang could only bring one person in. Chu Chen didn't care. He asked Zhang Yan to wait for him outside, and then followed him into the building. As soon as you enter the door, you can see the golf course in the distance and various sports venues built next to the building itself. This is the Sihai Haoqing Club, which only accepts internal personnel. The members are all some of the rich and powerful people in Sihai City. Each person can only bring one person in at a time. The main purpose of the establishment is to hope that everyone can do business and make money peacefully, and put any problems on the table to discuss, and not fight privately. Sihai Haoqing Hui? Chu Chen frowned slightly. Why does it sound like the underworld? Oh, right. The guy who hit you in a Lamborghini seemed to have mentioned this name. Is he also a member of the gang? Yes. My sister said that you have the strength to join a long time ago. You didn't expose it before, but now that it has been exposed, it's better for you to join this circle. No matter how powerful you are financially, you cannot defeat all the rich and powerful people in Sihai City. Qin Zhang brought Chu Chen to a hall. There were several small tables outside the hall. 7 or 8 people were sitting there drinking coffee, some young, some old. There were also 3 waitresses standing by, wearing white t-shirts with work badges on their chests. When these people saw Qin Zhang, they all stood up and greeted him. Qin Zhang, you rarely come here. Why don't you play non-mainstream games and come to hang out with boring people like us? Hey, Lao Lin, Qin Zhang finally got his way. Stop nitpicking. Didn't you see that he brought a friend with him today? Oh, look at my eyes, I didn't see it. Qin Zhang, who is this? Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhen, this is Chu Chen. I brought him here today to get his membership certificate. What? Chu Chen. The 2 elderly men in their 40s were startled at the same time, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Chu Chen gradually changed. That look was like looking at a fat sheep. Not only them, but other people in the hall also cast longing glances at Chu Chen. These wealthy and powerful people knew about what happened last night early in the morning, and they were planning how to establish a relationship with Chu Chen. I never thought that someone would take the initiative to deliver it to my door. Uncle Lin put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, it's Master Chu. He's really a handsome guy." When I woke up in the morning, I heard the magpies outside chirping non-stop. I was curious at the time what was going on. Now I understand that it turns out that Master Chu is coming, and the magpies are announcing the good news in advance. Hearing this, Chu Chen almost couldn't hold back. How come these 2 guys, in their 40s, are still so skilled at flattery? Chu Chen knew what they were thinking, so he said loudly, "Everyone, I, Chu Chen, have nothing else but a lot of money. If you have any investment projects, you can come to me." But Chu Chen changed the subject. I have money, but I'm not a fool. I also need to look at the project before investing. I hope you don't cheat a newcomer like me. No. No. Once you join the 4 Seas Heroes Club, we are all brothers. How can brothers cheat each other out of their money? That's right, Brother Chu, you think too much. These people said on the surface that they would not cheat Chu Chen, but they were laughing at Chu Chen in their hearts. He still says that he is not a fool. He gave away 10 billion yuan to others. If he is not stupid, then who is? After a while of apparent harmony with these people, Chu Chen left and followed Qin Zhang to a room on the 2nd floor to register for membership. The woman in charge of registration was slightly surprised when she heard Chu Chen's name, but then she calmed down and went through the procedures silently. The waiter in the hall was slightly surprised after hearing Chu Chen's name, then returned to normal and no longer stared at Chu Chen too much. This shows that this club is not simple. The quality of the waiters is extremely high and they must have undergone special training. After completing the formalities, the waiter gave Chu Chen a badge and a specially customized card, and declared that if he encountered trouble anywhere in Sihai City, he could guarantee his safety by showing the card. This statement was also confirmed by Qin Zhang. Of course, this card is useful for fighting between members. Then he asked Chu Chen to pay a membership fee of 100 million yuan. After paying the membership fee, Chu Chen can enjoy all the activities in the Sihai Haoqing Club without any separate charges. When leaving, he passed through the hall again. Almost everyone came up to him and invited Chu Chen to sit down and have coffee, but Chu Chen politely declined. Because Qin Zhang had just told him that these people were the lowest level members of the club, and they only dared to sit here and drink coffee and act big. Naturally, there was no need for Chu Chen to pay attention to them. He followed Qin Zheng directly to the golf course, where he found an acquaintance. Su Yujing was standing under the eaves in a white sports suit, and next to her was a young man who was talking tirelessly. Su Yujing was clearly annoyed, but this guy still had no self-awareness. It seemed like he was a rich second generation who was not easy to mess with. Why is she here? He is the eldest son of the Ding family. Of course he can be here. I'm talking about Su Yujing. She's not from Sihai City. Qin Zhang was stunned for a moment, then replied, I don't know about that. Maybe someone invited him here? Chu Chen nodded and didn't care. Under Qin Zhang's guidance, he got to know other wealthy and powerful people. Unfortunately, Qin Zhang said that among these people there were actually no one he needed to care about, they were all small characters. There are no real big guys in the club today. As for Su Yujing, Chu Chen had no intention of provoking her at all. There was something wrong with this woman. Chu Chen had seen fanatical fans of stars before, but he had never seen a fan so fanatical that she wanted to kill her idol. This was probably a carefully planned assassination. Either she had a distinguished background and was assassinated because of her family background, or she knew some secrets that needed to be silenced. Chu Chen has already been involved in an accident, so he must not get too close to her. If the mastermind behind the incident thinks that they are in the same group and turns to assassinate him, it would be a loss. Chapter 35, Luo Family in Beijing. Hey, isn't this Mr. Qin? Is your black hair dyed or natural? I think yellow hair would be better on you. Of course green hair is also good and fashionable. Why don't you try it? Chu Chen doesn't want to cause trouble, but someone does. The Ding family and the Qin family have always been at odds. Ding Baihui accidentally saw Qin Zhang and walked over without hesitation, leaving Su Yujing behind. This scene made Chu Chen so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't understand where Qin Zhang got such great charm. How could such a playboy abandon a beautiful woman to tease him? It's none of your business. Ding Baihui, if you have time, why don't you go and see how your brother who was addicted to the game PUBG is doing? You can't have two brothers share one chicken to continue the Ding family, right? Facing the Ding family, Qin Zhang changed his timid appearance in front of Chu Chen and fought back without hesitation. Put. Chu Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. The other dignitaries present also felt very uncomfortable. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They understood the feud between the Qin and Ding families better than Chu Chen, but most of the people present could not afford to offend these two families, so they dared to keep silent. Chu Chen, the only one who spoke, naturally became the object of Ding Baihui's hatred. Who the hell are you? Do you know where this is? Who am I? If you laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out. Before Chu Chen could say anything, Qin Zhang jumped out first, pointed at Chu Chen and said to Ding Baihui in dissatisfaction, hit me. Ding Baihui, if you don't hit me today, you are my son. Looking at Qin Zhang's arrogant appearance, Ding Baihui immediately realized that Chu Chen's identity must be extraordinary. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, who are you? When your brother had a car accident, he and I were in the same car, and I was driving at the time. Chu Chen pointed at Qin Zhang. Given Chu Chen's current reputation, the Ding family would never rashly offend him. The Ding family had tolerated Chu Chen before he became famous, let alone now. However, the frustrated expression that Qin Zhang imagined Ding Baihui had did not appear. Instead, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So you are the husband of that woman Yuan Shui. I've been wanting to deal with you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to show up at my doorstep. Chu Chen frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. At this moment, a large number of footsteps were heard in the corridor of the circular building. A dozen bodyguards in black suits were clearing the way in front, and a young man in a white shirt, floral shorts and sunglasses was walking towards them. They were the kind of dark sunglasses that welders wear. Hey, didn't you say that you can only bring one person into the club? And you were bragging about how high class it was, but how come your sense of high classness collapsed after just one day of contact? Chu Chen looked at Qin Zhang with an unfriendly expression. Brother Chen, I don't know either. Qin Zhang replied with a wry smile. Ding Baihui, like a dog, picked up two chairs and placed them behind the young man and behind the elderly man who was dressed the same as him. Master Feng, please take a seat. Uncle Chang, please take a seat. The man named Feng Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Little Ding Ding. Give me a cup of jasmine tea. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone present, including Chu Chen and Qin Zhang, couldn't help but laugh. Ding Baihui's cheeks flushed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he was in awe of the young man and did not dare to be presumptuous. He could only pray. Mr. Feng, can you please not call me by this name? Ah. Which name? Feng Xiao looked confused. That's the one you just mentioned. Which one? That's right, that's right. Ding Baihui was holding back his anger so much that smoke was about to come out of his head. He raised his head to look at the people who were trying hard to suppress their laughter, and thought that since he had already embarrassed himself, he might as well just go for it. It's Tintin. Oh, okay, ding ding. I understand, ding ding. Then can you give me a cup of jasmine tea, ding ding? The kind you buy on the street for 5 yuan a cup. Other teas are not pure. Shu Chen felt that Ding Baihui was about to turn evil, but Feng Xiao on the opposite side didn't care at all. And this person is obviously the one Ding Baihui relied on for his arrogance just now, but now he is making things difficult for Ding Baihui for some unknown reason? Mr. Feng, there is no jasmine tea here. Then have a cup of chrysanthemum, which is just right to cool down in the summer. Mr. Feng, I don't have this either. The man named Feng Xiao fell silent, with unhappiness written all over his face. Little Ding Ding. Yes, Master Feng, you go ahead. Ding Baihui didn't want to agree, but he had no choice. This gentleman is someone who can easily overthrow their Ding family. Xiao Ding Ding, is this the top club in Sihai City that you mentioned? I'm so disappointed. Forget it, I'm leaving. There's not even jasmine tea. What a crappy club. I won't play here anymore. Ding Baihui was anxious, and quickly pulled him aside and said, No, Mr. Feng, there is another person here that you may be interested in. Then he pointed at Chu Chen and said, He, Yuan Shui's husband, the mysterious helper. At this moment, Chu Chen felt that he was being locked in by two pairs of eyes, and at the same time, he felt a strong sense of oppression. There was something wrong with the old man who had not spoken. Chu Chen felt a sense of oppression from him that was no less than that from Yang Pujuan. Feng Xiao put away the playful smile on his face, looked at Chu Chen seriously and asked, Is what he said true? So what? Chu Chen looked at him without any fear. Tell the current head of the Yuan family that the ancestral law is greater than heaven. The Yuan family can be destroyed, but the ancestral law cannot be broken. Whoever breaks it will perish, no matter who he is or how many great achievements he has made in the past. Every word seemed like a mark of heaven, pressing directly on Chu Chen's heart. He could neither refute nor forget it. As soon as Feng Xiao finished speaking, he immediately returned to his previous playful expression, looked at Chu Chen curiously and said, Strange, why has Yuan Shui's taste declined so much? Without waiting for Chu Chen to answer, he said, By the way, my name is Luo Changfeng, from the Luo family in Beijing. See you later. After saying that, Luo Changfeng turned and left. The conflict that Ding Baihui hoped to see did not happen at all, which made him very angry. He had just said some harsh words, but now the other party is fine? If this gets out, how can Ding Baihui still stay in Sihai City with dignity? We can't just let this go. We must make this kid Chu Chen pay the price. Ding Baihui was completely bewildered, and rushed over to hug Luo Chengfeng's feet. Mr. Feng, you can't leave. Wasn't this guy insulting you before? Oh. Luo Chengfeng stopped, turned his head to look at Chu Chen, then looked at Ding Baihui, and asked with interest, Then tell me, how did he scold me? Ding Baihui showed a happy expression, pointed at Su Yujing and said, Look, Master Feng, that's the woman I found for you. I was going to send her to your bed tonight, but Chu Chen was so ignorant that he insisted on snatching the woman from you. I mentioned your name and he even said you were nothing. Ha ha ha. Ding Baihui, you are the eldest son of the Ding family. You are not even as smart as me. You framed someone in public. Do you really think all of us are blind? Xin Zhan laughed out loud. He finally felt that he had surpassed others in terms of IQ. Chapter 36 You are a good person. Really? Then can anyone prove that what I just said was false? Ding Baihui gritted his teeth and looked around at everyone present. Everyone turned their heads away, looking as if they saw nothing. You guys? Are you all blind? It was clearly Ding Baihui who provoked us first. Everyone still looked around, with an expression that showed they were unwilling to participate. You. Okay, Xin Zhang, take a break. Chu Chen pulled Xin Zhang and motioned him to sit quietly. Xin Zhang was afraid that Chu Chen didn't know how terrible the Luo family was, so he whispered in his ear, Brother Chen, the Luo family controls the Dragon Country Intelligence Bureau and the Investigation Department. As long as they want, there is no one in the entire dragon country that the Luo family dare not deal with. I know, it's useless for you to say these things now, why not just watch him finish his trick? Shu Chen interrupted Qin Zhang. Ding Baihui's plan was indeed stupid, but it was indeed very useful in some cases. Anyway, no one else is willing to get involved in the dispute between the Ding and Qin families. At this time, these people are no different from dead people and there is no hope at all. But this strategy is only useful when the Luo family intends to target Shu Chen and the Yuan family. As of now, Shu Chen does not feel any hostility from the other party at all. This point also made Shu Chen a little confused, and he analyzed the information obtained from Qin Yuya and Yuan Shui. The Yuan family should be facing internal and external troubles, which is why Yuan Shui is looking for someone with a completely non-existent background to pretend to be a powerful helper and deter the enemy. But the enemy in front of him seemed to have no ill will towards him at all. Although I don't understand what's going on, it's likely that nothing will happen. As expected, Luo Changfeng didn't even raise his head to look at Su Yujing, and said directly, Xiao Dingding, I have no grudge against you, why do you treat me like a fool? Master Feng, everything I said is true. Please believe me. Could it be that my service to you is not as good as that of a brat I just met today? He's not a brat. He's from the Yuan family. But the Yuan family is nothing in front of you, Master Feng. He is just a nobody. If you don't deal with him, it will only allow countless villains to challenge the dignity of the Luo family. Master Feng. Luo Changfeng suddenly put away his smile and became serious. Then what do you think I should do? Ding Baihui was overjoyed, thinking that Luo Changfeng was going to deal with Shu Chen, and quickly said, Mr. Feng, this arrogant boy should have his tongue plucked out and his legs broken so that he will never be arrogant again. But Luo Changfeng replied coldly, Are you teaching me how to do things? Bang. As soon as Ding Baihui opened his mouth, an invisible force hit him and sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away, stopping only after he hit a pillar. Ding, strength +1. A mysterious force was injected into Shu Chen's body. He felt much stronger and his 5 senses were much clearer. But the key point is what happened. He didn't understand the situation at all. First, Ding Baihui was hit by an inexplicable attack, and then the system suddenly appeared with strength +1? The most terrifying thing happened at the end. As soon as the system showed the strength +1, the old man with sunglasses behind Luo Changfeng instantly turned his head and stared at Shu Chen. The other person was wearing glasses, so his eyes and pupils could not be seen, but Shu Chen felt that every hair on his body was exposed to the other person's eyes. What's wrong, Uncle Chang? He won't really scold me, will he? Luo Changfeng asked when he saw Uncle Chang staring at Shu Chen. It's okay, young master. I was mistaken. Uncle Chang turned his head. Shu Chen was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. This was different from what was written in the novel, okay? Why can the existence of the system be noticed by others? This is unscientific. That's good, let's go for a walk first. Luo Changfeng nodded, and when he looked up he glanced at Su Yujing, and then he stood there, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Shu Chen couldn't help but look at Su Yujing. She was quite pretty, but not so pretty that she would make a young master like Luo Changfeng unable to walk. The next moment, cold words came out of Luo Changfeng's mouth, Uncle Chang, destroy Xiao Dingding for me. Yes, master. The figure of Uncle Chang in Shu Chen's eyes blurred for a moment and then became clear in an instant, but Ding Baihui, who was not far away, covered his crotch and screamed. His scream was heartbreaking, and his face was distorted and hideous, as if he was in great pain. Shu Chen didn't know what was going on until a pool of blood stained his crotch. The Ding family has no descendants. But this was not what Shu Chen cared about, because the system's voice sounded again. Ding, strength +1. Then, Uncle Chang's gaze turned over as expected. This time, he asked with great certainty, what do you have? When he asked this question, Luo Changfeng also looked at Shu Chen. Damn it! The system is killing me. Beads of sweat slid down Shu Chen's forehead. Shu Chen was extremely nervous, but he could not admit that the system had too much money, so much that it was simply unbelievable. Even if he confessed honestly, no one would believe him. He could only control his expression so as not to be too exaggerated, and asked blankly, what do I have? Shu Chen's confused and innocent eyes and Uncle Chang's suspicious gaze confronted each other for about 2 minutes. Uncle Chang suddenly scratched his head and said awkwardly, Master, I seem to have seen it wrong again. Are you fucking crazy? Luo Changfeng slapped Uncle Chang on the head, knocking off his black sunglasses and revealing his eyes. Shu Chen was shocked. Uncle Chang's eyes were without pupils and were completely white. With his strange abilities before and his inhuman pupils now, who is he? Uncle Chang chuckled, bent down to pick up his sunglasses and put them back on. The young master taught me that I shouldn't question others so easily. Who the hell told you this? Luo Changfeng slapped Uncle Chang on the head again. Why did you destroy your little dick? Uncle Chang was stunned for a while before he recovered. He said aggrievedly, Master, didn't you ask me to destroy my little ding-ding? That's right. Luo Changfeng said confidently, pointing his finger at Ding Baihui who was wailing in pain. I'm talking about Xiao Ding-ding, not Xiao Ding-ding. Uncle Chang was even more confused. If Xiao Ding-ding is not Xiao Ding-ding, then what is Xiao Ding-ding? The crowd watching was also confused. Shu Chen couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he interrupted and said, he meant for you to destroy Ding Baihui as a person, not his little ding-ding. Yes. That's what I mean. Luo Changfeng clapped his hands happily. Everyone was speechless, thinking, why don't you just say your name? Thinking that his life was gone inexplicably, Ding Baihui fainted from anger. Oh. Uncle Chang had an expression of sudden enlightenment. I'm sorry, Master. I'm stupid. But your stupidity has killed me, hasn't it? Luo Changfeng scratched his head anxiously. Before I left, my mother warned me not to rely on my status to cause trouble, but now I have ruined the life of a family heir? What should I do? My mother will strip me naked and soak me in wine. Master, these big families rarely have only children. He must have brothers and sisters. Don't be afraid. As long as the inheritance continues, they will not cause us any trouble. Uncle Chang tried to comfort Luo Changfeng. At this time, Xin Zheng stood up and said that Mr. Luo, the second son of the Ding family, had a car accident while playing PUBG on the highway and lost his life. So Ding Baihui is now the only heir of the Ding family. Oh no, he is not anymore now. Luo Changfeng was petrified on the spot, scratching his head anxiously, grabbing Uncle Chang's collar and roaring, asshole, this is all your fault. What do you say we should do now? If I'm soaked in wine, don't even think about running away. Master, Madam said that my skin is rough and even wine soaked in it tastes bad. She still likes you and the young lady the most. You still say, you talk back, don't you? I dare not, Master. Shu Chen had had enough of this pair of funny people, so he stood up and said, okay, Mr. Luo, you can leave in peace. You can put the blame on me for what happened to Ding Baihui and say that I did it. Anyway, everyone else present is blind. Luo Changfeng was stunned for a moment, looked at the others present and asked, are you blind? Yes. I was born blind, I am blind. That's right, I'm deaf and blind, so Mr. Luo doesn't have to worry about the news leaking out. As they spoke, a group of influential people in Sihai City fumbled around in the air with their hands, pretending to be blind and left. Why are there so many blind people in this club? It's really strange. Luo Changfeng muttered something, then threw these unimportant thoughts behind him, stepped forward and grabbed Shu Chen's shoulders, and said affectionately, brother, you are such a good person. Fuck. Don't call me a good person, everything else will be easy. Shu Chen couldn't help but complain. I understand, good man. I know, good man, thank you, good man. Luo Changfeng pressed the button 3 times in a row, then pulled Uncle Chang and ran away. Chapter 37 System Problems. Brother Chen, you are not really going to take the blame for young Master Luo, are you? You ruined Ding Jin before and the Ding family was very angry. If you take responsibility for Ding Baihui's affairs this time, I'm afraid the Ding family will retaliate against you at all costs. Xin Zhang stepped forward and asked with some concern. Chu Chen shrugged lightly and snorted slightly. If I don't take this responsibility, will the Ding family let me go and seek revenge on the Luo family? Or do you think the Ding family has the courage to seek revenge on the Luo family but not on me? Xin Sheng didn't understand. At this time Su Yujing came over and explained, he meant that the Ding family didn't dare to provoke the giant Luo family, so they would pick on the weak ones. Ding Baihui was not destroyed by Chu Chen, but he was destroyed because of Chu Chen. As long as the Ding family dares to retaliate, Chu Chen will not be able to get rid of the connection anyway. I see. Xin Zhang nodded, looked at Chu Chen with sympathy and said, Brother Chen, you are so pitiful. Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Xin Zhang, I really don't know how your father gave birth to you. Your sister is so smart, why are you so stupid? Chu Chen laughed after saying that. Xin Zhang looked at Su Yujing blankly, Miss Su, what do you mean? Su Yujing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Young Master Qin, you are also responsible for Ding Baihui's dismissal. By the same token, if the Ding family dares to retaliate, neither you nor the Qin family will be able to escape. Ah! Qin Zheng screamed, who did I offend? Su Yujing turned and left, jogging to catch up with Chu Chen. Why are you walking so fast? Chu Chen glanced at the beauty beside him. Her cheeks were slightly flushed from running. Her skin was crystal clear, white and rosy, and looked very attractive. But Chu Chen did not have any evil thoughts in his mind, instead he felt a little afraid. It was obvious that Luo Changfeng suddenly changed his attitude after taking a look at her just now, and asked Uncle Chang to cripple Ding Baihui. Once is a coincidence, twice is inevitable. There is something wrong with this woman. I don't know whether she knows the secret of some important person and needs to be silenced, or whether there is something wrong with her existence itself. Chu Chen is more inclined to the latter. If it is the former, then the mysterious big shot should be the Luo family, otherwise they would not have crippled Ding Baihui in order to protect Su Yujing. Noticing Chu Chen's gaze, Su Yujing blushed a little. Why do you keep looking at me? Then why are you following me? This road is not yours, why do you ask me to follow you? You are so funny. Su Yujing retorted, and Chu Chen stopped immediately. Okay, then you go first. Su Yujing stamped her feet in anger, biting her red lips and angrily said, what a person you are. I just wanted to thank you for saving my life last night. Do you have to make it so awkward? Even if this didn't happen, as a man, don't you know how to respect and care for women? I don't understand. Chu Chen replied coldly. He could flirt with other women, but not this woman. If Chu Chen was hesitant before only because Su Yujing carried a secret, then the 2 times he was almost discovered about his system today completely reminded Chu Chen. There was clearly something wrong with his system, and he must not get into trouble that would endanger his life until he had figured it out completely. If you want to thank me, please keep your distance from me. Chu Chen. Do you know what you are talking about? Su Yujing was angry. Even before she became a star, no man dared to talk to her like that. Which man didn't treat her like a princess and pamper her in every way? This was the first time Su Yujing had met someone like Chu Chen who rejected her so coldly. Naturally, she was very angry. Chu Chen did not answer, but asked, don't you know what I am talking about? Su Yujing didn't understand what Chu Chen was saying at all. She said 3 good words in a row and left angrily. Chu Chen's expression became even darker. Su Yujing's problem lies in her existence itself, and she herself doesn't know it. After leaving the club and getting in the car, Chu Chen immediately checked his attribute panel in his mind. Host, Chu Chen. Constitution, 25 lower than average. Spirit, 67 above normal. Strength, 2. Power, Yuan family. There is still a row of garbled characters behind them all. Chu Chen found that his strength increased by 2 points, and his physique and spirit also improved by 2 points. What is strange is that the Yuan family is counted as a force, but why isn't the Qin family counted? System? System, come out here. I have something to ask you. Chu Chen called out several times but there was no response. The more he thought about it, the weirder it seemed. A huge amount of funds that can directly destroy the global financial system, garbled text in the mind, and unreasonable force tasks. No matter how you think about it, there seems to be something wrong with this system. Moreover, over such a long time, the system only appeared in the first 2 days. Although Chu Chen could still see his system panel, the system had never spoken since then, and he couldn't even call on it. But no matter how suspicious he was, there was nothing he could do if the system hid from him. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and shouted in his mind, "System, it's dead." Ding! Warning, this system is committed to making the host a good person with excellent morals, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor skills. The first rule of being a good person is, no swearing. Sizzle. A powerful electric current ran through his body, and Chu Chen couldn't help but twitch, his expression twisted into a twist. Zhang Yan, who was driving in front, was so frightened by Chu Chen's appearance that he braked and stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned around and asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Chu Chen shuddered all over and exhaled a puff of white smoke from his mouth. "It's okay, my facial muscle twitching is acting up, it's an old problem, let's go home." Zhang Yan was a little skeptical, but still started the car. Chu Chen gathered his thoughts and asked in his mind, "System, what on earth are you?" "This system is nothing." Chu Chen. Then explain to me why you were almost discovered twice today? And how did your strength increase? Please rest assured, host. Outsiders will never be able to discover the existence of this system. He is suspicious of you because this system has absorbed his scattered strength and aroused his vigilance. Really? Shuchen still suspected that the system was not telling the truth, but he could do nothing about it. Then what about the increase in strength? Host, you are so stupid. I just said that his strength is scattered, so this system absorbs it. In other words, as long as you go to a place with strength, you can absorb the strength? That's right. What is strength then? How do we judge it? The system stopped talking. Shuchen asked again, but the system still didn't respond. Shuchen really wanted to curse again, but the system seemed to have pretended to be dead like this before, so he had to try out the nature of this system. Shuchen changed the question, why does strength increase, and physical and mental fitness also increase? Strength is everything. Sure enough, the system has intelligence and will selectively answer its own questions, and sometimes even not tell the truth. Then why is there only one Yuan family? Because the Yuan family is a powerful force. Listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. If the system really answers questions selectively, it would be useless to ask questions yourself. As for the issue of strength, I can start with Luo Chengfeng. After all, I have taken the blame for him and done him a favor, so it should not be difficult to find out some things. Chapter 38 Two Tycoons Fight. On the way home, Shu Chen received a call from Yuan Shui, asking him to accompany her to meet someone from Beijing in the evening. However, when Shu Chen conveyed Luo Chengfeng's words to her word for word, Yuan Shui was silent for a while and then gave up the idea. He also told Shu Chen not to care about anything and to just act cool. As long as he was not beaten to death, he could go crazy as much as he wanted, even if it meant overturning Sihai City. Shu Chen was stunned after hearing this. Does the Yuan family have such great power? However, with his wife's instructions, Shu Chen became even more unscrupulous. After returning home, he immediately opened Shark Live, recharged 200 million yuan, and immediately started looking for targets to reward. Not long after, Shu Chen found a game anchor with the ID Ning Meng Meng. Fuck, why is it always me? I don't accept it. As soon as she entered the live broadcast room, Ning Meng Meng started swearing, smashed the keyboard angrily, and her chest heaved with anger. The anchor has great breasts. 6,666. A gift of life from 1,000 miles away is a token of love. Is this the strength of a rookie anchor? Love it. Zhang Mengmeng had been killed several times, and she was already very angry. The viewers in the live broadcast room also made her angry. She pointed at the camera and said to all the viewers, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, log in. Otherwise, shut up." But her words made the netizens even more excited. Haha, the anchor is a badass but still talks big. I like it. Stop playing games and stand up and dance to sell your body. At this time, a prompt message slid across the top of the screen, "Welcome Mr. Jinpika to the live broadcast room." The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was quiet for a moment, and then suddenly exploded. Fuck! The golden pickup boss is here. Is the anchor clean? 666. Is this the legendary Golden Pika, the #1 prodigal son of Dragon Country? Boss Jinpika, I'm your die-hard fan. Boss, I want to be your dog. The golden pickup boss is here. Audience members, please wear your goggles to prevent your eyes from being blinded by his pretense. The screen was full of comments. Zhang Mengmeng was stunned and asked stupidly, "Who is Jean Pika?" "Ha, there's a stupid anchor here, everyone come and bully her. Why don't you put on black stockings and high heels and dance sexy?" Boss Jinpika is a super rich second generation who dares to spend 3 billion to buy a house. Even a little mud from the cracks between your fingernails is enough to make you rich for a lifetime. The one above, you want to see black stockings and high heels, right? The one that Rin Jinpika likes is white stockings. And Rin has dozens of naked maids in aprons to help him take a bath every day, and they pick mud from their fingernails. You're disgusted. Take it from above. Jinpika is my brother. He said he likes shredded pork. Also, I want to remind you that it is daytime now, and it is not time to dream yet. The barrage area was filled with noise, and the popularity of the live broadcast room increased from 100,000 plus to 500,000 plus, and was still rising. Not to mention Zhang Mengmeng, Shu Chen didn't know what was going on. He hadn't logged into Shark Live for several days. At this time, a striking comment came. The host suggests you go to Yuba to have a look, or search for Jinpika on the Shark platform to see how awesome this guy is. Chu Chen immediately opened the fish bar and took a look. My goodness, all I see are posts that smell so bad, like the story of Jinpika and host Xia Jinyu after the rain, a night of passion between Jinpika and host Dongdonger. He even read a post between himself and Xiao Biluo. Shit. Chu Chen got angry on the spot. Which bastard wrote this? Don't let me catch you, or you'll be in trouble. The purpose of these posts is to attract traffic to their own live broadcast rooms. Chu Chen exited Yuba, then typed the 3 words golden pickup card on the Shark platform and clicked search. The screen turned for 2 seconds and the result popped up. Chu Chen almost went crazy again. All the anchors are female, and the live broadcast titles are all Jinpika's first concubine, Jinpika's second concubine. Chu Chen counted down, but there was no end. The live broadcast content covered almost all the sections. He finally understood why the audience went so crazy as soon as he entered the live broadcast room. When he returned to the live broadcast room again, Zhang Mengmeng actually changed into black silk high heels, smiled flatteringly at the camera and said, "Welcome brother Jinpika to the live broadcast room." After saying that, he put his hands in front of his chest and made a heart shape with the hands of his friends, but that gesture didn't look like a heart shape at all, instead it seemed like some kind of hint. Just when Chu Chen went to find out about the situation, Zhang Mengmeng also went to learn about the deeds of this golden pickup truck boss. The moment she learned the truth, she was really shocked. He lives in a mansion worth billions. He gives out tens of millions of gifts in one night, and he doesn't ask for anything, he just gives out gifts. According to the female anchors who received gifts from him, he didn't even add them on WeChat. It's just like giving money away. Zhang Mengmeng never tries to please the audience during her live broadcasts. She often speaks foul language and argues with the audience. She has never signed a contract with a guild and just comes here to vent her feelings by playing games. Zhang Mengmeng has a very powerful godfather in the real world, who gives her 100,000 yuan every month. However, she does not have the courage to expand her hosting business as she is afraid of causing dissatisfaction from her godfather and resulting in retaliation. But the appearance of Chu Chen made her realize the opportunity to get rid of the old man. The old man would definitely not dare to provoke a rich man of this level. Since he dares to talk foul and argue with the audience, what's wrong with just dancing a coquettish dance? Seeing Chu Chen enter the live broadcast, she immediately welcomed him and then asked, "Brother Jinpika, do you want to see the dance?" Mengmeng is not a good dancer, but she is willing to work hard for her brother. Zhang Mengmeng faced the camera and tried hard to make an expression that looked both pure and lustful. "Oh, Big Kimpika is awesome." Broken voice. "Thanks, Boss Jinpika, for letting me know that the mouth of a Zon anchor can be so sweet. It's a pity that I can't taste it. I wonder if you would mind letting me kiss your mouth to taste it indirectly after you kissed me." Ugh. I'm throwing up. You upstairs are so disgusting. Zhang Mengmeng immediately muted the guy who just spoke, then blinked cutely at the camera. "Brother Jinpika, why don't you say anything?" The corner of Chu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. People say that money makes the world go round. But I haven't spent any money yet. However, Chu Chen didn't like to see these female protagonists twisting and turning, and a barrage of comments said, "No need to dance, just play games. I don't have any requirements." Golden Pickup built a 10-story building for anchor Ning Meng Meng. Jinpika built a 20-story building for anchor Ning Meng Meng. "Okay, brother Jinpika, wait a minute. Meng Meng will go play right away." Zhang Mengmeng was overjoyed. This rich man actually didn't make any demands? You should know that many big anchors have the power to make any demands. In order to keep the top anchor on the list, some anchors will sometimes connect to the top anchor's live broadcast alone. As for the content of the live broadcast, everyone knows it. But Zhang Mengming's skills were too poor. She originally wanted to perform well in front of the big boss Jinpika, but she didn't expect that because of her nervousness, she had been killed several times by others. Ha 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 ha. You're worthy of being the anchor. This level of dexterity is enough to get people killed in 100 years. You never know what your teammates are doing in the game, JPG. I feel sorry for my teammates. Facing the ridicule from the fans, Zhang Mengmeng wanted to curse, but the boss was still in the live broadcast room, so she could only endure it and deliberately acted cute and said, "No, don't you see who I am? I'm giving away heads. If I say I'm first, no one dares to say I'm second." Chu Chen didn't say anything, just kept giving gifts. This confused Zhang Mengmeng. Could it be that this big guy just likes rookie anchors? Little did he know that Chu Chen on the other end directly handed the phone to young Pia Piao and asked her to give out gifts as much as possible. Spending money is so tiring. You just need to enjoy the pleasure after spending money. Zhang Mengmeng thought to herself that she couldn't win anyway, so she might as well just lie down and give herself to the enemy. Then she died even faster, and the enemy team got 2 pentakills. Even the dumbest teammates knew something was wrong, and started to scold Zhang Mengmeng. Did your head get caught in the door, jungler? Are you a mutant Bulbasaur with an immature intelligence? Go for it. After lying down, Zhang Mengmeng relaxed and started cursing. What a bunch of idiots, you cursed me when you lost. How dare you come here to play games with such low standards? Go back and play in the mud. After saying that, he felt a little regretful, but when he looked at Jinpika, who was still giving gifts, he felt relieved. She suddenly wondered if the other person liked her true nature. She might as well just let herself go. I've seen thousands of foul-mouthed women like you. They all look like bitches. They hit hard online, but they're submissive in real life. Oh my, this guy's speech is very virginal, isn't it? I also punch hard in real life. Come and hit me if you have the guts. Tell me the address if you have the guts. The other party refused to admit defeat. Zhang Mengmeng was naturally not stupid enough to give out the address, so she reported her own live broadcast room. Interesting, and she's also an anchor. So far, no female anchor has dared to mess with me. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Do you think you are the national husband, Principal Wang? Suddenly, a super noble user with a level above 1000 entered Zhang Mengmeng's live broadcast. Welcome Principal Wang to the live broadcast room. In an instant, the entire live broadcast was suffocated, and Zhang Mengmeng's face was imprinted blankly on the screen. There is only a reminder that the gold pickup card keeps giving gifts. Anchor, why aren't you so arrogant anymore? Didn't you ask me to beat you up? Go ahead and curse. Keep on cursing. The next moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly ignited. Fuck. It's really Principal Wang. Ha 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 ha. Host, do you want me to die of laughter and inherit my Huabei? Principal Wang, did you expect this? Are you surprised? Are you shocked? 6666. Is this even possible? The foul-mouthed anchorman talked a lot about his teammates, but he didn't expect that the teammate was Principal Wang. Zhang Mengmeng's pretty face fell instantly. Any one of the hundreds of millions of netizens could have met Principal Wang. What bad luck has happened to me? There's no such chance even when buying lottery tickets, right? Principal Wang has been surfing the internet for many years. He really enjoys the feeling of being the center of attention. He didn't even look at the fan list and said directly, I know women like you too well. I'm going to give you the top spot tonight, and I want you to curse yourself with your own stinky mouth. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room exploded. Fuck. This is Mars hitting the Earth. There's something to watch tonight. Fight. The front row sells melon seeds, benches, and kunkan. Principal Wang then noticed something unusual in the live broadcast room. After a careful glance, he found that the top brother on the list was actually the most popular golden pickup on Shark recently. This guy has already given away over 1 million gifts and is still doing so. It seems a bit tricky. But words once spoken, water once spilled, cannot be taken back, so he can only go ahead with it. Zhang Mengmeng also realized that there was another big shot in her live broadcast room who was as powerful as Principal Wang, and she was not at all inferior to him. Immediately continue to control the character and give away the head. This scene almost made the principal explode with anger. In the past few years since he returned to China, he has never been afraid of anyone when surfing the internet. On the internet today, who wouldn't call Principal Wang Big Brother when hearing the 3 words, Principal Wang? Even those top stars in the entertainment industry with tens of millions of fans have to speak humbly when they meet me, for fear that I will tear them apart with my own hands. This is the first time I have seen someone more arrogant than myself. Principal Wang was determined to teach this young female anchor a lesson. He knew that this guy named Jean Pika was somewhat famous and was regarded by netizens as the new generation of spendthrift king, but Principal Wang was also a spendthrift king. Principal Wang built a 66-story building for anchor Ning Meng Meng. Golden Pickup built a 177-story building for anchor Ning Meng Meng. Fuck, they really started a fight. Brothers, hurry up and record the screen to record this battle of the century. The viewers in the live broadcast room were more excited than the two protagonists, and they kept forwarding the video and telling others about it. After a while, the popularity of Zhang Mengmeng's live broadcast room reached an astonishing 10 million. If the barrage is not blocked in the entire live broadcast room, the content cannot be seen at all. The PK between Chu Chen and Principal Wang is still going on. Principal Wang built a 325-story building for anchor Ning Mengmeng. Golden Pickup built a 444-story building for anchor Ning Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng's hands were shaking as she held the mouse, as the amount of gift rewards was approaching 20 million. Even if the shark takes 70%, he can still get 6 million. This money is enough for her to accompany her godfather for 5 years. 5 years. She really wanted to shout into the microphone, "Do you know how I have been spending the past 5 years?" However, the competition between the two bosses has not stopped. Both of them have built more than 500 floors. The amount of gifts continues to grow, and the popularity has reached more than 30 million. Shark platform ranks first in the whole region. It is 10 million more popular than the second-place Genshin Impact preview live broadcast. The administrator of the Shark live streaming platform sat in front of a computer with a bag of melon seeds on the table, watching all this with a smile on his face. You know, it's rare for the Shark platform to give out rewards of over 10 million yuan a year. Every time such a reward appears, it is a good opportunity to enhance the platform's reputation. Therefore, the platform's attitude towards this is to watch the show, let it go, or even deliberately find someone to spread the hype and make the melon bigger. It is human nature to watch the fun. What was originally a trivial matter in a live broadcast room actually caused two local tycoons to fight each other. This hot topic and gimmick was deliberately spread by enthusiastic netizens and the platform and soon caused an uproar on the internet. The top 10 hot searches are all about this century-long battle between the local tycoons. What's worse, some people even started live broadcasts on other platforms to broadcast this war between the rich. There are also countless smart netizens who wrote about the love-hate relationship between the two tycoons and the female anchor in Yuba. In less than half an hour, what was clearly a tragedy caused by a game of giving away lives turned into a bloody love triangle between Principal Wang, Chu Chen, and Zhang Mengmeng. At this time, the amount of gift rewards in Zhang Mengmeng's live broadcast room has exceeded 100 million. Her face was about to break from smiling. She could make a net profit of 100 million just by giving away her life. She would probably wake up laughing in her dreams, right? Until now, the competition between the two big guys is still going on. Principal Wang built a 1,099-story building for anchor Ning Mengmeng. Golden Pickup built a 1,314-story building for anchor Ning Mengmeng. In front of the phone, Principal Wang shook his numb right hand and frowned as he looked at the other party's constantly refreshing floor. He had some knowledge of Jean Pika, and most of his fame came from the purchase of a 3 billion mansion. Principal Wang's father is a real estate tycoon. He knows very well how much water there is in this industry. He has also seen the mansion, which is worth at most 1.5 billion yuan. The rest are all inflated prices, which were deliberately set by the Qin family to enhance their fame. Since the Qin family can deliberately set a high price to enhance their own reputation, why can't they direct and act it out themselves and let people buy it? He believed that Jean Pika was the Qin family's empty skin, which was why he dared to challenge the other party. But the current situation is somewhat unexpected. He has already put in 50 million, and the other party has no intention of stopping. Is the other party really a big shot? He couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. But I have already said it, what's the matter with not brushing it now? Wouldn't it be the collapse of the image that I have worked so hard to build over the years? Looking at his sore right hand, Principal Wang gritted his teeth and continued to give gifts. Chapter 39. The live broadcast room was closed. At the Shark Live headquarters, a senior executive couldn't help but frown as he watched the amount of revenue in the live broadcast room continue to accumulate and approach 200 million yuan. Old Chang. This is a good thing. Why are you frowning so much? Brother Luo, have you ever heard that when gods fight, prisoners suffer? What do you mean? I'm afraid that if these two bosses continue to swipe, it might alert the authorities. These two are clearly at odds with each other. It's okay for ordinary people to watch the fun, but if we watch the fun, what if these two bosses unite to target our platform afterwards? You know, the influence of Principal Wang alone is enough to give us a hard time, not to mention the other Golden Pika boss and the forces behind them. So you mean to stop? Yes. The popularity has increased and the platform has exposure. It's almost time to interrupt. It would be best to do a favor and return the money to these two big guys, so that they can continue to stay on our platform. Chang said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Mengmeng had no intention of playing games at this moment. Her eyes were wide open like bells as she stared at the continuously rising reward amount. Because of the internal fighting between two super rich people in her live broadcast room, she was pushed to the first place in popularity on the Shark platform. At the same time, it also attracted a large number of small wealthy people. For some reason, they also started to give rewards. Some cheered for Principal Wang, and some cheered for Jinpika. The younger brothers of the local tyrants on both sides started fighting again. But the way they fight is to throw money at themselves. Zhang Mengmeng never dreamed that there would be a day when she could pick up money while lying down. This is really too happy. She had already decided to quarrel with her godfather later. Suddenly, the screen went black and the barrage of comments was instantly cleared. Hey, what's going on? Why can't I operate it? Zhang Mengmeng panicked because she found that her live broadcast room had been blocked. Not only her, but the onlookers of this century-long battle could no longer post barrages or give rewards, and could only exit the live broadcast room. Principal Wang was stunned in front of the phone, and then he realized that this was an official suppression measure. He smiled happily. Shark officials still understand me. Otherwise, I, Lao Wan, will lose. Inside the villa, Yang Pia was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Chen. Master, the live broadcast room of the female anchor you asked me to give a reward to has been blocked. Chu Chen took the phone and found that it was really blocked. Although it was strange, he didn't think much about it and planned to find someone else. But at this moment, the Shark's official called. Hello, Boss Jinpika, I'm Chung Chang, a senior executive at Shark Live. I'm very sorry that your favorite female anchor Ning Mengmeng was banned due to a large number of reports of pornography. To express our apology, our platform has decided to return all the money you gave as live rewards to you through recharge. Chu Chen was stunned, but don't you still have to give 30% to the anchor? Chung Cheng on the phone laughed. Boss Jinpika, you don't know how many people you and the principal have encouraged to give gifts. The money for the anchor has been paid by others, so it's more than enough. You don't have to worry about it. After saying that, Chung Cheng hung up the phone, and at this time the bank transfer text message arrived. Yang Piao gave a total of 75 million in rewards, but the Shark platform directly transferred 100 million to Chu Chen. Good job. The gentry's money was returned in full, and the people's money was divided into 70% and 30%, with 70% still belonging to them. This Nima. Chu Chen was completely speechless. After all this commotion, he no longer had the heart to continue giving gifts, so he washed up and went to bed early. At this time, the internet was already in an uproar. Countless netizens who failed to get to know the inside story went straight to the official Shark, questioning why the official banned the live broadcast room. Was there some internal issue? The official response was that it involved pornography, but netizens still didn't buy it and continued to attack, questioning why the pornography-related content was not blocked earlier, but was only blocked when the two big guys were fighting. The Shark's explanation was even simpler. If few people watch it, few people will report it. If many people watch it, many people will report it. If many people report it, we will naturally block it. No problem. No matter what happens, this is the only explanation for sharks. After netizens were exhausted and realized that they could not get any results, they simply stopped making trouble and turned to open up a new battlefield. Discuss who won between Principal Wang and Boss Jinpika. Fortunately, another netizen recorded the screen and found the data before the ban. The video shows that he is still at the top of the list of golden pickup truck boss, although Principal Wang is only about 2 million behind. But losing is losing, and the fans who supported Golden Pika were extremely happy. However, Principal Wang's fans were not happy about this. They firmly believed that with the Principal's ability, he would never lose, and that if his live broadcast room was closed later, he would be able to surpass Jinpika. Netizens from both sides were arguing fiercely over this matter, but as the two parties involved, neither Principal Wang nor Jinpika stood up to speak. Zhang Mengmeng was sitting in front of the computer with her face smiling so much. She was almost scared to death when her live broadcast room was banned just now, and she quickly withdrew the cash. She was completely relieved after finding that she could still withdraw the cash. Although she didn't get more money, she benefited from more than 50 million in gifts this time. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the anchor who has benefited the most from Shark gifts. After this farce, the shark platform gained fame, money, and traffic. Zhang Mengmeng also made money and traffic, as did Principal Wang and Chu Chen. Only the onlookers lost. When Chu Chen woke up the next morning, he found that Xiao Yu Yan had sent him a text message saying that her mother's surgery last night went very smoothly. Chu Chen originally wanted to go and take a look, but then he thought about his image in Xiao's mother's mind. Forget it, I just had surgery, don't get mad at me. So Chu Chen replied to Xiao Yu Yan, telling her that he was a little busy these days and would visit her mother after a while. And asked her to ask her mentor and friends if there was any way to get a financial license. I didn't expect Xiao Yu Yan to call me directly. It seems that this girl hasn't slept yet. Brother Chu Chen, why do you want a financial license? I can't tell you the reason for now. Can you tell me if I can get a financial license? No. Xiao Yu Yan said with certainty, Brother Chu Chen, although the Longhua government has not explicitly stated that it will no longer issue financial licenses, I can tell you with certainty that the country will never issue new financial licenses. Why? Chu Chen was puzzled. There are many reasons, and it's hard for me to explain them to you clearly. In short, it's unlikely that you'll get a new financial license. Even a savings and loan license like a bank won't be available. That's not right. Xin Yuya had previously told Chu Chen that the Yuan family could get a financial license, so why is it that Xiao Yuyan now says that the country will never issue a financial license again? Forget it, you don't have to worry about it. Just stay with your mother and rest. I have already established the company and I am waiting for you to help me. Okay, Brother Chu Chen, Yu Yan will definitely work hard. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chen got up and went to school. Chapter 40 Challenge. During these 2 days, Chu Chen's various deeds exploded in Sihai University. Before, everyone mocked him for being a bootlicker, but now Chu Chen is a super rich man who can invest hundreds of billions. The wind direction suddenly changed, and everyone praised Chu Chen for being loyal and a unique good man in the world. When some people are praised, others are scolded. Lin Qingtong was labeled with various titles such as bitch, gold digger, and scumbag. Now she could only hide in her dormitory all day and did not go out. She even did not want to go to class. Her roommates also became increasingly cold towards her. She thought Li Juanhao would care about her, but she didn't expect that Li Juanhao didn't even call her. She took the initiative to call him and was scolded. Li Juanhao has not been feeling well these past 2 days. Although most people don't dare to point at him and scold him, even if they are scolded behind his back, not everyone can bear it, right? Every time he entered the campus, countless insults were heard behind him, and he was almost driven crazy. In order to avoid being scolded, Li Juanhao specially bought 2 sweatshirts with big hoods from the internet. He walked around the school wearing the sweatshirts in the summer and felt as hot as an idiot. Suddenly, a black flash rushed past him, and Li Juanhao felt extremely cool, but soon he became hot again. Ah! It's Chu Chen. Look, Chu Chen is here. The woman in front suddenly screamed. Li Juanhao looked up and saw that after Chu Chen got out of the red and black Bugatti Veyron, he immediately became the focus of the entire school. All the women rushed over, and even the boys squeezed over. Seeing that the other party was so popular, Li Juanhao gritted his teeth and said viciously, Chu Chen, I will make you pay the price. To be honest, Chu Chen didn't expect that he would be so popular in school. He had thought that everyone would look at him with admiration when he stood out in the open, but he didn't expect that these people would throw away their dignity for the sake of money and just pounce on him, shouting giving birth to a baby. It was not easy for Chu Chen to run away. When he came to the classroom, his classmates all looked at him. The looks in their eyes were exactly the same as those of the previous group of people. No way? Chu Chen smiled bitterly. Just then, the bell rang and the instructor walked in, saving Chu Chen. During the break, Chu Chen noticed that Niu Weiqiang would look at him from time to time, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. When the class was over, Niu Weiqiang plucked up the courage to walk up to Chu Chen, but before he could even open his mouth, Chu Chen grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the classroom. Chu Chen stopped only after finding a place with few people, thinking that he could never come to school again. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether I go to school or not at the moment. By the way, Lao Niu, was there something you wanted to say? Niu Weiqiang scratched his head awkwardly and said with some embarrassment, Brother Chen, can you lend me 100,000 yuan? Chu Chen was stunned for a moment and then laughed. What's the big deal? If you need money, just tell me. Chu Chen took out his mobile phone and transferred 1 million to Niu Weiqiang on the spot. Let us not talk about the reason why Niu Weiqiang spoke up for me before. Chu Chen now likes to deal with such honest and upright people. The favors they owe him will come in handy one day. Looking at the 1 million yuan that arrived in his account, Niu Weiqiang was so moved that Chu Chen didn't even ask him why and gave him the money directly. Okay, we're all brothers, there's no need to be like this. Just walk with me. The two walked aimlessly, and Chu Chen also learned the reason why Niu Weiqiang borrowed money. It turned out that his father was unfortunately injured while working on the construction site and was in urgent need of money. However, the reason for the injury was that his father did not follow the safety operating regulations and the construction site refused to compensate him. Niu Wei had no choice but to find Chu Chen and ask for money. The two of them walked to the outside of the judo club's activity room unknowingly. Li Juanhao, wearing a white judo uniform, was hitting his opponent hard on the ring. This was one of his younger brothers. Faced with Li Juanhao's anger, the younger brother dared not speak out and could only passively accept the beating. Li Juanhao suddenly noticed Chu Chen passing by the door. His eyes lit up and he jumped off the stage and shouted to the outside, "Chu Chen." Chu Chen didn't expect to meet Li Juanhao here. "Is there something wrong?" Chu Chen said coldly. "Hey, Chu Chen, there's no need to be so cold. We are all classmates. Besides, I didn't mean to steal your girlfriend. It was Qingtong who wanted to be with me, and I couldn't do anything about it." Li Juanhao's expression seemed helpless, but in fact he was secretly laughing at Chu Chen. "So what if I have money? My girlfriend was taken away by me." Chu Chen looked at Li Juanhao with a cold look. "If you want to talk about this, I don't have time to listen to dogs barking." After saying that, Chu Chen was about to leave, and Li Juanhao quickly stepped forward and held him back. No, it's okay for me to call you Master Chu, right? I don't mean to mock you. I just got tired of practicing with my teammates today, and I saw Master Chu passing by, so I wanted to have a fight with him. I heard that Master Chu comes from a prominent family, so he must be very good at judo, right? You want to fight me? Chu Chen looked at Li Juanhao with disbelief in his eyes. He suspected that Li Juanhao was out of his mind. With the help of his system, he had learned all kinds of fighting skills. How could he have the courage to fight me alone? Oh, he doesn't know the system. Why, is it possible that Master Chu doesn't dare anymore? Li Juanhao looked at Chu Chen with a provocative look. Okay. I'll play with you today. Chu Chen agreed. Okay, but Mr. Chu, can you give me 10 minutes to rest? I just finished fighting and I'm a little tired. Li Juanhao said. Don't even mention 10 minutes. I'll give you an hour. It would be fine if Li Juanhao didn't bother to provoke him, but Chu Chen was too lazy to confront him. Just as he said, it was Lin Qingtong's freedom to choose whoever she wanted, and Chu Chen didn't want to say anything more. But it's annoying that Li Juanhao has to use Lin Qingtong to make his presence felt in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't mind teaching him a lesson. Then we'll duel in half an hour. Let me make it clear, fists and feet have no eyes, so don't cry if you get hurt. Nature. Chu Chen looked at him with disdain and found a seat to sit down and wait. Brother Chen, you don't have to agree to this kid. Li Juanhao has been learning judo since he was a child. He is also the vice president of the judo club and has participated in competitions on behalf of the school. Niu Weiqiang said with some concern. It's okay. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. Just watch carefully. On the other side, after seeing Chu Chen really agreed, Li Juanhao immediately called Zhao Mingcheng. Mr. Li, what's the matter? Spread the news that I'm going to duel with Chu Chen, and try to get as many people as possible. No matter how glorious he was in the past 2 days, I will make him as embarrassed today. Li Juanhao said viciously. Okay, I promise to do it. Zhao Mingcheng nodded and ran away. Not long after, the news that Chu Chen and Li Juanhao were going to duel in the judo club was posted on the university forum. In addition, the school forum has been Chu Chen's home turf in the past few days. Once this news came out, it immediately ignited the forum, and countless people rushed to the judo club to watch the show. Soon, hundreds of people gathered. Hey, have you heard? Li Juanhao is going to duel with Chu Chen. Fuck, is this true? Really? It's spreading like crazy in school. It happened in the judo club, and many people went to watch. Let's go and take a look. Zhao Yuqi was stunned and immediately rushed to the judo club. Chapter 41 System Upgrade. When we arrived at the judo club, it was already packed with people. Every place except the ring was crowded with people. And everyone was discussing the decision between the two. TSK, this Lin Xingtong is really awesome. She can actually cause Li Juanhao and Chu Chen, the super rich man, to fight. Ha ha ha. Since ancient times, heroes have been tempted by beautiful women. I understand. Who do you think is good? Of course it's Master Li. He's the one who won the judo competition trophy. Ha, great minds think alike. With all these words in her ears, Xiao Yuqi finally got through the crowd and found Chu Chen sitting on the high platform. She immediately stepped forward and asked, Chu Chen, do you really want to duel with Li Juanhao? Of course, I promised him. Chu Chen replied. But Li Juanhao is really strong. Xiao Yuqi was afraid that Chu Chen would not believe it, so she came forward and whispered in Chu Chen's ear, you should know about warriors, right? Warrior? What warrior? Chu Chen was stunned. You don't know? Xiao Yuqi looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Although she didn't know how big Chu Chen's family was, she heard that many families in Sihai City worshipped powerful warriors. Judging from the financial resources Chu Chen has demonstrated so far, the family behind him cannot be weaker than the family in Sihai City. How could he not know about warriors? Yes. Chu Chen nodded, and seeing Xiao Yuqi asked, do I have to know? No. Xiao Yuqi shook her head. Chu Chen's generosity in the past few days had deeply touched her, and she had a very high degree of trust in Chu Chen. This little doubt could not shake her. I'm not sure either. I just heard it from the rich second generation. It is said that the strength of a warrior exceeds the limits of ordinary people. Anyway, I have seen Li Juanhao personally perform a performance of crushing a stone into powder with his bare hands. Press it into powder with bare hands? Niu Weiqian looked unconvinced. I am not well educated, so please don't lie to me. Chu Chen also looked at Xiao Yuqi with strange eyes. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. Li Juanhao also said that he is just getting started. Some powerful warriors can collapse mountains with one punch. Ah, Sister Yuqi, you are so funny, you look good in a TV show. Niu Weiqian didn't believe a word of what Xiao Yuqi said. But Chu Chen is different. What happened at the Sihai Haoqing Club yesterday made him have some doubts about this world. The strength on the system panel is also a mystery. Could it be that this world is really a world of cultivating immortals? He looked at Xiao Yuqi and smiled, it's okay, Yuqi, don't worry, I know what's going on. Besides, there are so many people here, I can't back out at the last minute, right? Xiao Yuqi opened her mouth. She knew that the most important thing among the rich second generation was face. Now Chu Chen was asked to go back on his word in front of so many people. He definitely couldn't accept it. So, she stopped persuading him. Soon, the entire judo club was crowded, and the time agreed upon by Chu Chen and Li Juanhao had arrived. Li Juanhao jumped onto the stage and looked at Chu Chen with provocation in his eyes. Chu Chen also stood up and walked onto the stage. Li Juanhao bowed and said to everyone, Dear classmates, today I, Li Juanhao, will have a competition with Chu Chen. We will stop when the time is right. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Winning or losing is nothing more than a reputation. I hope everyone can be a witness. Brother Li is awesome. Beat Chu Chen. Zhao Mingsheng, as his lackey, immediately joined in the shouting. At the same time, a thunderous shout rang out from the crowd, down with Chu Chen. Down with Chu Chen. It was obvious at first glance that these people were hired by Li Juanhao. Because most people are silent, they are just here to watch the fun. After all, Chu Chen and Li Juanhao are both powerful celebrities in the school, so there is no need to take sides and offend the other side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chu Chen again, is Mr. Chu okay? Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. This guy is a bit sinister. It sounds good on the surface, but it actually means only one thing, which is that if you can't win, just admit defeat. If you insist on being stubborn and refuse to admit defeat, you can only blame yourself if you get beaten badly. He deliberately called so many people to watch and said such words, obviously wanting to humiliate Chu Chen. Li Juanhao had a smile on his face, he just wanted to humiliate Chu Chen. So what if you have money? You still have to bow down in front of me, Li Juanhao. If you don't bow your head, it will be even worse. You will be beaten to a cripple. Lin Xingtong didn't know the identity behind Chu Chen, perhaps because Chu Chen deliberately concealed it. But Lin Xingtong said in person that Chu Chen was very busy during the day and had no time to exercise, and he had never been to the gym. She was absolutely sure of this. From this point alone, Li Juanhao could tell that Chu Chen was definitely not a warrior. Warriors need to undergo hard training every day, and only by persevering can they achieve strength beyond that of ordinary people. It is precisely because of this that Li Juanhao has the courage to challenge Chu Chen. He believed that in terms of strength, Chu Chen was not qualified to be compared with himself. Okay, friendship first, competition second. Chu Chen nodded. Well, Li Juanhao took a step forward. I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Juanhao stomped on the ground and rushed forward. With a click, the ground where he started cracked. The force of his start alone was so strong that it was jaw-dropping. The guys in the audience who were watching the show with their fists raised were dumbfounded, and they all questioned if this was something a human could do. Chu Chen was also dumbfounded. Why did he start with a big move right at the beginning? This is totally unconventional. After hearing Zhao Yuqi's warning, Chu Chen did not take it lightly. His plan was to go on stage and observe how strong the so-called warrior was. See if the warrior is related to the strength of the system? If he is really defeated, he will admit defeat immediately. But Li Juanhao actually used all his strength right from the start. It seemed that he hated him to the core. Chu Chen's face turned pale because he found that he didn't even have time to admit defeat. Almost in the blink of an eye, Li Juanhao appeared before him. Go to hell! Chu Chen! Looking at Chu Chen, who was dumbfounded, Li Juanhao couldn't help but yelled. Chu Chen! Zhao Yuqi stood up worriedly. The people in the audience also thought that Chu Chen was finished. After all, in their eyes, Li Juanhao's speed was too fast, while Chu Chen just stood there stupidly, motionless, like a living target. However, the next moment, the system's voice sounded in Chu Chen's mind. Ding, strength plus 999, congratulations to the host for reaching the initial level requirements and unlocking the second stage. Host, Chu Chen. Constitution, 100 full stage. Promotion, 100 stage overflow. Strength, 1. Power, Yuan family. Realm, Qi training. Mall, heart concentrating grass, moonlight liquid, myriad heart fruits.